Iconic and a one of one. When you look at this view of Pipeline, you know you are at something that is unruly and unpredictable, and a place that if you can make it here, literally, you can make it anywhere. This is the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters from Oahu, Hawaii. My name is Salema Masekela, and I am flanked by some of the most talented people that I could ask to be with. Dylan Graves, Dr. Cliff Kopono, Makuakai Rothman, Mahina Florence. Good morning. Welcome to day 2. We're still trying to recover and make sense of what took place yesterday on day 1.
Yes, we are. That was an incredible day of surfing. All of the boys went so hard and gave us a lot to talk about. Cliff, what was your favorite moment of yesterday?
I think Mason Ho's barrel. That thing was so deep. Foam ball ride. He literally disappeared. Everyone wrote him off, and then the beach erupted. That was a start, I think, of the contest after Mason got that ride.
Of course, we have a very unique format. There was non-elimination, so all the surfers who participated in round 1 are going to get to do so again in round 2. No doubt people got sleep last night, are plotting and planning. What do you think approaches will be heading into this day 2, in which Pipeline is showing one of 1,000 faces, a very unruly face today?
Well, that's one of the best things about the format. You know, you get to surf again. One heat doesn't defy you out here at Pipeline. And knowing that they need 2 waves, I think their strategy is going to be going into today, getting 2 waves in this heat, because you may not get another chance to qualify for the finals, but right now our surfers are out there. They're going to get another chance. Some need 1 backup score, and some need to get out there, put the pedal to the metal, and get to work and get those 2 scores.
Mahina Florence, you have unique insight in that there is a competitor who lives in your household in Nathan Florence. Give us some intel. What are you getting on the home front?
Yeah, so on the home front, I know last night the competitors were curious as to when they would surf the next day. So I know today we had flipped the heat. So the way that pipe works, right, you have different phases and currents and times and waves. So it's interesting to see Nathan was, I think, in the 6th heat yesterday and is now in the 1st heat, and Eli will be in the 2nd. So I'm curious to see if the time of the day has an effect.
The old bait and switch.
Yeah, exactly. They did the switcheroo.
Yeah, very, very well said. I mean, Makuakai, we were talking this morning just about the fact that you have this crazy rip that you never see at Pipe and how it's affecting the surfers.
Well, Pipeline has many faces, and that's why it's she. Pipeline, you know. She always shows up with a different face, you know. I mean, you think you know Pipeline, you put your time in, you get out there, okay, I'm so comfortable, and the next thing you know, it's like, wow, this is a whole nother wave. There's rip going through it, it's north. I got to get 2 scores now. I didn't get 1 yesterday. So right now, Pipeline is definitely changing. You can see the sand already going away. It's going to be a lot different lineup than we've seen yesterday.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights from yesterday. You mentioned that incredible Mason Ho wave. We'll start with our current leader out of New York City. Who thought that Balaram Stack was going to come in and set the tone for the rest of the field.
He did.
Yeah, a New Yorker at the top of the leaderboard right now. It's very impressive. I mean, he's put his time in over the years here. He's no stranger to pipeline, and you're seeing, you know, the results of that, his experience coming into play here.
I mean, it's looking kind of New Yorkish wintertime swelly out there at pipeline right now.
Yeah, it gets sick over there.
Emil up and riding on a
Shout
beautiful
out New
wave as
York.
well. And I want to see today if those airs you see at the end of Emil's wave. Look at that perfect positioning, a little bit high, readjusted his body, but nonetheless comes out. And let's see if these airs come into play to themselves.
Yeah, and then there was this big bomb early in the morning as the sun was coming up. Ivan Florence pulling into a cavern.
Yeah, that was my favorite ride of yesterday. It was just such a unique line he took, you know, and coming into this double up, that thing was committed.
It's like lay back out. Look at that, lay back out.
Not many people would have made that. That was definitely skillful.
Mikey,
And
Mr.
Salema, I
Style.
think you got it. This is you. We're not even going to touch this wave.
I mean, listen, you know, South Africa is... the South Africans are definitely up and cheering today. I just think it's so beautiful that with this invite format, someone that you wouldn't think of as a pipeline navigator, Mikey February says, I don't just go right and ride mid lanes. Look what I can do and show you my technical ability at pipeline. He finds himself in that fourth spot, but as you said earlier, Makua, some people just need one wave to make it into this final. Look at Mason Ho sitting on that big score. Billy Kemper behind him. Your brother Koa Griffin. It's a brand new day. Yesterday was yesterday. None of those scores can be relied on as we look at this field.
You're gonna lead at least 2 scores in the 20-point range. I'm calling. There's no chance you're making this final with a 19. You're gonna have to get in the 20-point range twice, I feel, to make it to the finals.
All right. Spoken by a legend and someone who's literally put blood and tendons on this pipeline reef. We will say goodbye to you. See you for 3 and 4. Thanks for helping us set the tone.
Have fun.
Mrs. Florence, we shall see you shortly in the field getting reconnaissance. Kopono, here we go.
Let's get after it.
You and Dylan actually got to do some sampling. Both of you are madmen. Did your 6 a.m. in the dark dance again this morning? What did you learn?
We actually waited a bit more for a sunlight this morning. But as you see, we got Nathan Florence, Josh Moniz, Harry Bryant, and Eitan Osborne for the first heat. Oh, this is going to be exciting heat for sure. A lot more. Is this live action? Who's this?
Oh,
Eitan?
straight away. Straight away.
Oh, man. Was that Eitan? Shots. We're like behind the 8 ball right now talking about yesterday. We got to get on what's going on today.
You got to get with the present.
Yeah,
get with the present program.
That was Eitan. Yeah, black. Yeah, Eitan, known for the airs, but I think he's trying to show people that Ventura get action.
Ventura get plenty action.
I mean, he's probably surfing a lot with people like Bobby Martinez, Dane Reynolds, but I mean, Bobby Martinez, for everyone listening, I'm sure. I don't know anyone that hates on Bobby Martinez, like, oh, Bobby Martinez, like, he's still ripping insanely.
As a goofy footer, Bobby remains one of my absolute favorite. One of the most classic deadly backhands on the planet, and still doing it.
I think
with lots of joy.
I was just, again, the other night we were watching Thicker Than Water, and the Bobby Martinez Ireland segment, his surfing in that left, like, you would watch that today and you'd be like, that still could be scored high to excellent range in any criteria, invitation, WSL. So yeah, definitely. Eitan's got a good mentor.
I say all the time, get Bobby Martinez a wild card somewhere. He will come out and break some hearts. Maybe someone at the WSL is listening and we can make that happen, especially at a right point somewhere. Just to mix things up in 2023. Nathan Florence sitting on that score of 23.29. Harry Bryant's got some work to do, as well as Josh Moniz.
Yeah, Josh Moniz, I think, these Hawaiians, they've surfed pipe at its best, and they know what they want, and that's could be an advantage. It could potentially be a disadvantage. Sometimes when you tasted the really top shelf cuisine, you don't want to go and eat some of the scraps, but maybe if it's a scrappy day and there's not the five-star course or whatever. You gotta eat what get. In
Yeah,
Hawaiian,
you gotta get what you can get.
we say in Hawaiian, ai ka mea loa'a, eat what get. And if Pipeline is offering this snack, then maybe just gotta ai kako, let's just eat it.
Well, you see some paddling, furious paddling. Will someone
Goes
be able to
backdoor.
get underneath this one?
Joshy going back door.
Oh, how's this perspective?
Couldn't hold the rail on that thing. Yeah, that's not easy too, because there's a lot of rip going up. When me and Dylan paddled out this morning, there was a lot of rip going into back door, and it's kind of hard to see with the drone angle because it looks smaller. But if we get a replay back on maybe from the beach, we'll be able to see what happened if he couldn't engage that rail when he taken off. Yeah, maybe he's seen that it might not be as wide as he's used to, so he probably straightened out a bit, thinking, I'm going to pull in, up, readjust. He was over it.
Why take all of that to the head first thing in the morning?
Totally.
You gave us some math on what it feels like. A metric tons of a lipid pipeline coming down on your head.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull up my notes.
Oh,
for that.
come on, doctor! I thought you just had that top of the brain.
No, bro. I don't want to give the wrong information. My teachers will be all bummed on me.
Well, as you see, Josh Moniz opting to paddle out.
Yeah. Wow. Straight out. Or is he going
against. Well, he was trying to go out against the grain,
he's going round
and
trip.
then came inside and take round trip. How hard is it to make it back out at backdoor? Like when you kick up.
It can be really easy if there's a lull, or it could be really difficult, and it's always super dangerous. And rolling the dice, it's not even worth it. Not for your health and your safety. And Josh, coming off of a crazy injury, he's probably knows, hey, I'm gonna play it probably a little smarter today. And it just takes an extra 30 seconds to just paddle around. And even sometimes people get shamed when they get washed in, or it's like up here on North Shore, there's no shame in not getting a wave or paddling in or getting worked around. The best have done it, and the smart people continue to surf the waves, I guess.
Yeah, we're stoked for Josh that he's made his recovery after that neck injury last year, back doing what we love seeing him do. Big turns, big barrels.
Total. Nathan dropping in GoPro, man. Where's the corn and the milk?
You got the corn milk stuffing there.
The cream corn.
Yeah, you got cream corn there on that end section. Again, in this format here at the VANS Pipe Pro, it is a reminiscent of what we see at the backdoor shootout. There's no priority, but that being said, you can't bully and snake.
Two peaks, split the peak.
Oh, split peak soup.
Who's going?
My
Harry
favorite
going?
soup.
Oh, okay. What did Harry do?
He went down.
Harry went backdoor. Yes, Harry.
Harry did not go down.
Wow, now he just went down. 10,000 tons. That was 10,000 tons.
Oh, so that was the number.
Yeah. 300,000 pounds per cubic foot of a 15-foot wave, 100-foot wide. That's what he just took to his face, and he's okay.
You can hear the crowd still going nuts. So that means that Harry Bryant got himself something special.
Wow. Backdoor. Going right. Late drop. Yanking the rail. What?
Let's go, HB.
Wow. Harry Bryant. That was insane.
Wow.
South Oz. I'm sure all the Southern Australians are standing up for that one. If they're awake. What time is it over there?
Oh, for sure they're awake. They set their clocks.
Wow.
And greetings to all of you that are tuned in from around the world, on the African continent, Australia, South America, Japan, our surfers on the Black Sea, Puerto Rico, stand up.
Wow. Look at that drop. Yanks the rail and just holds it. Wow. Insane ride. He's riding a 6'5" Tokoro. I was checking it out this morning. Insane. Wade Tokoro, insane shaper. One of the few shapers that actually come out and surf pipeline. So you know when you're getting a board from Uncle Wade.
Tried and true.
He tested himself, and that's why he's, I would say, one of the top shapers in the world, but especially out at pipeline, he's kind of the guy to get a shred stick from.
Can you imagine the adrenaline dump that Harry Bryant is experiencing right now after that backdoor wave.
I was just talking to him before the heat. I paddled. He's like, "How is it?" And I was like, "Oh, it's kind of weird, but when the sun comes up, it's probably going to be insane." He's like, "Any backdoor?" And I'm like, yeah, if you want to get crazy."
Well, clearly he wanted to get crazy. I was talking about it yesterday. You know, during the lay days, you could find Harry Bryant out at VLAN on a yellow bodyboard with fins on, just doing laps with the biggest smile on his face. That's what his training for coming into the VANS Pipe Masters was.
Well, he came off that crazy leg injury too from that air. He launched this air and he landed kind of on the back of the wave and broke all kind of bones.
That's right.
So he has this huge scar that's from the middle of his shin all the way down to his ankle. And he's like, "Yeah, I haven't really been surfing the last few months because of this injury." And I was talking with him and he's like, "You know, bro, it just, well, not bro, mate." He was like, "You know, mate, it just helped me to kind of refocus. Before I thought I was kind of invincible and I can just do anything, and I realized like I have to be a bit more intentional." And it just, you know, like sometimes we don't get a chance to see the personalities and the perspective of these people because we just believe the industry.
Yeah, we just see the clips. Well, we're stoked for him, and as we're in a little bit of downtime here with 14:50 to go, we will throw it down to Mahina Florence, who is with our contest director and a pipeline specialist in his own right, the legend, Nathan Fletcher.
Thank you, Salema. We are here day 2 at the VANS Pipe Masters, and the yard has already erupted. Give us the rundown out there.
The rundown is it's sunny, nice. It's a little bigger than yesterday, shorter interval, so it's more consistent, maybe not bigger, but a lot more action's definitely going to happen today. Looks like backdoor's going to light up because the swell has swung slightly more north. And so far, we've already seen one of the best rides of the whole contest, and the contest started 15 minutes ago. And so for my predictions for today, it's going to be an outstanding day of competition with a lot of action. And we're going to be waiting till the end of Heat 3 to make a call for the women's to surf today. And so definitely stand by. We'll be close on seeing what the girls do. A lot of people want to see the girls go. I want to see the girls go, but it could be an all-day men's event, or we could split it up. So right now, stay tuned is my best advice.
And you can stay tuned across all of VANS channels. I'm going to throw it back up to you, Salema.
Thank you, Mahina. I remember when you used to have to like wrestle to get Nathan Fletcher to say lots of words. But contest direction, Nathan Fletcher is just, he's not afraid.
It's like
to talk about it.
I feel that's kind of an incentive to be in the contest. Like the contest director is Nathan Fletcher.
Yeah.
Like what? I like being him. As stoked. Look, he's stoked. Throwing shakas, loose shakas, not even full hard shaka. He's going loose shaka to water patrol.
And that's great. And you saw right there.
Yanks it.
Look at this thing.
That he engaged that rail. Man, Has, good job, bro.
And look at this, just.
Oh yeah, he didn't even care. He was like.
That felt good. That probably felt like a spa massage after that.
Wow. Insane. Just smash me right here, please. Take me in.
And just like that, Harry Bryant clicks himself into that top 4 spot.
Wow.
Mikey February finds himself having some work to do. And we knew this is what this is what I love about this format and this leaderboard. You know, just never safe.
Yeah, I'm thinking no one in the top 4 is safe anymore. Now look, has number 4 just past Mikey February.
Yeah,
pushing him on the top 4.
Yeah, this leaderboard is going to shift all day long, as if we were, you know, watching the back 9 at Augusta at the Masters, you know, on a championship Sunday.
I wish I knew golf. Because I don't know what that means. Oh, Has going again.
He's feeling it.
Oh, he's gonna go big hack. Oh, kick out. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, you know, when you talk, like, for you, do you ever, when you do action sports, do you ever try to predict and then or is that something that's a rookie move? Don't ever predict the move. Just let it happen and listen.
We have a saying in when I was coming up at ESPN, you know, they taught us not to over speculate. So you could signal that something might be happening, but don't over speculate.
Very scientific.
Yes, yes. You, as I'm sure,
Theorize. You can
theorize. The difference between theorization and fact is a big old gap, right?
Totally.
In science, the same thing in sports commentary. You know, I get it wrong all the time, but my aim is to try and get it right as much as possible. But sometimes you just get so excited as a fan.
I just want to see it. I just wanted to see that big rail game come out.
It looked like if he made that section for sure, he was going to set up white stance and chuck. You know that.
Now it's a little bit of break, I guess, in the swell again.
How crazy, man! I'm just so blown away by the effect and the power of the sun here at Pipeline. It was wild river before the sun came up this morning.
You can, this is an interesting angle. I think the aerial angle allows you to get the conditions that you need. See the swell kind of passing in the small swell right here, and then there's a bigger swell behind, and then it'll catch up, and that's what they call the double up. When the two swells catch up together, that's when it just kind of dumps. And we can see more reef now today. There's still a little bit of sand, but we're definitely seeing a lot more reef in the water. And I think as the day goes on, the sun rises, we're going to be able to see more of that shelf and the crack and all the features, the boil, that we'll be able to kind of bring Pipeline's face back for us that we were missing yesterday with all that sand buildup.
So cool to watch those big bombs that are showing themselves at rock pile and off the wall, and then you're just like, okay, they're coming.
Totally. I think that's the indicators, right? Everyone's kind of finding their lineup, what tree on the mountain, what whitewater on what reef, and you know, everyone has a spot, or they try to find their spot, and then from there, activate.
I did the hike yesterday after the event behind the school up Pupukea.
Yeah.
And it was so great to sit up on top and just really look at the way the swell focuses so differently in all these different spots.
Yeah.
Saw some folks that had some jet skis out, towing some of the outer reefs yesterday.
Yeah, I got big yesterday.
Yeah, last night was huge.
What was it? Josh from South? Oh, here. Josh Moniz. Has is on he's on one right now. He might do a turn.
Might do a turn.
He might do an air. He might kick out. He might do a fall. He did. He fell. Good job, Harry. Still is good.
Again, the lovely thing about this format is the judges looking for as much progression as possible, not only in the barrel but also in the additional sections, be it a turn, be it an air, and obviously, you know, combination surfing, being able to do all of those on one wave is going to get huge scores.
I'm really interested to see what's going to be the highlight of creativity, of self-expression. We need some examples, I think, hopefully, that the contest.
Oh, we're going to get it. We're going to see something that's going to ring around the world here before the day's out on just a beautiful morning here at Pipeline as the sun continues to rise. And Nathan Fletcher, I believe, has the roving microphone and a special guest.
All right, hello, I'm Nathan Fletcher, and I am here with one of surfing's icons, Eddie Rothman. And the reason he's here is because he's going to explain to us about how and why this format works so well. Eddie.
Well, we developed it for the 80 call first. I think it was in the 6 or something? First 80 I was in it, I can't remember. But George Downing and I sat down and we're trying to figure out a way to run the contest fairly. You know, and sometimes, especially Waimea, you could get an hour of waves and an hour of no waves. And we just figured out, hey, no elimination. You surf, you keep your best waves, and at the end you add them up, like best 2 or 3 waves. Like if it was real consistent, you could use 3 waves. If it wasn't, use 2. It depends, you know. Like when we brought it to the shootout, and we had some times where the surfers surfed like 3 to 5 times, then we change it. And we ask the surfers We let them make the decision. How many waves do you want scored? And when they get together, we take the majority of what they think. And a lot of times the way we got our format too was the asking the surfers, what do you guys want? What do you think? And then we don't make the call. Oh, look at this wave. Oh, let's go. Oh, coming out. Fuck yeah. Holy shit, that was a good one. So sorry about that. But so when you add up the waves at the end of the contest, that's how you get your winner. And then this one I noticed, which is kind of cool, is you take the best guys, the top 4, and you have a finals, which is pretty interesting. Right now, I'm thinking about throwing that out to the surfers in our contest if they want to do that. But you have to have X amount of rounds, you know?
Thank you.
This is flexible. So the surfers are making the decisions as the contest is going to, is the way we do it. But this, I like the format where you get the top 4 guys. It's pretty cool. Right on. And thank you. I want to thank VANS for supporting this community all these years, and a lot of the people that eat daily and make money from this, the security, the water patrol, the Fletchers, everyone who benefits from this, Jody and her family. I think VANS has done a great job out here, and they support the local people. Aloha.
Thank you. Means a lot coming from the chief.
Legendary. Absolutely legendary. Uncle Eddie has spoken, and I love the fact that he took a look out the back door, saw Eitan Osborne pulling in, and could not hit the edit button if he tried. That whole thing was
psycho.
Especially when he took the microphone and said, "Get that thing out of my face!"
Eitan, look at this thing. Oh,
look at this!
Bruh, blown out. That's for you, Uncle Bobby.
That's what we came for.
Wow.
Could you imagine?
Wow, he's psyched. That's got hints of some Laurie Towner backdoor. You know, when he was night. Oh, look. Why were you guys recording that? That was Uncle Eddie's time. That wasn't our time.
In case you're wondering what kind of Surf Turkey fans you have in the booth, we're not faking it. I mean, just like you at home. I mean, wow.
That was insane.
I love that the way Eddie Rothman explained how far this idea dated back all the way to
the
Waimea, to the Eddie, and the idea of, you know, allowing the surfers to surf as much as possible and getting the perspective from the surfers. What do you guys want? What makes the best sense for you?
Well, I think everyone wants to say this is the best surfing, this is the best waves, this is the best, but we have to work within a criteria, and it's not always fair because it's not just a basketball hoop or a skate ramp. It's something that moves and it's constantly changing. So providing that opportunity for people to get the maximum opportunity to make the score, it makes it more fair. Wow, Eitan.
Yeah, well, we said that, Makua said earlier, someone's going to have to be up there in the 40-point range, right? Knocking on the door in order to move forward. And Eitan Osborne
just got top 4 with his wave. Number 2,
just like
skyrocketed him to number 2.
If you thought that we were you know, joking around when we said that this leaderboard is just going to go up and down all day, and look how stoked he is.
Stoked.
The same energy from Harry. You don't really see that in events where in real time surfers are able to show the emotion of what they're experiencing. Usually keeping a little bit close to vest, counting numbers, and that's what I love, the looseness of this format.
Well, I feel these competitors, they're out for the wave. They're not out to try to be like world champion, or maybe some are, but in this contest, it's not about world champion. It's about pipeline masters. And when you get a wave that you can demonstrate it, the emotion is high and you can see it.
Well, we all had the feelings and hopes of what today, day 2, could be. You see Billy Kemper waiting on deck.
Big shakas.
You know he's fired up watching those waves.
Oh, he's looking
this
back
guy with
door.
the back door. Oh.
He's looking back door.
He's like, let's go.
Also can see Krista Funk, photographer, with that famous hair on the helmet. Insta Clam Funk. The Insta social media is her handle. Wow, I can't believe Harry just got knocked out of top 4 just like that after such an insane wave he just got earlier. That easy.
You are not making it into this final with just one great wave.
No.
It's the combo platter is the only thing that's getting you.
Yep. 30 seconds into the next round. Has going for it. Pulls in, just tries to sneak out, but yeah, that's the desperado move he did. 15 seconds winding down.
Yeah, and round 2 now is when we start to see those final seconds desperation that we didn't see in round 1.
Yeah, insane. Wow, good job, Eitan and Has. The local boys, Nathan and Josh, didn't quite find their wave, but sometimes that's how it goes, and they'll be out there, you know. If it's not the contest, it's going to be on the good day, and both Joshy and Nathan, they find the good ones. So congratulations to them just for, you know, being out there today. Ending out the heat. Good job. Special guest coming into the room.
Eitan Osborne in that leaderboard. Harry Bryant's still going to enjoy the rest of the day knowing that he got an incredible one at back door.
One of the best waves, the contest.
Yeah, for sure. Heat 2 coming up after the break.
Australia will be in the white jersey, and Ameo Zermatt for Tahiti, who had one of the premier heats yesterday with a 16.7 and a 15.4 total of a 32.1. He's in contention. He'll be in the black jersey. Check in for heat number 3. Noah Besham, Imai Kalani DeVault, Craig Anderson, Kaulani Voss, check in.
Welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters, a magic morning. Love seeing the shadows and the mist and the energy here on day 2. And we welcome into the booth Pua de Soto, who is coming up, I believe, in Heat 4. We are anticipating the women. You've been putting in a lot of time, obviously, over the years at Pipeline. What does it mean for you to be able to be here in this moment, competing in the VANS Pipe Masters?
It's really exciting. I think it's a really good opportunity, and last year was like my first winter. I really just surfed pipe every single day and just kind of kept trying to learn it. And I think there's still so much room for growth and learning, and I think the opportunity that we have in the water alone with 3 other people is like the best opportunity you could have in pipe, because every other time we've surfed it, it's like 100 people out, and it can be hard to learn, but it's still fun.
Yeah, it's insane to see. I knew Pua when she was like this big at Nakamakai, and to see her go through Alakai and now to be a wahine here surfing in the Pipe Masters. It's like, so proud of you. So stoked. Yeah, so stoked to see it.
As we get here into Heat 2 with Eli Olsen and Billy Kemper. Eli Olsen, of course, somehow surfing with a multiple fractures in his left arm from a stunt gone awry in his other life. And then Mikey Wright and Amo Zermatt, who absolutely destroyed in round 1. He is obviously realizing that he's got some work to do to stay in that top 4. Who are your inspirations at Pipeline growing up that made you get to the point where you're like, I want a piece of that?
Oh, I think there's so many people. I think growing up, I watched a lot of like the CT events, I would say, and so I would say like John and Andy and all of those people. But then I noticed like when I came out here and started surfing there every day, like there's so many other amazing, talented local people that are from Hawaii that don't necessarily have that big light on them, but they like deserve it. And that's kind of when I got inspired by like Kala Grace and Uncle Billy, seeing him out there a little bit more, and so many people, honestly. It's just everybody out there and everybody's going for it and pushing each other. Seth and Josh and then Kaulana Apo and all these amazing people. And then I kind of got inspired on a different level with watching, local and Native Hawaiians surf and charge it.
Uncle Makamai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always. My dad and Uncle Makamai for sure. I think growing up, I would always be so scared watching them surf because this pipe, and now I'm like, come on, Dad, let's go surf. And he's like, come on, I gotta video you, gotta get the clips. I'm like, oh, okay, well, one day we're gonna get that back out there. But Uncle Maka just got back out there the other day with me, and it's special.
Yeah, her uncle, Dwayne's brother, Makamai DeSoto, I've seen him get insane waves on his longboard, probably up there with Wave of the Winter, and again, maybe not as much attention for being on the longboard as maybe others, but still insane. Who's this? Billy going right back door.
We said he was going to definitely be going. Oh! What?
Point break. Oh, not the head.
That was a hair flip.
Yeah, no more hair you get, Billy. Hair flick, bro. Good ride, though. Good ride.
That was I think that's the warm-up for him. And
for sure.
It's nice to get a little score behind his 23, but I would say he's definitely going to be looking for way more and like bigger waves.
Yeah, even him going around, doing the round trip, that's the way. Backdoor, don't even chance it.
Not today. I paddled out this morning, and it was definitely... It doesn't look as easy as it looks on the screen.
Exactly. Emil.
Wow. Picking up where he left off.
Oh, going for it.
That was great.
Do you have you seen some of his stuff in Tahiti? Te Ahupo'o?
Oh my God, it's insane. I've watched, I follow him and Emio, and I've watched his surfing, and he's just like, she just goes and charges, and he's one of the best people out at Taupo, I would say. Like, it's kind of gnarly. And then he's like, pipe's easier. I'm like, oh, okay. And he charges out here.
That's interesting to think about when you compare those two waves, because they're so different, and a lot of people will tell you, but people want to say they're the big, hollow, scary, dangerous waves, but they have different faces,
For sure. I think, like, for him, he's always said, like, when I've talked to him, it's like a little bit, I mean, Taupo is just so heavy, and sometimes pipe and backdoor can be a little bit less heavy than Taupo, and so you always see him go, like, here, and sometimes I'm like, why are you going? And then he comes out, and then you're just like, okay, I see.
Oh, I guess you really do think it's more chill. More power to you.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to check in with Mahina Florence, who has someone on the beach. I'm guessing maybe the winner of Heat 1.
Yes, I'm with Ethan Osborne. Holy smokes. I mean, way to give us a show on Heat 1 of Day 2 of competition. Explain that wave to us.
The wave was, it wedged up and just hit the ledge really good, and I was just in the spot. We got lucky and got it. But no, I was waiting for that wave. I was trying to hunt for it.
And how are the conditions today versus yesterday?
There's more opportunity today. It's a little bigger, maybe, and just moving around, and even just I don't know, just more opportunity. Yeah.
And we love to see the stoke in the water for all those at home watching. You said you've been searching for that wave. I mean, explain to us your relationship to pipe out there and backdoor.
I love this wave, and I've surfed it a lot, just haven't always gotten the best waves. But anyway, I'm stoked to get anything out here, and it's one of my favorite waves. I'm just so happy.
And we know that there is no priority out there, but it seems like that didn't stop you. How'd you feel? How was your flow in your heat?
I don't surf many heats without priority now. But it's good because you can kind of paddle away, and then if you're in the spot, then you're going. So it can work in your favor, but also it can not, because then anyone can go. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You're in the top 2 as of now. Thank you for catching up with us, and thank you for sharing that stoke. I'm going to throw it back to you boys up in the booth.
Thank you, Mahina. I mean, his eyes were just like so wide. He's just trying to comprehend what took place, and you forget. You know, you talked about it earlier, Pua. So many people out here, and on a regular session, like your chance of getting a good wave is sometimes just going to be random, right? If something comes to you, or if you're going to get called in to mostly closeouts, and that's what's so special for someone like Eitan. He's like, what's happening?
Yeah. Well, Billy just made the top 4, even with I would say not one of the craziest waves, but he didn't have a backup, and now he has a good scoring wave to back it up, and he just pushed into the top 4 as well. So
yeah, he was sitting on that big score.
I
almost wish that he had, like, you know, cliff hair so they could really like emphasize.
he threw on his back on that thing. But that's also a testament to his training, and like we were talking about yesterday, this work ethic. I'm sure a lot of the foundation training that Kahea Hart has been working on with him. So yeah, Billy's a beast, and it's showing in the top 4. Wait, so the top 4 now is Ball, Billy, Eitan, and Emil.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who will stay?
It's also something like your confidence probably builds. Like Eitan probably now feels like I got a nuts on it back door, and now he feels like he can go to other places in the world, and people will know. I mean, people will have seen, and it comes with respect. And now it's like, well, you don't know if someone's going to go until you see it. And Eitan just kind of showed everyone he's willing to send it on a back door.
For sure.
All these closeouts now. This is definitely not what you want to be hanging out for.
Or paddling out.
How was your practice time this morning?
It was short. No, I was really nervous actually to go out, and it was a little bit more wild this morning. It's kind of cleaning up now with the sun, and it's crazy. If you sit on pipe before sunrise, it just looks crazy, and then as the light shines on pipe, it just starts to like wake up and just freshen up and clean up. And so I was really nervous because I've been here since 6:15 just watching it, and I was like, and I finally at like 7:30 I'm like, okay, let's just go, whatever, and let's get out there. And I got outside of the inside, and I was like, achieve something. I'm not doing the walk of shame today. And then I didn't really get a good wave, but just being out there was special. For sure.
You know, one of the unique things about this event was obviously the seating dinner at the VANS house, where everyone got to pick their names out of the hat and basically pick your destiny and what heat you're going to be in. What was it like for you when you saw your heat finally rounded out with Moana Jones, Wang, Molly Pickham, and Sierra Kerr?
Oh, I mean, I'm excited. I mean, they're all 3 of my really good friends, and actually me and Moana were sitting next to each other, and we're like, do you want to be in the same heat? Like, what do you want to do? And I think, like, we were also thinking, like, because we are both goofy and they're both regular, maybe the 2 back doors and then us 2 on the lefts, if it's we're breaking on both sides. And I'm excited. I can't wait to share the water with Moana at Pipe. I think that's so special, and she inspires me to like keep going. And we just watched her film the other week and a half ago, and
just watched it yesterday. Just
so inspiring. And I think after watching that, I'm like, let's do this. I'm excited. Let's go. And so having her in my heat, I definitely know it's going to push me. And she's one of my good friends, so she's going to push me too. And we're just really excited. We want to all go have fun, get barrels, and charge. So,
how does it feel to be a part of a movement of wahine Hawaii out there who are kind of now showing this new side of hunger for the wave? You know, and it's not just women, but it's another extension of it. But Kanaka Maoli people and they're wahine. How does that make you feel that you're a part of that?
I think it's really special because it's
quick in and out.
I think it's really special because, you know, for even just wahine in general, it wasn't a thing it wasn't necessary to go out to pipe and surf. You didn't have a comp here. You didn't need to do it. And I think, you know, now that the opportunity is here, we're all pushing one another. And, you know, the boys are actually also pushing us too. And I think, you know, seeing the possibilities with the boys, and, you know, in Moana's film, she talks about how she grew up with Makana and that whole crew, and they pushed her so hard, and, you know, having that connection. And I feel like, you know, that's like my little brother, because he goes out there and charges, and I'm like, oh my God, you're like 3 years younger than me, and you're showing me up. But, you know, having that motivation and push, and, you know, being a Kanaka too, it's like, it's home, and you have a different connection and bond with the ocean, and it's a special bond that actually no one gets to have unless you're Kanaka. And I think connecting with Pipeline, one of the best waves in the world, it's special, and it's something not to take lightly. I think you have to, you know, it's a kuleana, and, you know, as a Kanaka, Hawaii, as a Native Hawaiian, it's a kuleana or responsibility to go out there and push yourself, and you're in your home, so you almost have more, you know, weight on your shoulders in a sense to like live up to that.
It is.
Makamai.
Yeah.
Pua was just a little, now she's leading us. She was the little one. We had to take her, make sure she ate her food. Now she's leading us into it. So proud of you.
Thank you.
Killing
It
it.
is really wonderful to listen to you speak from such depth of passion, and to see the way this has been passed on to you, and you're taking it and making it your own, and the way that you explain building that relationship with the ocean as a responsibility, as part of your heritage. It's just wonderful. Thank you for coming by, and we wish you luck. We'll be cheering for you in Heat 4, and yeah, go loosen up and get prepped, and we'll hopefully see you moving forward later on in the day.
For sure.
All right, on.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Last wave score for Romeo Zermatt with that aerial tip, a 2.5, not one of his top two. Time check surfers, 14 minutes and 5 seconds counting down. Oh, check out this set rolling through right now. It's gonna possibly catch our surfers off guard. A big wall of whitewater and failing. The boards flying. Nobody trying to hold on there. It is release and dive. Like the penguins of Madagascar. Watch yourself on the shoreline. This one's gonna creep up. Watch you guys self. Watch out. Get up quick. Scramble, scramble. That's gonna be a great video. We're sending it into AFB tonight. And ladies and gentlemen, the tide is getting higher throughout the morning, so it's only gonna come up more and more through the day. It's just a little fingers and
Welcome back. We've seen groomed perfection. We've seen wild and woolly. We've seen a little bit of everything from Pipeline here on day 2 at the VANS Pipe Pro. We are in Heat 2.
Looks like the boys are checking each other's boards out. What's going on? Crossing notes?
Yeah, crossing notes. Oh, what fins you got? What fins you got? What are you riding?
Oh, Eli. Broken arm Eli.
Meant to ask him yesterday how that, you know, how does that affect pushing off the board? How's that affecting, like, if he has to grab rail?
I mean, his whole demeanor was, this is, if I get invited to the Pipe Masters, I'm paddling out.
Yeah, he said if you know, if his body was broken, it didn't matter. It's the pride that comes with getting this call up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I mean, it's an honor, and I think especially for these North Shore boys, this is their time to shine. They spend so much time in the water here. They just want to demonstrate. They want to celebrate and share.
It looked like I saw Billy checking his jaw and doing a little twist there on his back. Oh, maybe we missed something, but looked like he might have gotten a little shaken up. Hopefully he's all right to keep going. See him doing a little stand-up test on the board.
Oh, wow.
I'm wondering let's see what happened here during the break. There he is in the middle of the screen, taking a dive.
pounding.
What happens there in that section?
Well, you got the whitewater is so quick that it pushes you back towards the shore. And if you kind of get down into the cave, then you're ping-ponging around in those trenches. The same parts of the reef that make the wave barrel, they're now kind of the lane that you're just ping-ponging around underneath. And it's powerful. Like a quick tap could like take off skin, potentially break something, bruises for sure. So it's no joke getting caught in the whitewater. Whitewater is not the good thing to be a part of out here at Pipeline.
Yeah, we forget. We get so excited talking as we watch these rides. You forget that what's happening underneath and how shallow the water is that it's taking place in as well.
The dangers of this wave are real. I mean, deadliest wave on the planet. We can look at it because it's the most surfed, I would say, and people are trying to do a little bit more because they're incentivized to put it on the line. But that being said, some of the world's best have been claimed here and injured for life, you know, and it's no joke. We get, you know, you got to check the ego out here. There's Tony Alva, I seen, he likes to say, ego's not the amigo.
And sometimes there's that comfort. You hear pipeline specialists talk about a lot of times when an injury does happen, it's come from a long run of not having a bad incident, getting super comfortable, and even forgetting what lies beneath.
Oh, I just seen Flynn at Rocky Point the other day, and he got insane waves the first swell of the winter, the opening day.
Flynn Novak.
Yeah, Flynn Novak, and he was just like, I was like, you got some insane waves, and he's like, it's just good to kind of get back in there and get through that mental barrier. And from someone like him saying, yeah, you know, getting to a point, and you ask anyone, Jamie, you know, the best.
Yeah, Jamie O'Brien was talking about how yesterday he realized he got to the beach and forgot his helmet, but thought to himself, you know, Hawaiian Water Patrol, etc. I don't have time to go back up. I'll go out. And he said that he took what he called a pedestrian slam on the reef, and in that moment, as he bounced, he didn't get hurt. He realized, yeah, I should have gotten back up to the house.
Just the mental. The mental is like, and then you want to jinx yourself. It's kind of like, should I get insurance? And then something on your car, and then you're like, nah, I always get insurance. And then one time you don't, you bust your windshield, or you drive it joyriding in the sand, or I don't know, whatever the car rentals.
You're like me, and you get a shopping cart in your rent-a-car at Foodland the other day.
Oh, yeah.
I got shopping cart. It's so heavy.
You know there's those people in the parking lot that are like, oh, this one tourist car. Just smash them real quick.
Oh, they're like, oh, this is a new Chevy, huh?
Yeah. We don't drive Chevys here. Toyotas only.
I was like, well, I'm glad I got the insurance.
Yeah, but it's like a mental barrier to get out there and want to get the one, you know, and that's what these folks have to do. So it's good on them all.
Yeah, an immense amount of respect for anyone that decides to make this wave their primary, their daily driver.
But then I see people that I feel don't know what's going on, and I'm sure we all have seen those people that you're just like, why? That's bad to say, you know, it's judgmental, but you know, everyone's done it where they look at someone like, why are you out here? And then somehow they survive, and then it's even more like once they get a good one, and then they think they're just ripping, and you're just like, bruh.
You're out here dodging death.
Oh, it's just like this, not even aware, get a good one, and then I don't know. Good, maybe they need that in their life, you know, so overthinking it can be good or bad, who knows.
We see some active paddling taking place from our wonderful drone shot. Shout out to our operators. And here's Billy Kemper scratching into a pipeline wave. Oh. Yanks on that rail, drags the hand, and he comes out.
Big turn into the whitewater. Oh, yeah.
I'm calling that a make.
Yeah.
We're guessing that the back is functional.
Emil, Black Pearl. All right. You know, hitting those backside airs when the wind is not quite blowing you back into the wave can be a bit tricky. And he's going for it, but yeah, it's almost like the backside rotations that we've seen, they're in the end section.
Yeah.
It's not really on the wall.
Let's see Billy scratched for this one. How about this negotiation? Throws the butt in, drags in, and then this turn just below the lip line, manages to hold on off of that foam ball.
That's probably going to replace his other, I would say replace his backdoor wave.
Yeah, this was real. Not easy to come out. You saw those ribs coming up the face.
TNC, I wonder if he's riding Glenn Pang, but local shaper, Glenn Pang, father of Makana Pang.
You go up into Billy's garage and it's just pangs for days.
Pang.
All specialties. He posted a wave yesterday from round one, and he's commented, "I got some mouths to feed."
Right.
As what his mindset was coming in here for round two. He really wants to be in that final.
Talk about mouths to feed. Pua's tribe. She's got 7 brothers and sisters. So Pua also comes from a big family. So yeah, when these people are thinking about it for their family more than themselves, you get another side of their fire coming out.
Yeah, the furnace burns a little bit hotter when you got four kids at home for Billy.
Hungry ones.
It's constantly growing.
Yeah.
As Billy's moved into that second spot.
What's going on with our leaderboard TV? Seems like we're waiting with the people to see what that is. Oh,
Here we go. Asking Yishao or Steve. We talked about it earlier. You know, at or around 40 points feels like what it's going to take. Balaram Stack there at the top with 41.90. Billy Kemper. Eitan got bumped down to 3rd, but yeah, that was insane backdoor ride he had. I mean, Billy's just got like this intense belief. Self-belief is his thing. You know, and we talked about it yesterday.
There's the crack to the right-hand side of the screen where that wave's kind of breaking to the right.
Yeah.
That's the crack where all the photographers kind of sit in that space. And now you can start to see those grooves in the reef. So there's pipeline. Now pipeline's starting to show. You can see those grooves and the structural features in the reef. That's why, you know, we're seeing these.
Make the signature.
Yeah, making those really wide barrels because the water gets sucked out into those channels. It's like an exit, like the wave pool at Kelly Sater's Ranch, where it kind of goes into that trough on the side to make the water smooth again. There's like these canals that water goes in and pulls out. They're like the natural canals that can suck that energy back out for the next wave to really barrel. Oh, someone's paddling. Who's this?
I love this drone shot. That's Billy taking advantage of that no priority. Oh, gets clamped.
Yeah, they're like a tough one. It's hard to see how critical it is from the air, but
from overhead it looks like 2 feet.
Yeah, I'm on that thing.
But that down the line and to the front perspective always lets you know just exactly how critical it is. Looks like Billy got caught a little low. Even if he went high, it looked like that thing was just full of water.
He looks like he's got a little bit longer board too on him, and see that longer board kind of maybe got caught in that lip as it fell, which maybe a smaller board could have yanked it up a little bit more. But I mean, that wave was tough. It was a tough wave to make.
Well, one of the great things about Pipeline, right? He took off on that wave with about 3 minutes and change. Going to get out with plenty of time to get another opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still haven't seen any big waves coming in for Mikey or Eli. Eli jumping off his board. Oh, everyone cleaned out by this set. Yeah, these are just irritating when you're out there. It's like you mentally are waiting to get into the zone. You find your spot, and then a whitewater comes in and pushes you out of where you kind of fought. And if there's people, like this is just them, but if you're in a crowded lineup, you're like working so hard to it's inches, and you're like literally just trying to like get that little space. Oh, Billy.
Speaking of inches.
Broke his leash? No.
Yeah, broke his leash.
Oh, he'll guarantee me irritated about that. But Water Patrol's getting him.
see that technique of the reaching out for the arm.
Just cruising, not even stress. Hawaiian Water Patrol, insane. They're so good. I seen Uncle Bryant Keolana and Uncle Terry Ohui this morning. Like, they're just so good. Their level of understanding how to use jet skis as a tool is the best. Oh, Bailey's kind of limping, look like.
Yeah. Little hitch in the giddy up. Mahina will...
Kahea, Hart, catting. Oh, just his leash looked like it broke.
Yeah.
Oh, big cheers from the beach.
Something went down there at the end.
Oh.
And again, you saw him pointing to his chin. I don't think he's going to go back out, obviously, with a minute to go.
Yeah. I mean, Kahea Hart, talk about backdoor legend. One of the best. Oh, who's this? Oh, Mikey, right. Came around, stall. Not. Oh. Oh, yeah. That was sick.
That thing was crazy.
Yeah. Oh. Just straight into the white water. Found it. Oh, Billy looked like he cut his chin.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I wonder if that was the bottom or the board. He looks all right. Just shake it off.
That's a pedestrian. That's like a cat scratch for Billy.
Yeah, yeah. No, he'd be all right. Yeah. 8 seconds left, rounding out the heat. Billy winning the heat. Emil coming in second. Mikey with that last one. I wonder if those scores came in for Mikey's last wave.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Going to be a good score for sure as we welcome in Dylan Graves and Makua Kai-Rothman. Makua just finishing up some preheat nourishment.
What's up, boys?
Yeah. Makua will give us able to give us a lot more in depth about the backdoor side of things.
Hot action this morning.
Yeah.
What is happening out there?
Well, we said at the start, right, that the leaderboard was going to get super shaken and stirred. McCoy, you said you got to be in around 40 points to even think about advancing, and that's exactly what's taking place.
The best part is Billy went up on the beach. Everybody thought he was cheering for him because Mikey came flying out of the barrel. Classic. I was like, yeah.
I thought so too. The camera's on him.
You see that?
Yeah.
That was a good one. But yeah, I think 40 points, you're guaranteed in.
Yeah.
You got 40, you're in. Billy's right there, 38. Is yet to be seen what the other competitors do if they get 2 waves, or there's a few people who just need a, fractional backup score, medium 6.5.
Yeah, and for
I think regardless of scores too, there's going to be waves.
Sitting outside at 5th, but he'll be stoked that he at least got to get a solid one. And how weird was that thing? Come around the corner and it just went.
That thing was sick, but is it? I don't know. Paz and Atons, those things were pretty mental too.
Did they get Mikey's score yet?
No, not yet. But in the meantime, let's see what's going on with Billy's chin, and toss it down to Mahina.
Oh, yep. So I'm here with Billy Kemper. Give us the rundown on that. We have a little bloodshed. Yeah, Mikey. And you just said you scorpioned. What happened?
Yeah, this is pipeline at its finest. Pipeline ain't always beautiful, picture-perfect waves. And when you put $100,000 on the line with people like myself who have 4 kids to feed and a wife, it's a different scenario. It's blood, sweat, and tears. This is the most famous, prestigious wave on Earth. And to be able to compete in the event is an honor. And, to be able to be in contention for the final is a whole nother obstacle. So just taking it heat by heat, wave by wave, and just really trying to enjoy myself. I got my family, a couple bumps and bruises in that one, but I'm still here, still standing, and fingers crossed I end up in that last heat of the event.
And that heat was a little wild that you had. What are the conditions from yesterday to today?
Yeah, this is very, very below average pipeline. I watched your husband, Nathan, struggle. He's, in my eyes, one of the top surfers in the world out here. And when you see guys like him who know every part of the reef, under, over, outside, inside, struggle, it's really difficult. So you kind of got to leave the friendships, leave everything on the beach, and just go out there and kind of do your surfing. And luckily, I got a couple of waves. I bettered my situation, and just hope for the best. It's out of my hands now, so see what happens.
All right. Thank you, Billy. Thank you for always being so well spoken.
Mahina, can you ask Billy to walk us through what happened for his chin to get opened up like that?
Oh yeah, they want to walk through on how the chin got a little slits and the blood on the hand.
Okay, so
Chin lowdown.
I heard Rocky saying there's a really big set coming in, and everyone beware. In that set, I tried to cut the corner and I bailed, and when I jumped off, the wave just sucked me up. Normally when you bail, you jump off your board and get under it. The wave sucked me up, and I was coming down head first, and I actually covered my head like this and hit the reef there, my chest, and then my chin took a good rock, and kind of light splash for a second. Definitely wasn't knocked out, but definitely dazed. And yeah, I tweaked my knee a bit. I felt everything, my lower back. There was definitely some movement that went the wrong direction, but I was able to catch a wave after, and I felt pretty stable. So I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna keep surfing, and I'm okay. I'm not concussed. I'll deal with the little cuts, bruises, and whatever else happened later on.
And thank goodness you're in shape. And then we saw your board cut loose. Did you take your leash off, or did your leash break?
I bailed and my leash ripped off, so maybe we got to make these cuffs a little stronger. But yeah, that happens. I seen it happen yesterday. You bail in a really violent place of the wave, your leash can get ripped off, and that's what happened. So bummer that happened. I felt like I could have maybe got back out there in time, but Kaya was here down on the beach with a minute left, and he's just like, no, you're going back. That's it. So all good. Thanks everyone for watching, and yeah, hopefully the waves get better and better. I love to see my friends get barreled all day, and hopefully the girls can put on a show as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Billy. Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Mahina. And right there, you get full perspective. You could even see that little scratch across his throat. You know, he talked about his knee. Obviously, you see the chin, and it's that difference between like everything's fine and then everything can go so terribly wrong out here.
Oh yeah, he got blessed. I mean, that could have been his whole face. You know what I mean? I've seen guys' faces on the nose, on the side. I mean, you know, he got a hand up. I mean, sometimes people don't get their hand up, and they, you know, I mean, look at Mikey Red, look at Dusty. I mean, guys end up in the hospital real quick around here in Cole Christensen. It's just a blessing to be able to go back to your children after surfing a dangerous wave like this, and go ahead and kiss your wife, and you're in second place, and that's we'll see what happens the rest of the day, like you said.
Yeah. Well, we'll let you guys take it from here.
Good job, boys.
Thank you.
Aloha.
Thank you.
I love the reaction, by the way.
Dear.
The reaction to either, was it Aton's or Harry's wave? It was amazing.
All the time. Too excited.
Harry's wave reaction was all time. Epic. All right, I'm going to get over there. Let me snuggle up next to Makua. All righty.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Makua Kai Rothman and Dylan Graves on the call for this round 2, heat 3 at the VANS Pipe Masters. What are you seeing? We see some sets out here right now. What is your reaction throughout the event so far and the waves that you've been seeing ridden, Dylan?
Well, you know, regardless of scores, I think, you know, this event and the vibe I'm getting from a lot of the competitors is just more about, you know, surfing pipeline and getting a good one. You know, numbers aside, you know, Harry Bryant came in from his heat and he was ecstatic. You know, he was like, man, that's all I wanted to do, you know, was get one good one. And I think that's going through a lot of these competitors' minds. And hey, if you get on a roll, great. You get 2 scores and you're in contention for that top 4. Amazing. That's like just a cherry on top. But to be out at Pipeline with 3 other people, and obviously they come in too safely, is, you know, I think that's the goal of most of these guys.
Well, I think there's a big difference in surfers and competitive surfers. You know, some people are here to get just that one wave, and some people are here to actually do what it takes to win that $100,000.
100%.
And with a format like this, it's a lot easier, in my eyes, for people to achieve that goal, because I see a lot of competition surfers. They surf this like a regular contest. They're catching waves with foam on the face. They're catching waves that, you know, obviously aren't anything above a 5. And in this kind of format, there's only one thing you should be doing: looking for the best possible wave in the heat and making sure that you're on that wave. Because without those big scores, you're not advancing, period. So some people are here to surf and have a good time. Some people are here to, you know, show for their sponsors. And some people are here to get out there and take that $100,000 home.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big prize purse. It's definitely on the back of everyone's mind, but obviously, you know, the ocean's going to do what she's going to do. You know, and you can only perform if she allows you to perform. So it's definitely exciting to, you know, see these guys and perform on a court like this is amazing. Here we go. We got Black up and riding, Kawili Vass. Wow, on a epic really long backdoor one just kept growing. That thing was amazing.
If that thing gave him an exit, that would have been unreal. That score would have been up in an excellent range. And that's the thing about backdoor. Sometimes we call them runners. It's because they start off smaller like that wave did, and they grow as they go down the reef. And that's when you hear the expression runner, is when the wave starts off smaller and grows bigger and starts running faster. Like, look at that.
Here we
I mean,
go.
that's a 3-foot wave he took off on. And look, it grows into just a 4-foot thick running down the line.
Yeah.
You would have never thought when he took off that wave was going to do that by the looks of it.
Yeah, that was incredible.
And that's the special thing about backdoor, is you can take off on a wave that looks like that, and it turns into one of your best waves you've ever had.
That's amazing. That's so rad. So speaking about backdoor, it does look like backdoor is sort of where the scores are at today. There was a few at pipe on the last one. Here we go. Ando taking off, having a sniff, kicking out. What's the backstory on backdoor? How to get its name, and yeah, what's the deal there?
I'm not sure how I got the name backdoor, but obviously it's the backside of pipeline, so it's got to be the backdoor, right? I mean, you're not going in the front door, which was pipeline. And
that makes sense.
You know what I mean? And today, with the northerly direction, the sands got moved down to that pipe channel. You know, a lot of that sand that was on the beach yesterday, you see, just got sucked out to that pipe channel. There's a rip. There's a sandbar there that's really ugly. I'm almost guaranteeing you, most, if not all, the high excellence scores will be on the right today. Will be at backdoor. And we'll see the odd pipeline one. But I'll tell you what, if you're out there and you're in this contest, don't catch a junky little left that has whitewash on it. Wait for the bomb. Wait for that peaky right. Make sure you're on it and get the score.
Yeah, for sure. We were breaking it down this morning with some of the competitors, and basically you need 2 sevens to get into that 40-point range. So if you're looking at it like that, you go out there, you get 2 sevens, you're going to be in the top 4, or at least in that 40-point range, which, you know, we were all saying this morning, that's kind of what it's going to take to get into the final. So,
well, once you have an event goal, you know, first time format, one list like this where you combine all 3 scores and you get a total. Once upon a time, Kieran Perot told us, you know, you guys want to qualify for the CT, you need a 6.5 average on all your waves to make it. You know what I mean? So it's like there's a lot of numbers behind the scenes that a lot of surfers really don't think about. And there's some intellectual guys out there that really, you know, want to make the tour, guys that stay on tour for a long time. They know exactly what needs to be done to get the job done.
Well, I think that's what's so impressive about Slater. He's that freakish talent, and he's the geek who knows all the numbers, and he's running those like as he's in a heat. He probably could give you like percentages of his, you know, chance of making a heat as it's going on if you like were able to talk to him.
Well, Kelly was there not just to have a good time or to catch that one wave. He was actually there to take names and make sure that he was the best in the world. And here we go at Noah Beshin on a beautiful looking double up. Maybe we'll see what this thing turns into. That was a mediocre wave anyway, but looks like his board just stopped. Maybe
hit some track from the wave before or something. Look at him. Look at how much power is in that
still
thing.
under.
My gosh.
Oh,
that's psycho.
Jeez. I don't mean to laugh, but bro, that was a pounding for such a little
I know.
Powerful. That's why backdoor, not too many people like to surf it. I mean, guys go, but it's a really hard, that's why they say it's harder to surf backdoor. You never know. I mean, that wave was a pretty mushy double up, average size wave, and I mean, that thing just totally smoked him.
Yeah, there's so much turbulence on that side. I mean, even yesterday, like, you know, that Insanity's, you know, rock pile zone has so much water moving in it. There's some crazy explosions. I saw a wave like explode, and then from the explosion, a wave was breaking back out to sea. It's like, what's happening?
Oh, it's like Puerto Escondido today. I think that's why they call it the Mexican pipeline, because it kind of looks like what it's showing today. This is like the, I don't know, this is you heard Billy say earlier, subpar pipeline is because there's not much lefts, but what is not said is how good backdoor is right now.
Right.
There are a lot of good waves to be had going right, and I want to see if Craig Anderson maybe looks the other way. Because as
that was cool.
Awesome and gracious as he surfs, those waves are not going to get you into the finals, no chance. And I really think maybe doing the Mikey February and showing everybody your backhand might do him good if he catches. I mean, he surfs good and well enough to catch any wave in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. It's definitely, you know, putting all our competitors to the test out there today. Here's one on screen right now, empty, but kind of a cool one. It's definitely, you know, like, you know, it's one of those days that anything can happen. You know, I mean, like Billy said, you know, about Nathan Florence, you know, knowing every nook and cranny of this reef, and him having trouble today, like, you know, that kind of gives you a vibe of what's
well. Talking about
on.
Nathan Florence struggling, we have the man who wasn't struggling in that heat. Harry Bryant, tell us about your wave in that heat.
Hi guys, yes, I'm with Harry, who had the opening backdoor wave, who had the entire yard erupting. You set the tone this morning. Give us the breakdown.
Yeah, well, I woke up at like 7:30 this morning, and it was an 8 o'clock start, and I got thrown in the first heat, and I was going, geez, like I wasn't necessarily ready for that, but there was still a heap of swell in the water, and I kind of paddled out, and I didn't really catch a wave for a while, and then a backdoor wave stood up at me, and I was just hunting lefts the whole event. I couldn't believe a right came at me, and I was going, I gotta go. But that was my first ever wave I've gone right out here either. I've never really gotten a backdoor wave before, and I don't know, it was a bit of a monkey off the back. I've been like, I had a broken leg a couple of months ago, and I've been thinking about this event for every single day for the last few months, and I've just been, my goal was just to get one good wave and do the country proud, and I feel like I did that. So big love to everyone watching at home, and my mum and dad, and Kayla and Millie and Baz, my dog, and everyone stoked for the Aussie crew. I'm pumped.
And you most definitely are making your town and home proud. You said you don't really go right at backdoor. Why?
Goofy footer, it's in my blood. I was just hunting lefts. I wasn't even looking at the rights, and then this big TP right came up at me, and I was just going, jeez. It's so scary going right into that death zone over there too. I was petrified, but I just hung on for dear life, and I was stoked I came out.
Do you feel like backdoor chose you, or you chose it today?
Must have chose me. The thing was meant to be, but I'm just so stoked to just get a wave under my belt out here, and just to be given the opportunity to surf out there with 3 other guys out. I'm over the moon. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the entertainment. We loved it. Everyone is so stoked to see you get a backdoor wave. That's all we have with Harry. I'm going to throw it back up to you boys at the booth.
Well, thank you, Mahina and Harry. And Harry, you are doing more than making your country proud. That was a beautiful wave, and it just goes to show, Dylan, when you set out to reach a goal, you get out there, you accomplish it. I mean, you could just see the look in his eyes, the feeling that he had, that he actually accomplished his goal of going right and having, you know, one of the scariest waves. I mean, right here, look at that. Take us through this.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching this, you know, live from the beach. I was one of those people screaming. I feel like I almost blew out my voice on this one, because this was, you know, first, as soon as like the sun kind of came out, this wave appeared. And as we were talking about, also, yeah, these guys, the reaction was like as good as the ride too.
Wow.
That was awesome. The boys are having fun this morning.
They're definitely going to see that wave on every surf social media site that you have. Harry Bryant's right at backdoor, the first. Is it beginner's luck, or is it just because he's bad as they come, baby?
He's pretty bad. I mean, he's definitely no stranger to tube riding. You know, I guess he hasn't really gotten too many opportunities out here or put in the time. So it's cool to see guys like that get the opportunity, you know, and then also, yeah, it's a level playing field out there this morning, and everyone's just trying to do their best and hopefully hang on the, you know, whatever pipeline chooses for them.
I mean, I know Harry would have liked to be in that top 4 with that wave, but guess what? He accomplished his goal, and I think he's more than happy to come here, show up, make his country proud, and I think he's very, very stoked. And we have Kaoli Vass on a left.
Yeah, that was a nice one. I don't know if that's going to make the cut for him, but probably felt great. He seems to be in good rhythm with the ocean this morning, so I mean, hopefully he can turn that into, you know, some scores.
I mean, yeah, rhythm's one thing, but catching the wave that's going to put you in the finals is another. And here we go. That being said,
Imai
make it. Got clipped pulling into that barrel.
Yeah.
I don't think he went very far at all. It looks like when he bottom turned, the lip hit him right in the head.
Yeah, it's interesting. Harry was talking about it feeling like backdoor chose him. Do you feel like that? Like with some of the good waves you've gotten out there, Makua? Like, do you feel like it chooses you? Did he get sucked over right there? Oh my God.
Backdoor just chose E mile down to get sucked over. You see that? That was pretty radical.
Yeah.
Talk about getting chosen.
He got chose.
He got chose, all right. He got chose to pedal all the way around. But yeah, that's the chosen one right there. But yeah, I mean, it's the ocean. It's the most powerful thing on this planet. I mean, it's the reason ocean covers most of our planet Earth, and just to show the power of it,
so thick.
it just doubled up and said, "Come here," sucked him right in.
Wow, it looked like he thought he just made it out the back of that thing, and he was the wave was like, "No, wait, I'm not done."
Guess what doesn't count at pipeline?
What?
Almost doesn't count at pipeline. And he almost made it through that.
Should we add it to horseshoes, atomic bombs, and pipeline?
I guess, but horseshoes, I don't think you still don't get no points for almost, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, like that's the saying. Almost.
Horseshoes and hand grenades.
Right. Yeah. Right.
And duck diving at pipeline.
Yeah, on the inside at pipeline, especially backdoor on a day like today.
Well, that being said, we have some sets out the back. We have Imai Kalani DeVault in blue, Kaoli Vast in black, Noah Beshen of the legendary Beshen Surf family, and Craig Anderson in white. Well,
yeah.
I'm really eager to see what these guys are going to do in this heat, because there's 10 minutes left. Each of them need a score. And I think one big score puts these guys in contention to maybe break into the top 4.
Well, like we said, you know, I mean, if you average 2 7s, I mean, that gets you with the sum of all the scores from the judges, because that's the criteria. That's what's going to put you into that 40-point mark. So if you get a 7, that's 21. You get 2 of those, that's 42. And right now, the leader has 41. I think that's Balaram. And then everyone's just shy of that. Like, here we go. Here's the current standings. Balaram's at 41.9. Billy Kemper, 38.9. Aton, 32.9. And Emeos is at 32.10. So there is a bit of tactics you can do. And here we go. Ando finding his rhythm. He's catching a lot of waves today. That's, you know, again, just got to feel good to get on your board.
Maybe a little too stylish. Gotta, maybe, you know.
Is that a thing?
I'm not sure. Well, I know it is. I know it isn't a thing. High scoring wave in this heat. So I'm sure these guys are looking to better these scores. I mean, yeah, they're having fun out there, I guess. I mean, $100,000 on the line. You got to really, you know, set your goals for what you want to accomplish out here. And I really think that there's competitors out there that aren't here to play games. They're here for the cash to feed their families, and some of the other guys are just here to have fun. So it's great to see, you know, the different styles, the different approaches here at Pipeline, just like we see the different faces of Pipeline. Everybody's here with their own goal in mind, enjoying themselves, and I think that's the wonderful thing about surfing is you don't have to be a certain way. You can express yourself however you want, and everybody loves it.
That's right. I mean, that's why we all have fallen in love with it, because you can go out there and interpret the ocean and interact with it however you see fit. And, you know, there's days where you're in sync with everything that's going on, whatever that is. Like, it's hard to even put words to that connection. But it's cool when you see someone do it and it, you know, they're just feeling it. I think there's a lot of feeling that goes into this. It's, you know, somewhat, I guess you could compare it to an art. It's an art form. You know, it's a lot of things to a lot of different people, which is so cool.
Well, talking about choosing what you want to do and how you want to surf, let's throw it down to Mahina Florence to see what the contest directors are choosing to do for the rest of the day.
Yes, thank you, Makua. I just finished talking to Nate Fletch, who is our contest director, and I have an update for you. So we're going to complete men's heat 5 of round 2. We're then going to switch to the women, and for the women, we're going to run 5 heats, so 1 completed round. Then we're going to go back to the men's heat 6, and we're going to finish all of the heats through 10, completing the men's round 2 of competition today. So again, we're going to finish heat 5, and then we're going to switch to the women's, do 1 full round, that's 5 heats, and then we're going to switch back to heat 6 and complete the men's for a full round of 2 days of competition for the men.
Well, there you heard it, everyone from Mahina, Florence. Thank you so much from the most beautiful Mahina, Florence, down there on the beach. She just told us what the rest of the day looks like. Dylan, what do you think about the women surfing, the format, and how we get to share with them today?
Yeah, it's just an awesome opportunity for everyone here. I mean, it's pumping pipeline. I spoke to a few of the women this morning. They seem really psyched. You know, there's some crazy backdoor waves on offer, and they're going to get a really nice window as the tide starts to bottom out and things start to figure itself out. So it's going to be exciting to watch the women go for it and have their chance at winning their $100,000, because it's equal pay for both sides. It's insane. I love seeing this. I love seeing women get this equal opportunity as men, and it's been a long time coming.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that adds up and is equal is when you get 3 10s on the board, you get 30 points. And I think that's what these men are looking to do, especially the men in the first 5 heats, because after that, the conditions are going to change. Strategies are going to change. Boards are going to change. They're going to see what the women do, how the waves, you know, what face Pipeline puts on, get back out there after this. But right now, in the water, Imai Kalani has a 14.4 and a 6.7. Kauli Vass has a 11.8 and an 8.3. Noah Beshin has a 16.3 and a 2.8. Craig Anderson has a 7.8 and a 4.0. You see Noah Beshin there. If Noah Beshin gets a wave up in the 25-point range, he's up in the finals. So is Imai.
He might not even need that much. But still, you're looking for, you know, with this format, you're looking to go big. Like, you're not necessarily competing against the people in your heat. You're competing against every competitor in this event. So you came to play. You came to get a good one. And here we go. Oh, ooh, here we go. There's some, people are starting to feel the rounds here. It's coming to an end. I mean, there's 5 minutes left in this heat, and that was a score.
He's going to lean a lot more than that to get to the finals.
Yeah, I agree. It's not going to, I wouldn't put it in that range, but you know, it's a good attempt, and with time, you know, with 5 minutes, that's not a lot of time at Pipeline. And Ando was out the back on that one. He kind of chipped in, but Noah, you know, had to do his thing as well.
Noah's Ark came tearing through. Oh, got this one. I'm not sure what you call that. That's like thank you.
They should have gone doubles. That would have been sick. I mean, like, if both of them get barreled, I don't know. That would kind of add to the score.
I mean, it's not tax season yet, is it?
So if 2 people stand up and ride, 3 judges' scores, do you then combine those scores? Is that what that happens?
I'm not sure.
Is that what happens?
Oh, if 2 people ride the same wave, someone's getting interference. But, you know,
and what if they both
Craig
make it?
Kicked out before,
could they make a change in
Craig
the
kicked
criteria?
Out before he made it to Noah Beshin, so I feel there's no interference there. But
maybe next year that can be added in. It's like, hey, all right, if you drop in on someone and you both make it, then you both get a score.
Ooh, I'm not sure. Let's see. Here we go. Interference rule. Should a surfer interfere with or drop in on another surfer, the interfering surfer will lose half of their top wave score. The penalty sticks with a surfer throughout the event. And I'm reading this off of your screen. If you're not seeing your screen, I'll read it to you. Even if they get their best wave before or after, the interference is called. And this is a long one.
I'll help you out. If such a surfer receives an interference...
It doesn't even matter. If you drop in on the guy...
It's a lot of rules.
If you drop in on the guy, you're getting triangle. They used to call it a triangle back in the day.
That's right.
Basically, a triangle on your scorecard.
What all these words are saying is you don't want to get an interference.
Yeah.
It's gonna, because you're probably not going to make it, especially with guys, you know, having a clean slate, getting 2 top scoring rides. You want to have the best shot at getting into, you know, around that 40-point range. Ideally, you want to score a 60.
This is like some long contract when it can just say, like, don't drop in top weight, you lose your top weight.
Yeah, but thanks to the team for providing our viewers with some info there.
And even educating us, because we didn't know exactly what was going on.
That's true.
But it looked like Craig was in front of him anyway.
That's
Noah
right.
was deeper.
Noah was deeper. and he got the wave, and he was in it. He did well to try to stall. It's just he was going so fast on the wave. I'm not sure. They both could have been even deeper. There was a chip in back there, maybe that if
that
someone,
wave just wasn't good.
Maybe it wasn't good. Yeah, kind of.
You know what I mean?
You're right. It didn't really offer that much opportunity.
That was not winning the 100,000. Sorry.
No, but that'll replace his second score. Like his score did go up a little bit, but that doesn't do much for him trying to get into the final.
Here he goes, right here.
Which is the
Let's
goal.
see it. This one might even change the situation more.
Here we go.
Going back, nah.
Ouch. Yeah. Yeah. There's still.
I'll tell you what, the boy is not
going on.
It's not because of a lack of effort. This boy is charging. He's catching plenty of waves. He's trying to give himself the most opportunity. And on any given day, this is an event. That's why, you know, on any given day, Noah Beshin is one of the best surfers on planet Earth out here. And right now, it's just showing you that, you know, it's a hard.
Yeah.
You know, they're dealt a hard hand today. It's not the easiest pipeline and backdoor to surf. We can sit in here and talk all we want about it, but to actually be out there and perform, it's a different story.
For sure. I mean, you saw right there, he needs a 15.9. So basically, he needs, is that a 6? What? That's a high 5, basically. So that's not too hard for him to do. I think if that backdoor wave would have cooperated, I think it could have put him in that.
I mean,
in that realm.
Cody's first wave would have been in the sevens.
Yeah, definitely. That would have been at 7 if he found a little exit there. So yeah, it's definitely no small feat today. I mean, Noah also, I want to throw props to his year. He's had a great year. That ride at Chopes earlier. Here we go. Wow, Imai on a late one. Wow.
Good air.
Amazing.
Come on, you're not done yet.
Oh yeah.
Come on.
Imai's got it all. Wow, that was crazy.
You ended up pulling on the barrel on the right there.
Almost double barrel snap right there.
That would have been so sick if you pulled that off.
Damn, that's on that, you know, that was on the crazy sandbar that's built up. Like, so basically the whole beach, or most of the beach that was in the sand that was on the beach yesterday is right where Imai just hit that section. So that was nuts. That was a crazy drop. What'd you think of that ride, Makua?
Sick one.
Yeah, that might put him in the top 4 because he's got one from yesterday.
Today there's.
That was a buzzer beater.
If you're judging the day, I mean, you can't, you know, compare it to yesterday. I mean, you can't get deeper than that. Riding on the foam ball, coming out, and.
Damn, that was crazy. That angle really showed how deep he was.
I'm telling you right now, that snap at the end, if he would have pulled that off, this score would have been well into the excellent range. But right now, for the day, that's definitely a score. I mean, you've seen waves that didn't look as deep, or you know, get some pretty good scores. So we'll see what the judges think about that.
So if you're on the panel, what are you giving that, Makua?
Probably give that a 6.
Okay. So he needs a 17.8. That would do that. That would give, you know, if every judge gave him a 6, then he's at 18 points.
Because he didn't stall. It was all.
Yeah, that was a critical drop.
When it looked like he stalled, is because
a 6.
He was in the turbulence and he was just trying to fight through getting through that drop. So it kind of
I
stalled
might have even thrown it a 7 if I was on the panel.
Well, that's why we're not on the panel and we're here.
Well, you know, we can have an opinion. We can say what we think here.
I got 6. You got 7.
Yeah, we'll see how we stack up against the professionals. But yeah, here we go. Here's a replay. I mean, it was just critical. That drop was insane.
That was a sick, thick little nugget right there.
Yeah, that thing was angry.
Right here.
Yeah.
Right there. That little. You see that chatter, and then he's riding on the foam ball right there. And he liked it.
He couldn't have been deeper, so.
No chance he would have got smoked if he was deeper.
Yeah, so he did everything right. And had he rode out of that.
Like a Johnny Boy hack.
That was psycho. Yeah, ode to Johnny Boy Gomes right there. It would have been insane to see someone like Johnny in this comp.
I mean, I've seen Johnny in this comp many times.
Well, I mean,
the Pipe Masters.
Right, not that he hasn't had a Pipe Master before, but in this, like with this format, like the turns he would do, he's channeling.
He's in the top 4 right now.
Oh, he made it.
He made it to the top 4.
See, okay, so you know, maybe we should give ourselves some props as judges.
Well, let's see. What did he get? 30. Oh, he's
37.
Up there.
All right,
he's
that put him in the 3rd place.
Wow.
So with his wave yesterday and that last one, that was enough to make the cut. And yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see him do some more surfing, because I feel like he hasn't even tapped into his true potential yet. He's such a dark horse. He always does that. Like, he's got the craziest style, and he just always seems to kind of like, humbly perform.
We thought 6, you thought 7, and judges almost thought 8.
Wow, there we go. So we're lowballing. Damn. Well, it's hard. I mean, the judges do have their work cut out for them. Like, thinking about an entire field of people.
Our leader up and riding, Dylan.
All right, yeah. The ball is still holding down first place from his performance yesterday. I mean, that wave from yesterday was definitely one of the standouts. He always seems to be he has a good rapport here with Pipeline. I don't know what's going on, but he's got a pretty cool connection with this wave.
Yeah, Balaram puts a lot of time in out here. He stays here. Stays right at the Volcom house right next door, and all he does is surf Pipeline pretty much. I don't really see him surfing anywhere else. Lonnie's here or there if there's a north swell. But if there's waves, and there's waves at Pipeline, Balaram's out there. And it just goes to show, in the backdoor shootout, in Pipe Masters, whatever it is, any contest format, he doesn't matter. Balaram is right there banging with the best of them.
Hell yeah. Yeah, back ball, hard.
He's just one of those tough New York guys that come from the East Coast and, come over here and ain't afraid to get their, hands dirty at some of the best waves in the world and then put it on the line.
Hell yeah. Yeah, hats off. Hats off to everyone who gets a good one out here. It's not easy. Speaking of the backdoor shootout, what are the differences from that event to this event?
Oh, there's so many differences. I mean, the basic format is along the same lines, but, you add up all the scores. There's a finals here. There's, we surf maybe 6 times throughout our event, and I think these guys are surfing twice maybe. And, most of our events, we get at least 4 chances, 3 to 4 chances. It's just, it's its own format now. It takes, homage in some parameters from, the backdoor shootout and Eddie Aikau style. No one loses. You surf twice. You add up your scores. And we're just, here today with a twist.
Yep.
And don't go away, you guys. We have 25 minutes and 20 seconds left. Round 2, Heat 4. We'll be right back with the VANS Pipe Masters.
On eBay later tonight, we'll see. Not sure, but no, just kidding. Those are memorabilia keepsakes for sure. A lot of sentimental value coming down here to watch live on the beach. Toes in the sand. Some vitamin D in December. This is our lovely winter weather on the North Shore that we have to endure every season. I know it's tough. We manage. We make it. But it was quite chilly this morning. I had to bust out my beanie and my sweatshirt. It was like 74. It's so cold. That's cold for North Shore. Coastline. Down near the ocean. Of course, Hawaii, we have much cooler temperatures. We have snow on the Big Island, on Mauna Kea. If you go high up enough of elevation, you can find cold weather for sure. But
and we are back at the VANS Pipe Masters here on the North Shore of Oahu, Hawaii, and in the water we have heat number 3.
We had a taker come out.
Oh, heat number 4, excuse me.
Oh, heat number 4, yeah. So who do we got here?
We have Eli Hanneman in red,
that was
Jackson
Eli.
Bunch in blue, Balaram Stack, our heat and competition leader in white, and in black, Yago Dora. And that last wave you have on your screen, Eli Hanneman, and I hear some screams behind me. What's going on?
Yeah, sounds like someone got one. Looks like Yago got a sweet one. Wow, that was deep. Yeah, I'm such a fan of this guy. Wow.
Whoa,
no way.
Finally we got one. Yeah.
That was sick.
10
All right.
points for the first one. He's got $500 cash.
I mean, that was pretty deep too. I mean, it was a good combo of the two. I'm curious to see where this goes in the scale. You know, I know they're trying to push progression, but I don't think it's gonna. You know, it's definitely not something that's gonna be like, oh, you do it. You know, you did an error, so it's. You know, it's going to be significantly higher. I think, you know, the tube is still going to be a large portion of that score. And this was the first air of the event. But for Iago, and I guess you can't really look at it like that, but, I mean, that was crazy.
I mean, yeah, look at him weaving through this barrel. I know it got tight. He got up there and he came out, and he is exploring the of what is possible with an air to finish your move. But we have Mahina Florence on the beach once again. Mahina, who do you have for us?
Yep, I'm with Imai. Imai, you had the highest score in your heat, and currently I believe you're sitting 4. How'd your heat go, and tell us how you're feeling?
Yeah, I'm just really happy I found one wave. I was out there like hunting the rights because I saw such sick rights all morning. I really wanted to find a right, so yeah, like finding a left wasn't in my game plan, but I'm just happy I got a score because I just want a chance to surf again. So hopefully I can stay there, but long day ahead.
Exactly. And with that said, I know we're standing here watching the heats, and you're currently sitting in 4th, but that can change.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you Oh, you're third. You're third.
I think
Sorry,
I'm
third place.
now,
Yep.
but it could change. Like I think Iago just got a good wave; he could move up. So yeah, I'm just nothing I can do now, but just watch and enjoy and. You know, regardless if I move out or not, like I'm just stoked to be here and have opportunity to surf at Pipe.
Awesome. And then we saw that maneuver at the end. With the format, would you have done that in like a normal contest?
Probably not. No, I was. That section was so gnarly. I wish I would have had like a little chance to try an air or something, but I just like they were awarding like, you know, just charging yesterday, so figured I'd at least try to hit it.
Awesome. And then what were the conditions out there today during your heat versus yesterday when you surfed?
Yeah, it was actually, I feel like I had a similar heat both days, like a lot of kind of wash throughs and like not many really good ones. And yesterday there weren't really any rights, and today I was like really hoping to get it right, but yeah, you just got to adapt at Pipeline, you know, it's always changing.
And then did you change up your board setup that you had, or did you have the same setup?
Yeah, I actually went a little smaller today because I thought I was going to be trying to find some like double up backdoor waves. Yesterday I rode a 6.8. Today I dropped down to a 6.6. So yeah, it felt good though.
All right. Thank you so much, and we'll catch up with you hopefully in a final.
Yeah.
Back to you, boys.
Thank you, Mahina. And we have Iago up on another screamer, trying to come through and break through that doggy door, but unfortunately it goes down. Beautiful scores for Iago. He's up in 3rd place, right below Billy Kemper, and I think that pushes Imai down to 4th. And I don't think anybody's really safe up there right now. The scores are coming in. I mean, Iago, what does Iago need? He needs to better a fraction of the score, even just to jump ahead of Billy. And if he gets one more good one with 19 minutes left, he could jump to 1st.
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible out there today. You know, it's one of those days that someone, you know, just could get that magic. We still haven't seen a 10-point ride, and I think, you know, today, more than yesterday, I think it's possible. There's a ton of opportunity. We're starting to see Pipe turn on. Like you heard Imai say, he was kind of thinking in his mind backdoor, and then, you know, I mean, if a wave comes and it looks good, you have to go. He went left, got the score. Now he's in the top 4.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can see the Eli Hanneman was paddling for a tiny wave earlier I seen, and I was wondering if he's trying to, you know, really explore the option of one big air, because we know he can fly, and some of those sections over there could put you up into that excellent range. You know, we do have a different judging criteria like we have on screen, commitment and degree of difficulty, and that's barrel or aerial. You know, combination of major maneuvers. You know, even if it's not a combination, you do one massive air, it's got to be a factor. And we have style, obviously, which all of these guys have their own style. Creative self-expression. I mean, you want to do a headstand front flip before you get in the barrel, go right ahead. Wave selection is key no matter what surfing event you're in. And right now we have some beautiful waves on offer. Look at this double up coming in. Wow.
I mean, that's the zone. That's just the scary zone right there. I mean, look at that explosion. Like, that would ruin your day.
If there was a boogeyman, that would be the boogeyman.
Exactly. Those are monsters.
Talk
right
about
there.
boogeyman.
Here
Look
we
at this
go.
guy.
My God.
Is he coming out? Oh,
No way.
I thought that thing was going to stay open.
He's on a good one. He's had 3 waves in the last 5 minutes. That's a crazy ratio for a day like this. I mean, he's huffing and puffing. Looks like he broke his leash or board.
You can't catch too many of those kind of waves at Pipeline and not expect some part of your equipment to fail.
Right.
Well, that being said, him and Balaram really push each other. Those guys are staying together. They're, same sponsor. And whoa, Hawaiian Water Patrol doing a little right-hand turn. Oh, no. No, they got it. That's no worries. Hey, they got to get in the scores too, you know what I mean?
That's right. I mean, that was kind of to the criteria. They're getting their boogie on.
Riding the foam ball, It's about as deep as you could have got on a jet ski.
That's true. Good job, team. Going back to the criteria, though, I think it's interesting. I think a lot of people have taken it like, we want to see airs and that's all we want to see. It's never, the air is never going to replace a heavy barrel, especially at Pipeline, but it's just more to sort of promote that progression and get these guys, kind of giving them more incentive to go for something at the end of the barrel.
Well, I mean, if you come out of a barrel like that, what is going to trump that? Air, I don't care what you do.
True.
The ultimate goal is a 10-point ride at Pipeline. So, I mean...
Right.
And, he was coming. Yeah. If that thing stayed open, I think he had a chance to come out. But there he is talking to Joao Chianca, who will be coming up later on in this event. And teammate, get out there, get your sweatpants wet. It's all good.
It's a good warm-up.
You got to get your boy. I wonder if you put wax on that board. That thing's looking a little shiny.
Hopefully, Joao hooked him up. Yeah, but, these guys...
Was that wax or was that soap? Shots!
Man, that'd be cruel. But, I mean, Yago's such a freak. I wouldn't be surprised if he stayed on his board regardless of the wax or soap. That's how talented that guy is. If you really think about it,
Dane Kealoha's brother, Michael Kealoha, used to use a little bit of wet sandpaper, no wax.
What?
Oh, yes. Facts.
So he would just sandpaper his board?
A little bit of wet sandpaper, surf, no wax.
Okay, what are we talking here, theory-wise?
I don't know. That is just Kanaka terminology. That's just how. I mean, brother never need wax. He had sticky feet, I guess.
Damn.
Maybe it was like a gecko, never didn't need wax.
Whoa, that's crazy.
One of the best surfers there was, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I mean, the Kealohas were iconic out here. Definitely helped pave the way for what we're doing today.
You want to talk about backdoor? You can't talk about backdoor without Dane Kealoha.
Yeah.
Dane Kealoha, the way he just put his arm in that wave and just that Hawaiian power he had was, second to none. Especially at that time, in history in the surf world, he was the king out there. And aloha, Uncle Dane, if you're watching, thank you for paving the way for every one of these surfers.
That's
and
right.
What they do out there at Backdoor. And right behind him, guys like Johnny Boy Gomes, Mahalo Brada, if you're watching as well. We got to shout out. We got to shout out
Bertelman?
the OGs.
Larry Bertelman.
Bertelman.
Got to throw him in there. I mean, iconic. Style master. Guru. We were watching clips of him going switch.
Buttons.
Buttons,
laying back in the barrel.
My gosh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, those guys definitely are the reason why we're here today talking about, guys doing airs and coming out of barrels. I mean, those guys would have been thinking like that. I mean, that was the thinking for them to get the rides that they got, in their time.
We can't talk backdoor without Sonny Garcia either.
That's true. Right? I was just going to say what his quote about, coming to Hawaii and, the kittens and lions section that they used to do, I think that was just so spot on, because it really exposes people for, what kind of surfer you are. You come to Hawaii, you look like a kitten. Well, you better step it up.
I like that one. What about Herbie Fletcher's up and riding? What is this? Oh, it's Jackson Bunch.
Yeah.
Nice, beautiful wave. I almost thought that was Coley from the last seats. I'm still in Heat 3.
Time's flying by here. We're having fun.
Jackson Bunch up and riding. But that being said, Herbie Fletcher's wipeout parts.
Yeah, those were iconic. I mean, the Wave Warriors videos, definitely inspiring to our generations. Like, I'm sure Jackson was all about the Wave Warriors, and that's him doing his impression right there.
Oh, I mean, he's doing his little Uncle Derek Ho impression, you know what I mean? Michael Ho, talk about backdoor. What about just last winter? Uncle Mike at 64 years old, blowing all of us away on that one.
Man, I mean, those guys just love surfing, and it shows. I mean, you're not taking off on a wave like that in your 60s unless you just absolutely love it.
I mean, who else is doing that besides him?
No one. I mean, shout out to Uncle Mike too. So I was doing my homework before this event because I wanted to, revisit all the Pipe Masters, and that 82 win from Uncle Mike was psycho. So broken arm. I met up with Eric Arakawa the other day, and he shaped the board he was riding, and he said they put Astrodeck on his cast and on the rail of his board, so it didn't slip off when he was grabbing rail.
Oh yeah, he won the contest with a broken arm.
Yeah.
And you put Uncle Mike out there right now with these guys, with the way that it is, with all this backdoor, I wouldn't doubt if he got into the top 4 either. But
I wouldn't doubt if he tried an air.
Our leader just cruising for a bruising. You got to be careful doing that, because sometimes when you get too relaxed on those wipeout on those closeout sections, a lot of people tend to pinch their back because they get real stand up and straight and the wave clamps like that. You've seen a lot of people get hurt just kind of posing for that end section, and a lot of people coming out scrapes, bruises. I mean, you've seen earlier broken chin, cuts on the chin, scrapes on the hand, and that was not during a wave. That was during paddling back out, jumping off in that section right there.
Well, I think you see Pipe, from the beach is one thing. Doing something like this and, being ball around right here, you're tripping. When you hit that explosion, you're like, you're ready for anything to happen. You're bracing for, the worst. And then when you pop up and are able to paddle back out, you're stoked. But
talk about stoked. These guys are on a mission right now. Nobody's letting anything go by. And
Ballarup's still hanging on to the lead right now in first place with his 2 waves from yesterday. So he put on quite a performance, and it's cool to see him do his thing, and it'd be rad to see him in the final. It's looking, I mean, we're almost halfway through the round. Next heat will put us at the halfway mark, so he's got to be feeling pretty confident he's going to make it into that top 4 at this stage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at what do we have on screen here? Is this Balaram again?
Yeah, he's just having fun.
He's in the lead. I mean, his lead is not really threatened by any means right now.
I'm feeling air. Oh! Yes.
Even if he made the air, I don't think that could have been over 5 points. But, I mean, it was a cool look. Right?
I think he's in the gathering mojo mode still. He
better save that mojo, because he does have a final coming up. Possibly.
Maybe he's in mojo.
Possibly. We still have a lot of surfers to go, so we can't talk too soon here, because I've definitely put my foot in my mouth a few times talking too soon on things. And but
that's true. Well, that's gonna happen.
is definitely in the lead now, and he's looking good. But we do have a lot of great, excellent Pipe Masters coming up as well. So I mean, anything can happen. You still have 5 more, 6 more heats of men coming up. We still have to finish heat 5 of round 1, which will be featuring none other than Noah Dean right here up on your screen. Up next, we have Koa Smith in red, Robbie McCormick in white.
Wait, why is
Jamie
Noah in that jersey?
O'Brien and Rio Weirdo. Whoa, what's going on here? No, that's the wrong heat.
I think that's the wrong heat. Okay.
Heat 5 is Cole
viewers.
Rothman, Baron Mamiya, Noah Dean, and Shane Sykes.
Okay.
Oh, that was a psych right there.
Yep.
Psych.
Next heat. Psych. It's Shane Sykes who's in the next heat. Yeah.
That's who's in the next heat. Baron Mamiya, my brother.
Nice.
Koa Rockman.
Yeah, he got a good one yesterday.
Oh.
What'd you think of Koa's ride?
I thought his wave was beautiful. I think he needs a better one today. That's what I think.
Yep. Yeah, he still needs another score. And yeah, as we keep saying, you're kind of looking to get around that 40-point mark. So I think it's probably on his mind and every other competitor that still has a heat. You're looking at a day like today. I feel like there's more opportunity for huge scores.
Talk about opportunity. I see a set on the horizon. Opportunities are coming these surfers' way. Let's see who can capitalize on this set and if it shapes up to be a good wave.
Yep. Time will tell as these sets are rolling in. The swell is still solid. I mean, what did you check the buoys or anything this morning?
Yes, the buoys are going up and down all day, all year, for sure.
That's a guarantee. There's
the tide is going up and down
in the ocean.
The sun will rise and the sun will set. We hope.
Yeah, no, it's there's still, as you're seeing on your screen, plenty of energy. It almost to me has that look today. That it's, you know, gonna be good all day. So I'm just gonna go ahead and throw out that we're gonna run all the way through today. You know, we had some wind come on yesterday afternoon, but I don't know. It feels like something wants to just go down and go big today.
I could tell you did your homework, but guess what? We are gonna go to a break. We're at 7 minutes and 23 seconds left. Round 2, heat 4. We will see you in just a second. Don't go anywhere. Aloha.
He earned 24-point round at Pipeline yesterday. He traveled long and deep in the barrel inside, and it was starting to shut down, and he slid and skirted right underneath, exiting via the doggy board.
And we are back live here on the North Shore of Oahu for the VANS Pipe Masters. And as you've seen on screen right there, I've got my Nathan Florence gear on. I don't know about you, Dylan, but those of you out there that don't have your gear on, get to the VANS website and go get your merch now.
I don't have it on, but I love it. I have all the stuff. I was surfing in his trunks this morning. They fit great. They look great. They did a good job. And it's cool to see someone like Nathan, you know, get that opportunity, get his collection going. It's a cool thing that brands can do to help prop up their riders, and yeah, hype to see. So yeah, unfortunately Nate didn't get the performance he was looking for here, but we all know how gnarly he is, and it's cool to see. You know, that just shows how gnarly Pipeline is, and Pipeline doesn't care what kind of year you've had or, you know, who your sponsors are. It's gonna do what it wants to do, and you gotta adapt.
Oh yes, you do, because she will definitely force you to adapt. And like you said, it doesn't really matter what you've done or who you are, what your name is right now. The main focus is on Pipeline and what she is going to provide, and if these surfers can capitalize and put out the performances that are going to be worth, you know, $100,000, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we've seen it time and time again over, you know, the last however many winter seasons. You know, if you're up to the challenge and you got what it takes to take off on one of these bombs, you could end up getting wave of the winter, or if it's in a heat, you know, I mean, you could get a 10, and that's what all these guys and girls are after. You know, and we are kind of winding down in this heat. We're in round 2, heat 4, with Balaram Stack, Yago Dora, Jackson Bunch, and Eli Hanneman.
Well, we might be winding down, but the surf is definitely not on the way down. It is looking like winding up. A set's coming in, and I hope these guys are paying attention, because right now they only have 3 minutes and 53 seconds left. There's no time to play. The next set that comes in has to be a score that gets put on the board that tries to move you up into the finals. And we have on screen right now, we have on screen the queen, Carissa Moore. the ambassador of Aloha to the world right now, Olympic champion, and she is about to go out there, and I think she'd be really excited to see how the rights are today. What do you think, Dylan?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as soon as I saw her on screen. I'm like, oh, she's got to be feeling good that it's, the rights are kind of fired up today, because she's thrown down on the rights over the last few years. She's the last 2 years she's been she's won the VANS digital triple crown, and won the backdoor event, or the pipe location, both times. So she's no stranger to it out there.
Yeah, she's digital's one thing. She's a champ.
Yeah.
She's our Hawaiian ambassador right now. We have Duke Kahanamoku once upon a time, and I really think Carissa right now internationally is on that level for surfing.
100%.
And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a statue of her one day over there in town.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, she's also just such a good human. When you see her, she's always smiling. You always get a good vibe, like, when you see her. You're like, oh, Carissa. She's just, she's the queen.
Well, that's what I mean more than anything. Her surfing really does the talking, but her personality, the way she spreads aloha, and the way she lives it, it really doesn't just talk about it, but shows it every day.
Yep.
Carissa is definitely a role model for myself and a lot of other Hawaiians, and a lot of people around the world as well.
Indeed. Yeah, excited to see her surf. What an honor to see her out on a day like this. That's going to be fun. But here we go. Current standings. Balaram stacked, still holding down the top spot. Billy Kemper in second. Iago in third. He replaced the score in this heat, and that bumped him up. And then we saw in the last heat, Imai moved up into that fourth and the qualifying position for that final. So, we had Aton get a crazy wave this morning. That was one of the standouts of today, but he didn't have that backup score, so it wasn't enough for him to maintain one of those top 4 spots. Emeos still hasn't surfed this morning, so he's going to be going out there pretty hungry for a score. Mikey Wright, another standout, super rad to see. Ivan is going to surf again today also. Harry had a crazy one. Yeah, I mean, and then Mikey, who still hasn't surfed again. So there's still plenty of shifting that can happen, just like these sandbars. The shifting sands.
Look at this guy.
Oh, you like
Look
that?
at this guy. Straight up super pro. I lead for an hour. That was a vet maneuver.
Well, talk about shifting. We are going to be shifting broadcasters for the next heat. Myself, Makua Kai Rothman, Dylan Graves, will be signing out in 45 seconds. But nevertheless, we have Dr. Cliff Kapono and Salema Masakela.
I wish I had like a professor status to go with the doctor.
That's what I said. I mean,
you folks have PhDs and other things in life.
We are now students.
Barrels,
we're learning.
Waves.
PhD, pretty huge debt.
Teach us, master.
Hey, how about, I know you guys have probably been talking about it, but how about the shifting of this leaderboard?
Yeah,
it's definitely
just like
shifting.
hanging on for dear life.
What about the revolving door?
What about the shifting of the lineup? Check that out.
Wow, we got, it looks, is that Waimea River mouth?
No, that's Pasquale's. I mean, Porto? No, that's Pipeline.
Damn, you see, I mean, that's what can happen out here. There's so much water. There's still a lot of swell. So, yeah, you definitely got to be on your toes out there and shifting and adapting to what Pipeline's offering you.
A river runs through it.
A river?
I had to do something for that shifting sandbars.
He's stunned, Makua was stunned on that one.
I was thinking he's going to say some of these guys are going to be crying me a river. They didn't get the score. I'll leave you guys to this next heat. Aloha, you guys. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Yeah, boy, smile.
Yeah, legends.
Good times. Oh, let me unclip you. There you go. And we're back. Cor Rothman, Baron Mamiya, Shane Sykes from South Africa, and Noah Dean from the QLD. Here in Heat 5, Round 2, Magic Day here at this historical new format at the VANS Pipe Masters. And as you can see, friends, it's just picture perfect. Obviously the many faces that we're seeing of Pipeline today true challenge for our surfers. The women on deck, they are chomping at the bit to get out there. We saw some of them huddling. There you see Carissa Moore.
Bethany Hamilton. Uncle Herbie Fletcher. Legends. Everyone legends on the beach. Oh, they're getting ready to get out right now.
Yeah, getting fired up.
Yeah, this is going to be insane.
They've demanded getting out there.
Riss is probably frothing on the back door right now.
Oh, for sure.
How's that, Mike? All good?
Yeah. And I mean, Bethany, I mean, the manner in which she just charges out here, throws herself over any ledge she can.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. She has really great mentorship too. You know, that's something too that I think people don't realize. It's not, you know, some of these people go out, just figure it out. And then some people ask for perspective. And Carissa is definitely one of those people, whether it's reaching out to like Pancho Sullivan, Jamie O'Brien, you know, and we even seen people like Italo reaching out to back Dorian, Shane Dorian. You know, there's something to be said about trying to get some inside information about these waves. It could go a long way.
It looks irrecognizable out there today. In this moment right now, there's the way there's so much water shifting and running.
There's insane backdoor ones coming in. It's just if you want to deal with the doggy door at the end. Oh, look at that rip.
Reverse rip from yesterday.
Yeah.
Or even from earlier, right?
Yeah.
Opposite direction.
Yeah, everyone is guaranteed. It'll pass through, though, and then it'll get good again. So I know Josh Moniz yesterday was like, oh, the heat before mine was all ripped out, so we're on for our heat, but it stayed. I don't know.
You know what I saw a moment ago before we came back into the booth? Cole Rothman came up the stairs getting his jersey, and he said, I need to see the leaderboard. Who can give me an up-to-date leaderboard? And he specifically wanted to see what the numbers were for what he needed to do to put himself in the conversation. First person I got to see doing that. So as much as it's, you know, everyone's throwing shakas and good energy and no priority, as we get down in the crunch time here, seeing these shifts for who's going to get a crack at this $100,000, surfers starting to do the math.
It's too. Everyone's kind of setting the tone with every heat. You see, okay, I got to get a little bit better. I got to get a little bit better. People start looking backdoor after Haz's wave. Everyone started looking backdoor, but then you moved over and people started looking back at pipe. You know, after Iago. So it's going to be interesting to see who's doing what in this upcoming heat.
That was really cool to watch Iago's performance. You know, I was sitting with Mikey February earlier, and he's just like, man, he makes it look so easy.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Iago
So
Dora, he's just a great surfer. Like, and Jimmy Kane was saying, oh, if there was more rights on the World Tour, he'd be top 5 contender every year.
That backhand is vicious.
Well, they're just getting cleaned out.
Just wash through festival right now.
Yeah. This is all stacked out the back. This is now the face of pipeline that people get bummed on. It's like, it's easy, you know, from the beach. It's one of those things everyone's like, what, should have went? You know, mind surf it. But when you're out there, you're just like, is this a wave? Is that a wave? Right, left, front door, back door. Too much doors going on.
Many doors and some trap doors.
Big time.
As we saw earlier with Billy Kemper, you know, not even falling on a wave, bailing his board to swim under and getting picked up, pounded into the reef, having the presence of mind to take his hand, put it over his face. We still saw, and he explained in detail, you know, what happened to him. He saw the cut across his neck and his chin. He said, you know, his knee was hurt, his back, and Wood said it so well, you know, that he had the presence of mind to throw his hand.
Yeah.
And we know of countless stories of where people, in just blink of an eye, things change out here. And with these conditions being the way they are, the surfers having to be that much more aware and careful and choosy. The difference between glory and agony is a very, very thin line in these type of conditions here at Pipeline.
And you can see the water just moving. You know, when again, like all this water, you know, these hundreds of thousands of tons of water are being pushed into shore. It has to go somewhere. And like when we see in like Puerto or Pascuales, there's not the reef structure there, so it creates these rips and undercurrents and everything. And you know, the direction of this swell, it kind of seems like it's kind of doing something too. There's not a nice exit for this water, and it's just swirling inside of here. We see like Hawaiian Water Patrol on the skis. They're getting right into action, but it looks like right at Pipe, it's just a big swirl whirlpool. This is not some conditions that I'm sure the competitors want to be in, but it could just open up a moment on the back half of the heat where it could be the best conditions from the day.
As you mentioned earlier, you said you have to go with the food that's being served.
Eat what get.
Eat what get.
Who's this Baron? Little check turn. He's going to try to do something here, maybe. Kick out. Golf clap, golf clap. That's people being generous like that.
I mean, everyone appreciates what the struggle is obvious from the beach, so people are clapping for safety.
Oh yeah. Made it past the poundings. Yeah, it's cool to see in the competitors tent or the on the beach. Everyone is seeing the conditions, and someone makes one. Everyone's erupting. It's full on the beach. The energy is super high here.
We got to be there at the top of the stairs when Imai Duvall came up the stairs, and I mean, people stood up and just you could see the way he received that energy. He was shocked and he was grateful, and you could feel him carry it in his spirit just to be recognized for that battle.
Imai, I'm sure people know who he is, but now I think people are starting to get a glimpse of how intense this kid wants it. And I think he's going to blow a lot of minds next year on the World Tour, but also, you know, just his free serves. He doesn't have to take some of these waves that he's going on, but he's head down sending it. So Imai in number 4 definitely deserving of that right now.
You know, he would like to hold that spot after such a great campaign this last season to make the tour. Imagine being able to add Pipe Master.
I mean, as a Hawaiian person, that, you know, Kanaka Maoli, having that ancestors in this land, that means a lot. And something too, maybe we don't think about when we look at these sands, is our people buried our bones, the most sacred part of our body and existence, into the sand. So these are burial grounds which these multi-million-dollar houses exist on. It's not just party time. And hopefully the world can understand and appreciate that this is our graves and our temples at the same time. So when we come here, I think it's just important to just give that appreciation if possible. And it's not just a place to park your tent, but a place to also give a bit of reverence to this place we call Hawaii. Shane. Backside.
Shane, psyching.
Kind of ahead of it, but kind of turned into the whitewater.
Built like a brick house.
Yeah, Shane was spending a bit of time down in Kendui's this summer, I believe. So he's pretty tuned up for some barrels.
Mm-hmm. You know, speaking to that to the legacy and the Hawaiian pride and appreciation, we talked responsibility and relationship with the ocean. We had that conversation with Pua earlier. What would it mean for a Hawaiian to be able to retain as we stand by?
Baron pulling the closeout, just trying to get on the board.
Yeah. What would it mean, especially in this new invite format, right, where we have the field is Hawaiian and then this international field? What in this very new progressive, almost like a experiment, the next sort of phase and future of what it means to be a pipe master? What would it mean for a Hawaiian to be able to retain that and bring it back home?
Yeah, I think it's still, if you look at the people who have Hawaiian ancestry here, it's still a minority within professional surfing. So despite, the title of being a Hawaiian in these types of competitions or an ISA or whatever, people that have lineage, direct lineage to the land of this place through 90 generations, it's still, we are a minority within our own homelands. So it still means a lot. And if it is someone like Michael Ho, Derek Ho, Dane Kealoha, these types of people that have led it through that time where we were getting pushed out in the ocean, there's a bit of that still that exists to today. And we want to support everyone from Hawaii, everyone here. We have appreciation, but people like Koa, who are Hawaiian by lineage. No matter how much Celsius drinks he drinks, we still want him to do well.
Scratching.
Newport Noah. Here he goes. Waiting for the barrel?
Yeah, waiting, finding.
There it goes. Oh, epic.
Got a little mini HB there.
He's thinking twice. He's like, yeah, not going back out there. Nas. Yeah, Noah Dean. He talk about a freak of talent, huh?
Can ride anything.
Technical. He's like a technical surfer, I think, what his deal is. Technical barrels, technical airs.
How's this setup?
Bottom turning into this kind of, it was kind of a gamble. I think he was waiting for it, and then he looked back, like, kick back out? No. And then he's like, oh.
Paddle back out? No.
Denied. You coming in, brah. But a stall into kind of the pocket ride out. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be kind of enough to get him into the top, but it's just the confidence. You want to know, I survived backdoor, and now I can get back out and maybe get it on another one, because when it's the unknown and you're just looking right, you're like, is this what's waiting for me inside of there? Needs a 30-plus score. That's like 10s across the board. Multiple. I guess that's like combos. I don't know. You got the math on that?
Well, yeah, that would be 2 waves. He basically needs 2 waves.
Yeah.
Two big wave scores, because obviously 30-plus.
Looks like he's riding a smaller Tokoro too.
We're not averaging scores. We're taking and adding the scores of all 3 judges to make a score for a wave, and carrying those 2 scores into the final.
I wonder if there's any statisticians that are tuning in. I think there's a science community that's kind of getting pulled into this contest. Maybe we can get some math. Is it better to average scores or to just leave them as raw scores and add them up? And is there any bias in the data if you average versus just take raw scores?
Like the difference between dropping high and low?
Yeah.
And averaging, as opposed to what we're doing here, which is taking
just raw numbers. It's raw data.
Numbers.
You're putting it all together.
Yeah, I like this 3 raw numbers thing. I could get used to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just everyone what they feel. But it's interesting too. Are these? How much do judges talk to each other in the judging stand and be like, "What are you going? What am I going?" Or are they isolated? Do you know?
Yeah,
this?
I don't know for here, but one thing that I have noticed is that there hasn't been a big gap consistently. I haven't seen big gaps between scores with these 3 judges, so I don't know what the deal is up there, but it's been pretty close, within a point for most of what we've been watching, as we see Mr.
Aaron Mamiya. Oh, going for next level tricky.
Incapable.
It's turning into kind of a... It's crazy because you would think like, okay, the heat, Noah's leading it right now, or Koa, but you're across the whole playing field. You can't think about who's just in your heat. You got to think
you're
about...
competing. That's what I love about this format. It is, you are competing against the field. You just happen to be out with this group of 4 people.
Yeah.
But it's you against the field, and it takes... What I really, I think, am enjoying the most about this is that it feels very reminiscent of people in the water naturally. Like, it has the feel of what surfing is, without the hassling and jockeying. You're in position, you're going. And as we've been saying the last couple of days, if you try to get cheeky and snake someone, judges are going to dock you.
Yeah, that happened
for
with
unsportsmanlike conduct.
Well, that happened, right? Didn't Noel Beshin get an interference on Craig Anderson?
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I just seen some interference happen.
Okay.
But it's interesting because Craig was kind of out the back on the shoulder, and then Noel was underneath deeper. And in the priority of the lineup, I think it's not so, at a wave like this, it's not so much about position as who you are. Because you could be on the shoulder, fading, and if you're someone higher up in the pecking order, it's your wave. Just paddling for waves can get you into a bit of a confrontation out there if you're not in that hierarchy or pecking order.
Like, why are you even putting your head down and chandeliering the situation?
Yeah, even if you're deeper, it's like, well, you can go behind me if you want.
But
I mean,
if you
not
think
me,
I'm not
but
going.
That's what I've been, from my perspective, like, they are letting me go behind them if I want to.
It looks like our river, for the time being, has ran through, and our surfers getting the chill.
Yeah, now's the time.
Different. You said this thing would run through, and possibly the back half of the heat, we would see some opportunity for it to set up and reset.
Yeah, the runway. It's all about those runways, like we all seen, whether it's a 2-footer or a 10-footer. When that water sucks off the reef or the sandbar and makes it really flat, a nice runway, that's when the magic can happen. Barron staying busy paddling for this one,
having a look for some magic.
Looks like a section, yeah, kick out. Yeah, when you see guys like this who typically know what the wave's going to do before they paddle, going on ones that are closing out, that can show, like, it's not easy out there. They're getting a little bit desperate, to just check it out from the bottom of the wave, not from the top.
Yeah, and how wholly unpredictable it's become. We saw it with Nathan Florence earlier. He had a shocker.
Yeah.
And that's a person who surfs here pretty much whenever it's on.
Yeah, well, that's what, a lot of people from here, and you get your position in the lineup, you get the good ones. So you become so not reliant, but you get used to just surfing the perfect ones. And when it's not perfect, who are the people surfing kind of like junk pipe more? People lower on the pecking order. And when it's junk pipe in a contest, is that an advantage? I don't know, but it's
That's a good point. Not used to having to fight for scraps.
Yeah.
Because you just normally wouldn't go out.
Yeah. Like Koa is like probably just knows where he sits. He wants a good one. A good one came to him yesterday, and now he's waiting for another good one.
And it's funny when we look at the leaderboard and you see Balaram stack at the top. That's kind of how Balaram made his name out here. He cut his teeth on the days when people will be looking from the houses being like, who's that?
Yeah.
And why are they out? Because it's not user-friendly. The chances of something perhaps going wrong are high, but he really took advantage of those windows and really built a relationship with Pipeline in that manner.
And to give credit to guys like Reef McIntosh, to really kind of by the ear pulled him out to those days, when he was kind of younger, and saying, you're coming out with me. And, for those of the people who don't know who Reef McIntosh is, he's a Kauai boy, but again, on that letting go of the rail, he really pushed the Irons brothers to do that type of surfing, which now is kind of like the gold standard in places like Teahupo'o and here at Pipe. Like Reef was one of those first people to really push that, and kind of an unsung hero.
Oh, so many iconic, especially backdoor. Remember the one that he got
Wave of the Winter.
Wave of the Winter.
That thing was, yeah.
In the Chargers, he was wearing the San Diego Chargers board shorts.
Yeah, I mean, Reeve, he's, you watch him paddle out, and it's a day like this morning where it's closing out, washing through, kind of a weird angle, and he paddles right past everyone, way outside, and goes down towards off the wall, and just sits out there somewhere.
Parks
No one knows where he's in, and he's in there, and then he's like, I got a fun one today, and you see it on, it's like, Wave of the Winter.
Where was that thing?
Yeah, it's just insane. Shane. Oh,
not the place that you want to fall.
Oh, did his nose blow out on that thing? His board break?
I just saw a half of a surfboard pop out.
Shane Sykes sending it. I mean, that's what you want to...
I love that the peanut gallery is cheering harder for broken board sends. Just as hard.
Yeah. Hopefully he's all right on that. Oh, Makani, first sight. Water Patrol, Insane Surfer from the west side. Rescuing Shane in the broken board. And holding his leash. Look how good they are. They're like, oh, I don't want to hurt your ankle. Let me hold the leash for you while we're going fast so you don't get it ripped. Your ankle get ripped out.
Looks like he's good.
Yeah, Shane, he's all right. He's going back out there. Gordo, legend. Coming in hard with the extra board. He's still good. Just knifing it, but oh, the board looked like it got sucked up the wave. Vacuum cleaner.
Look at, I mean, this is the perspective, right? You look at it from the front and you're like, oh. Oh my God.
Good charging. Yeah. He's taking a moment. It's like Mikhail, manager from VANS. Go get him, brother.
Take a breath and get back out.
Yeah. Shane Sykes, yeah, good job. That's good effort.
That's that South African resilience built in.
Yeah. Good for him. Well, everyone else is just waiting. Like, oh, he got pounded. Was that a good one? Was that a bad one? Looks like everyone's kind of just waiting for those sets that are coming out the back.
And it goes, you know, we saw it yesterday. You get these long lulls, right, for 15 minutes out of the heat, and then all of a sudden 5 minutes of just super flurry, and everyone's getting big scores.
Totally. Oh, the females.
Oh, we love it.
All right, this is going to be exciting.
There you see on screen, Tati West
Carissa.
and Carissa Moore. Big smiles. We love it. In that heat, joining them. It's Bethany Hamilton Dirks and Bella Nalo from Brazil.
So two people. Well, what is Tati? Is she
Tati's
Brazilian?
Brazilian, but resides here.
Okay, Brazil's versus Hawaii's. All right, Koa looking at it, but let's see what he's gonna do. Nothing going on there. Yeah, Koa, he's
frustrated, huh?
I bet. Like, you know, if you got a line, like he's got a pretty insane spot out there and that he can't take advantage of it, it must be so frustrating. Like, you got the Ferrari, but you're stuck in traffic.
That's a great analogy.
And Shane is just like, I got my moped, I'm watch out. Smash the window, let's go.
And you talked about it earlier, like it's kind of like not knowing better, not knowing too much can give you an advantage in conditions like this sometimes.
Yeah, totally.
Can be to your advantage.
You spend enough time out here, you're going to get hurt. And you can get hurt on a big one, you can get hurt on a small one. And it's kind of rolling the dice. Mikey O'Shaughnessy fell, was it last year, or I think it was the year before winter, I can't remember, but that was just a freak outside rail fall on a backdoor, not even a super intense wave. Wearing a helmet, still concussed, knocked out, you know. And the winter before, it was Dusty, who literally smashed his face, had to get reconstructive surgery. Like, on the beach, everyone was like, didn't know if he was going to come back. And a big mahalo to the lifeguards on duty for bringing him back, but he just, like, it's not even the nutsest ones that you can get the most hurt on. And then you see some people that are just sending it on bombs and coming up unscathed. It's
long list. I mean, I remember the Tamayo Perry wave. Years ago. I mean, you just, the names of people who are standouts out here.
Yeah.
You know, get the shots and the best clips and have that day.
Kalani Chapman. And you see now, like, even Jamie, all these people are wearing helmets. Claude Grace is like, oh, I didn't want to seem too cool to wear a helmet. But he's like, I wear it every time. And there's no shame. Landon McNamara wearing a helmet like his dad Liam. You know, there's people out there that if you opt for it, it's like wearing a seatbelt.
Right.
You want to wear it or not. It's up to you. Chances are low, but if it happens, you're stoked because it will save your life.
Stoked you had it. This Koa looks like he's going to try and get underneath this one.
And you know something, too, that's been coming up with the brain injuries. You know, not even just hitting the reef and concussing, but the repetitive of slams. You know, there's people that maybe are just surfing beach breaks in, like, Porto or Blacks, or, you know, when it just gets really grindy and it just goes flat and you keep falling and your head is slamming, you kind of feel a bit weird after a while. You know, that's all leading up to, as surfers, we should really start looking a lot at this conversation of brain injury and taking care of our head.
Well, taking care of her head, the legend, Bethany Hamilton Dirks, about to make her paddle out. I like the red racing helmet. Always with a smile. Heaviest conditions, always with the biggest smile.
Yeah. Stoked. I mean, she's stoked. I think she's another one that the industry and the marketability of her happiness and her resiliency is just so tremendous, but there's another side.
Oh, yeah.
It's a fierce side that she has that he'll come out, I'm sure, out here today.
Yeah. Don't let the smile fool you.
She's coming for blood. Wow, this heat is kind of dwindling down.
So slow. And hopefully that energy will get shifted over. I mean, Koa's face kind of says it right there. Like,
yeah.
Shocker.
Yeah, he's like, this is silly.
2 minutes to go here in Heat 5. We're at the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. Going to complete this.
Oh, it would be nice if just the last 30 seconds.
Yeah,
like
get a flurry.
Yeah.
Something. We'll yeah. We're going to complete this Heat 5 and then run the women.
Small one.
Insider. That's not the wave that Baron dreamt about last night.
Yeah, people are making sandwiches right now. Bathroom breaks.
I would have been stoked on that wave, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think anyone would be stoked just to get a little barrel today. Maybe people are. Maybe there's people out there like, I got a way nutser wave than Baron today at Pipeline. But Baron definitely has put in so much hours in the dark. Talk about in the dark kind of guy. He's an in the dark kind of person. Stand-up barrels blown out in the dark. No cameras, just people watching.
Crazy. There you see our current standings as we have 5 heats to go in round 2 before we'll be able to select this final. And if things were to end right now,
Baron going for an air.
Oh, Baron definitely setting up.
Oh, at least he's doing the work. That's good for Baron, you know. Recognizing the conditions, trying his best. If there's no barrels, do a big air. Maybe it could get rewarded.
Yeah, you feel for these guys in this heat, especially after some of the waves that we've seen today.
Yeah.
You know that they got fired up. They were like, yes, let's go get some of that for ourselves.
Yeah. Noah finishing it off after the heat.
Well, there we are. Balaram Stack, Billy Kemper, Iago Dora, and Imai Kalani DeVault if things were to end. But remember, 5 more heats to go. And guys like Mikey February would like to have something to say about it. For sure, Amos Zermak as well.
Ivan, J.O.B.
So we ain't done yet. Wonder how many names will stay.
Mason still got a big opportunity.
Oh, Mason for sure doesn't need much. We will head to break and then welcome back in the rest of the team as we reset to kick off the women's portion of the VANS Pipe Pro. We are excited. Stay with us. We'll be back after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the beach in the blue jersey, Mr. Bryant.
Welcome back to day 2 here at Pipeline of the VANS Pipe Pro. Salema Masakela joined with Makuakai Rothman.
Aloha.
Dr. Cliff Capono. Dylan Graves. Mahina Florence. Aloha and welcome everybody as we get a little reset. Challenging conditions here in round 2. We saw so many different faces, and it was impressive to see the way the surfers were able to step up and make do with what they were offered.
Yeah, it started off well, and just straight honesty, it's horrible out there, and the girls have some really tough conditions. I'm being real about it. The girls have some really tough conditions, but they're up to the challenge. They're out there, and the win is them getting out there and showing what they can do in very tough conditions at Pipeline.
Yeah, how tough was it for you to watch your brother in that last heat?
Oh, it was just tough for me to watch this whole event sitting in here. But that last heat was especially tough because not just my brother. We have Baron Mamiya. You have, who else was out there? Noah Dean, Shane Sykes. They didn't even have an opportunity to perform on any excellent waves. There was not one wave that was in excellent range. And it was just, you know, it was a bummer to see those boys not be able to at least have an opportunity to try and get themselves in the top 4.
Yeah. And because outside of the top 4, right, we've got so many memorable waves of people who at least got that opportunity. Obviously, one of the classic ones today was Harry Bryant, right? He got at least, I mean, he was on the beach.
Yeah.
He's drinking a fat tire.
That wave got him, he said. He didn't even really want it. I don't want to go back door. And he's like,
he was chosen.
Like, I was out there, mate, I had to go. You know what I mean? Like, but he was, he set out with the goal of actually getting one good wave, and he did it.
Yeah, he said that's all he wanted for Christmas. He's like, it was one good wave, and it came to him, and he snapped open a tin and is enjoying his championship that he won in getting what he wanted.
Well, now he gets to
for Christmas.
Now he gets to watch the women have their chance to tango with the Pipeline. Mother Pipe.
Yeah, we had some really good insight actually from Jody, who was down there and talked to Carissa and Bethany, and they were super honest. They said, hey, we want to be authentic. We want you guys to call it as it is. We are obviously scared to go out there, but we're going to go. We're going to get ourselves out there, and that is a win in itself.
We've taken a look at Balaram Stack's performance that is still holding up from yesterday, as we've seen a lot of shifting in the leaderboard, but Balaram still.
I mean, that was such a challenging ride. Yeah, definitely a highlight of yesterday. And Billy Kemper today going off.
No, yeah, yesterday, right? This one
was that yesterday?
Yeah, that one was yesterday.
Okay. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, both days super heavy. Billy performing on both days, and definitely, you know, he had a little scuff on his chin, and luckily he got his hand in front of his head earlier. That was cool. Iago's been on Fuego as well.
I mean, Iago Dora making it look so easy.
That was just, no, that's my favorite part right there. The aerial. The maneuver at the end, mixing it up, variation, pulling in. I mean, this guy is, he's no stranger to Pipeline. He's had big results out here, and his surfing suits this guy.
Wants to smile at the end.
Yeah. That's my favorite part.
For sure.
We have here Imai Kalani Default. This is a beautiful wave. This snap at the end, was the one, and right there, just navigating
This
over the
thing.
foam ball.
That was
Talk about a
fucking
magic carpet
Bronco.
ride.
That was turbulent.
Oh, I mean, you
Look
have to
back
look
at
back
it.
and be like, that's right.
Look back at it. They're going to get to know him in 2023 on the championship tour.
We're going to know him right now. He's up in the finals. As
Yeah.
we speak, he's in the top 4. So right now, those were your highlights from the days of competition. And right now, we're going to go into women's in just a second.
What are your thoughts as we take a look at this first heat of Bethany Hamilton-Dirks, Carissa Moore, Bella Nalu, and Tatiana Weston-Webb?
Yeah, I think we might have some more highlights as well coming up here shortly as well.
That's stacked. I think, they got, it's definitely super challenging conditions out there. They're looking at, some changing conditions and an ever-changing pipeline and her many faces. So hopefully it'll swing back to, some of the rides we saw this morning and the ladies can have a crack.
Yeah, all very, very excited. We had Porta Soto up here earlier, and she just was speaking to how much she feels the privilege and honor to be out there today.
Yeah, it's going to be
history.
I don't know too much about Bella Nalu, but that's an opportunity for her to be able to surf with Bethany, Carissa, and Tatiana. Like, these are kind of where there's these opportunities to elevate one's status in professional surfing. So maybe she can do something big.
I want to see Ailan go out there and, put that vast name to the test out here at Pipeline. We've seen Kauli, what he can do.
Yeah.
His sister is, she's ready to charge. I was talking to her the other day. She goes, I'm not scared. I said, whoa, okay, yeah, let's go.
I am.
She was ready to go. So, I mean, the girls are pumped up. Well, who do we have here? We have Laura Enever on our screen.
Super fired up.
Talk about another charger. She's been charging for a while, putting the girl's name on the map at Jaws to Pipeline to wherever it is. And I like the idea of the helmet. The helmet is a very good idea for anybody, not just the women. Keep yourself safe. Those helmets are definitely coming into play.
Helmet, I think she has some body padding going on in the wetsuit. I like what you said at the start, Mahina, about how the girls were saying to you that they don't want special treatment. There you see, I told
Get
you.
this man on the team.
He's on his victory lap.
I cheers him with my coffee today.
He's like, hey, he's got the Fat Tire sponsorship going. What were you saying?
Oh, I said I cheers him with my coffee today. But yeah, to touch back on the women, I think we can't forget the unforgettable Bethany performance that we saw last year, pushing it and really sending it and kind of just blowing our minds. And then we have Carissa Moore. She's our first Olympic women surfing athlete from Hawaii.
Yeah.
So
and gold medalist.
And gold, yep, exactly.
What about the domination of Mrs. Moana Jones Wong? I mean, talk about women's performances. She is just putting the pedal to the metal. I don't think there's anybody else even close to her in that last event.
That run that she went on last year in the qualifier, and then to take out the entire world field here at home. We've referenced it before. If you haven't watched it yet, watch her documentary on Stab. It really puts it into context. So good. Best 30 minutes that you can have with your day outside of watching the event today. But it's just such a cool, well-rounded out field. Obviously, we've also got Coco Ho, and we've got Tyler Wright. I mean, it's a who's who.
What do we know about the format for the women? Is this format the same as the men's?
2 rounds. Ask and you shall receive.
Hey.
There you go. 10 and 10. We're going to go 2 rounds, and with the top 4 advancing to the final. The exact same $100,000 up for grabs.
There's actually a lot more than $100,000 up for grab for first place.
460 total.
The way that we say it's like 100,000.
And there's also 60 for second, 30 for third, 15 for fourth.
I mean, the payout in this event is
strong,
substantial.
It's like a new sponsor.
It's
a supporting
blown, which means we are going. We will see you for Heat 2, Makua and Dylan.
Right on.
And Mahina.
Good job, you guys.
Aloha.
Thanks, everyone.
And we are set, ready to make some history with the women's field here at the VANS Pipe Masters. As Makua mentioned, challenging conditions to say the least. He actually was used far more colored
words, calling it like it is, saying this is just not good. But that can change in a moment. And we hope that that moment will be right now here in this first heat, in the first round for these women.
Yeah, it's all of these women can surf onshore or offshore. So hopefully they get to offshore. Oh, here comes some sets. I think it's looking at positioning too. Tatiana Webb looking at it. Yeah. That's something too that Pua was talking about when she came in. Not a lot of times that the women are able to find their lineup because it's so crowded all the time. And these are just, you know, even if it's a horrible day out there, maybe this gives them an ability to form that relationship with the reef that a lot of the men have been given that opportunity to do. And you know, it's exciting. Carissa just giving it a dig.
Carissa posting some pretty amazing backdoor waves that she's gotten out here over time. You wonder if she'll get an opportunity.
Yeah. I kind of have this theory, which could be totally off.
Postulate, my brother. Postulate.
But it's like you put out some clips of you at some waves that you're going to compete at, and the judges are going to be watching that.
Like judging you against yourself.
Oh, I mean, just giving them the reassurance.
Did you see that helmet packed back up there? As we saw Bethany Hamilton go to stand and get under her board. I think I might have saw a glimpse of her getting sucked back up over, but there she is. I mean, what she is able to do.
Yeah, what she's about is next level.
Yeah. Whenever I surf lowers and she's out, when she's visiting California, I always make sure that I buddy up next to her because she puts her head down and she's going. So you want to be on the other side of Bethany to get the split peak because once she puts her head down, she's going.
Yeah. Intergenerational Rothman over here.
I like how McCoy went straight from the booth just to give him some perspective to Laura Eniver. No doubt giving her some intel.
Yeah, that's definitely someone who has a lot of knowledge of this wave, Mokuokai Rothman. How's this inside one? Oh, wow.
Oh, someone wanted to be on that.
You know, sometimes you see waves out there and
swirling rainbows.
Looks small, but they hit the reef on the inside, and they'll be able to know what looks small, what looks big, what hits the reef right. A little more, we can see a little more of the reef now, but that definitely went to the sandbar. Yeah, challenging conditions, but good opportunities. I feel like Moana, she just switched on, you know. Riss, she's her demeanor out there. She's kind of commanding the peak right now, and just her body language.
Yeah, we'll see Moana Jones-Wong in Heat 4.
And I feel like there was that issue with Tatiana and Moana.
Which was addressed in the movie.
Yeah. Oh, Carissa. Doing some turns.
Trademark. Hack. I love her backside snap. I mean.
Her form in surfing is like great surfing. Man, woman, child, whatever. She's such an amazing surfer.
Bury rail, throw tail. Carissa Moore knows how to do very well. You were talking before that wave about that issue, which was addressed in the movie.
Yeah.
With Moana Jones-Wong talking about putting in the time to build relationship and earn your spot, which she's done since she was young. There was the issue where Tatiana had paddled out. She was out under the tutelage of Ross Williams, and inadvertently, whatever the circumstances were, she went in front of Moana, put Moana felt in a dangerous situation where you don't want to fall, and she, you know, there's the evidence. It's there. You know, they had a confrontation on the beach where she felt like she had to let her know, hey, you can't just come out here and do that.
Yeah, I think it's Bella Nalu kicking out. I think it's about like respect.
Yeah.
I think that was more of the issue, I would say.
And it was a learning opportunity for Tatiana.
Yeah. I mean, she charges. I think that year she got some waves, Stelpo, and some maybe even at pipe, and maybe you ride that high where you're like, I'm ready. And even being from Kauai or growing up on Kauai or spending time or whatever her deal is, you come out to this wave where Moana, it seems that she's not just trying to fight for her spot. She's fighting for a spot for women. She's fighting for a spot for Hawaiian people. Like, she really has this warrior presence about her. And in our culture, the women were on the battlefield with the men. It wasn't like men go out to battle and women go cook at home. Like, we have a matriarch. Like, we celebrate women in our chants and stories. The best Hawaiian surfers in Hawaiian culture are the goddesses. Hi'iaka. You have Princess Mamala from town, Princess Ka'iolani, Ka'ahumanu. These are all royalty women and gods and our goddesses that are our most celebrated Hawaiian surfers. It's not, you don't really hear about the famous Hawaiian men's. You hear about the famous Hawaiian women's. And they've existed. You have Onona Naone, now wife Napoleon to Uncle Nappy Napoleon, one of the first humans to surf Waimea, big Waimea, after the sand was taken out to Waikiki to create the big wave. Auntie was out there surfing with the boys. Greg Knoll was out there giving respect to her, saying one of the best, one of the first. So women have always had a place in the lineup in Hawaii, and Moana is just reestablishing that. So when someone drops in, despite it's a man or a woman, there's going to be some sort of feels that are going to be put out there.
Yeah.
And that's probably what happened.
And I thought that it was really, really great that, you know, the movie didn't sugarcoat it. You know, that it really addressed it. And she also, you know, she had a similar type incident or some beef with Kala Kennelly. And Kala was like, well, you know, at some point she snapped on me, and I was like, what? But they, you know, worked it out, had discussions, and then obviously that great story about them being on the same, just getting on the same team and pushing women surfing at pipe together, getting on that team at the backdoor shootout. I just thought it was, I love the way it was very, very open and raw about the storytelling in both incidents.
Totally. And, you know, it's exciting, too, to see, like we were talking with Pua. Oh, there's some, you can hear the crowd. There's a lot of crowd. I don't know if you can hear it on the broadcast. Like, oh, and you know, those are those situations where you can learn from and know that those are sometimes the ones that look unmakeable, that you have that opportunity. You can take it, but I mean, that wasn't a great wave, but still getting a look at it.
Well, I think those oohs and ahs you hear are because the crowd is in anticipation. They want to see these women get the opportunity. And that's the hard part that, you know, Makua explained so well about whether or not you make the final or not. Every surfer here wants to get the opportunity to show themselves, and take advantage of this space and get an opportunity at an excellent wave at Pipeline with nobody out. Like, that's it's a dream.
Well, that's how the backdoor shootout, a lot of people are excited to participate in that because there's no jerseys. You can just you can provide evidence to the surfing community that you can be proficient at a wave of consequence like this. And this is what this contest is offering as well, is an opportunity with non-elimination to go out there and just get a good wave and show people, demonstrate that I can do this, like Eitan. You know, a lot of people could write him off as an aerial guy.
Right, and he explained in his interview after his incredible performance, he's like, I love this wave.
Yeah.
I love that I got this opportunity. And we saw what happened when he was able to get some excellent opportunities.
And it builds the confidence. That's what it does for, we've said, for the men's. And now for the women's, like, let's build their confidence to show, like, they can get just as deep, if not deeper.
as Tatiana Weston Webb making her way down the bottom.
And even learning how to fall. That's another thing that this could provide opportunity for. Stay safe.
Stay safe. With 19 minutes to go, we know the legendary story of Bethany Hamilton Dirks. Let's take a listen to her in her own words.
I first surfed pipeline when I was about 12 years old. I mean, last winter was the most heavy conditions I surfed pipe. Just incredibly intimidated, scared, like not sure I want to do it, but then wanting it and getting completely obliterated out there. Pipeline is humbling and just inspiring. Like, of course I'm scared of the wave and like scared of hitting the bottom, but my fear is more like not succeeding.
Not succeeding, that's her biggest fear. Beast mode.
Beast mode. I mean, to see her just pull in under the hook on that closeout, just standing tall like I'm here for it, throwing herself over the ledge repetitively, coming up smiles. I mean, just willing to do whatever it takes to get to that moment of it being able to all come together to get the great wave, which means you got to walk through the fire.
Yeah.
And Bethany is, I mean, we obviously know her story since her incident as a young girl, but when she lost her arm in the shark attack, but her performance and her ability has eclipsed that story.
Yeah. No, she's just a great surfer. That's it, really, now. That has a history like so many other surfers and has a past, but the current is full on.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a big fan of Bethany. And I was thinking about, you know, this idea of the conditions are getting worse and worse. It's kind of like what we've seen in the last heat for the men's. Oh, Beth. Oh. Yeah, didn't quite make that.
But again, we see a glimpse of that tenacity, and just like that, most people would still be left scrambling,
She's back out there.
grabbing their board. She's just like, boom, that was nothing.
Yeah, I mean, after those waves last year, she's like, oh, okay, back out there, get busy.
Yeah, I remember just watching last year in the pipe event and just screaming at my screen like, no, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like you just don't, and she's like, what are you screaming? I'm fine.
Yeah.
Built for this.
Yeah, it's one of these rips that are coming back out again.
Yeah, I was going to say, describe for folks at home, what are we seeing taking place?
Now that there's these, you got rips kind of coming more towards kind of point by off the wall. It's that weird rip, and then there's a rip down closer to Gums on the Ehukai Beach Park. So they're kind of locked into a clean area that could change. So it's almost like hoping to take advantage of that now while the conditions are in their favor. And it's gonna be one of these heats. I think if it still runs for the women as it's running throughout the day, the conditions are going to change, and it's almost, there's going to be good heats, there's going to be not so good heats, and hopefully, if the mission of women surfing at Pipeline is to advance it, I'm sure there's going to be that coming together of someone wants someone from the women to get an insane one. And if someone gets it, and when they get it, whether it's in this contest or outside, it's really a testament to women surfing at Pipe. And women surfing in Hawaii, like I said, has always been here. This has been a staple of our existence since before time. And that is a different perspective you as women can't in the surf. And it just really, really, I appreciate these women going out there and showing that the story is still going and we haven't forgotten.
Yeah, and I really appreciate they're doing so despite the challenge. They want nothing more than to be able to showcase their abilities in great surf, and they did not back down with the opportunity today. They're like, fire us out there.
Yeah.
You know, we'll find our opportunity. Same conditions for everybody.
Totally. And I was just on the beach earlier before the contest. I was looking. We were looking at the waves, and it was Sophie Bell from South Africa. She just was like, is there any at back door? And like back door was like 10-foot closeout. So I was like, yeah, I mean, if you want it. She's like, okay. And just, you know, there are people that are in this draw that they can believe because they see the Moanas and the Carissas and the Cocos and the Bethanies. They're young, but they believe they can because really the people like Rochelle and Kiala, Moana, Riss, Coco, Bethany, they're just like, yeah, you got to be better than us.
We got security guys. Yeah. It was really cool to see Sophie Bell and Katie Simmers this morning when it was beyond wild and unruly. The sun hadn't come up yet, and they both grabbed their helmets and boards and said, all right, well, we got to give it a go. And Katie Simmers, you know, she's 16, I think now. She
got pounded.
She got pounded.
Super pounded.
Pounded, completely beached, and came in being like, I'm glad I did that.
Yeah.
Not, you know, not with the tail between legs, but she's like, I'm glad I did that. I learned, and we watched her get rocked.
And then kind of too, like getting treated the same, like, whoa, who was that? They got pounded, and not to like dance around it, like, oh, it was a girl.
Yeah.
But just like, no, she got pounded.
And there were plenty of other boys getting pounded right there with her.
Look at Billy. Billy got pounded. Like, everyone's getting pounded out there.
Yeah, this is tough. It's tough, you know, for the fans at home. You know, especially on a Saturday, excited for the Pipe Masters. Everyone's just wishing conditions to change on their screen to see opportunities. You know, we are up against it as far as the waiting period is concerned. Let's not forget that, you know, we spent the first 9 days, 10 days of this waiting period this was a pedestrian surf zone. This was filled with kids dancing on the sandbar in 2-footers for over a week and a half.
It was a right-hand point break.
Yeah.
All the way down, knee-high.
It looked like a cross between something you'd see in like Southern Australia and SoCal.
Yeah.
And just waiting for the waves to come, and then, you know, they've shown up, but all these other factors, right, of all this sand, etc. And the waiting period of this event ending on the 20th. So having to make do with what we have.
Aiko me aloha, eat what get, and this is what's on the table right now. And it's also a competition. Like if we, you know, when you go out there surfing, you're like, oh, I'm gonna get barrels, and you're just always about barrels. And once you stop trying to get barrels, you start doing turns, you're like, okay, this can be more enjoyable and more fun. Though we're still looking for barrels. Bella looking for a barrel, nothing there for her. It's as audience members and watching this contest, if we're just trying to push this idea of they gotta get this crazy, and we put all that pressure on them, let's not take away from the competition that these are women in a competitive space that are fierce competitors that are going to be celebrating their prowess in the ocean, and we can still back them on that. We can still have our favorites. We still can see that shine through. And
yeah, we saw Carissa, you know, she's adjusted immediately and threw up a trademark snap and said, I'm getting on the board. Yes, I'd like to pull into a backdoor barrel, but that's not what I have on offer right now, so I'm going to do what needs to be done.
There she goes.
And right on cue.
What?
Having a look.
Nice, Riss.
Yes.
Big hack.
Bang.
Oh, there we go. Carissa.
I like that. I like when you story set and then athlete comes in and says, I'll take it from here.
Yep.
Classic Carissa Moore. We love it. This is what we want here at the VANS Pipe Masters. Round 1 for the women. Thank you to our friends at GoPro and Fat Tire and the WSL, as we see setting up nicely for that nice little stall in the barrel, wrapping up, and then just a little ender smash for Carissa Moore.
Adjusting to the conditions. This is something that now, you know, the wave knowledge, this is what's important. We've seen the men's, like we've seen Pipe Masters being given to off the wall 2 feet before, you know, like the women, they have the opportunity to adjust their surfing and find great waves in less than great conditions.
4-time world champion, as we mentioned earlier, Olympic gold medalist. I had the honor of being on the beach in Tokyo, in Japan, when Carissa put in that performance. It was, I mean, to see the stoke and the joy and the pride that she had once she realized that she had accomplished this this dream, and which was such a huge thing for surfing, the first ever women's gold medalist, you know, and then being able to represent for the U.S. and for Hawaii. It was a wonderfully powerful, emotional moment, and she was just beaming. And you think about the years and years of which we've watched her since she was a very, very young, you know, prodigy. That easily could have gotten burnt out. She's had some challenges along the way where she didn't know how to recover from loss. You know, really had to stop, reassess her entire program at a certain point a few years ago, and to see the way she's just dug even deeper and is doing so with even more joy and being able to set more goals for herself. She's a true ambassador of the sport. Not just for women, but of the sport. She is a leader and an ambassador of professional surfing.
Totally. And the culture. She's right up there, and she's elevating her status to this, like, godly status by joining who we celebrate in our culture, the women of surfing. Yeah. You know, and Carissa is just such a great representation of that. We can't be more proud of her as Hawaiian people. For her to... She said it really nicely when she came home. Whatever flag I fly, Hawaii's on my heart. And though there are a lot of Hawaiian people, including myself, that would like to see the Hawaiian flag, the Hai Hawaii, our flag, fly high at the Olympics, we understand that everyone is on their path, and that Carissa still makes sure to bring us along in whatever capacity she can. We really appreciate her, and that's just... It can't be easy. It can't be easy to have to make those types of choices of, do I have to fly a colonizer flag at the Olympics, or do I be the Hawaii that I am and bring Hawaii along for that? So
yeah, I think she did a really great job, and does a great job of doing both. As we see some waves coming in, Carissa negotiating that river to get back outside after that great backdoor wave. Some wash-throughs coming through. Hopefully some opportunities will come for the rest of the women. No doubt they heard those cheers from the beach, and they're like, we would like to get involved as well.
Totally. Oh, who's that diving under? Oh, Bethany. And Bella? Yeah, they're getting washed in now. This is a crazy perspective of watching people go under, because you can see that it's like a rapid. You get sucked down.
You see how long you saw Bella get sucked back and under, and she went probably a good 20 yards before she popped back up.
Carissa's still trying to get out. She's after that wave. Where's the water patrol? They might be deep in the rapids.
Great score for Carissa Moore as she is leading here. And we'll take a little break here in round one of the women here at the Pipe Masters.
Time call, 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Stand by for the 5-minute warning. Attention ladies, we're at the 5-minute warning. Situation update. Carissa Moore, you are in the lead in blue with an 18.0 and 11.0. In second place, Tatiana Weston-Webb. You are in second with a 4.1. Bella Nalo, you are in third with a two-wave score of a 3.7.
Welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters, brought to you by GoPro, Fat Tire, and the WSL. It is a beautiful day here on the North Shore with increasingly challenging conditions, but as we're here in Heat 1, we are just proud to see the way the women are doing the same as the men, and just figuring out a way to get it done. Carissa Moore absolutely doing so. She's getting some assistance from the Hawaiian Water Patrol, getting back out into that lineup. She was getting sucked up to sunset there.
Yeah, that inside is no joke. Conditions like this, and because it's got this weird rips and the angle of the swell, it's like a kind of this circular trap they're getting stuck in the inside. It's not letting them kind of ride it out. Like when it's real west, you can move into the inside by the beach and the rip will just start sucking you down towards Rocky Point and you can get out to the channel. It's almost like out at Gums, there's another rip that's stopping that water from flowing, and it just
pounding you.
It's disrupting it. Yeah. And yeah, look at that. Imagine taking off on that thing and then having to go into another mutant.
No, I will not. I will not. Doctor, I will not imagine, because that does not sound fun.
And all the sand looks like it got sucked over to Gums, so it's like you're looking at a wave. Look at those bombs coming in on the right at the beach park. Take off on the left and see a 6-footer coming at you.
Straight at your head.
No thanks.
Well, let's hope we get to see an opportunity for Bella and Bethany.
Yeah, it's... there's an opportunity to pick a wave you want. It's if that wave is good. Bella, Nalu. Yeah, the waves aren't the best conditions, so as much as everyone can, mic jockey it, they're out there and they're assessing it, and it's tough. Being out there with Dylan Graves this morning, it was hard to choose which ones were good and which ones weren't, and there haven't been very many great rides in the morning half. But there definitely were some crazy ones at backdoor, I would say, and a few at pipe too. It's the whole day, these last 2 days, they're difficult pipeline, difficult surf conditions. But oh, Carissa, lead drop. Pulls in it.
No. Let's go! Let's go!
Yes!
What?
That was psycho.
We wanted to see some history get made.
Look at her.
And
She's
that
stoked.
was it.
Oh, Rissy, good job, girl.
Oh my
the
God.
drop was
Carissa Moore.
Wow.
And just like that, that's
look at chicken skin.
Look at this. Look at this drop. Find it
behind the foam ball, blown out
after the spin.
Good job, girl.
And how's that? There's a trademark smile. After.
Look at that.
This.
Whoa. What? That looked like Dorian late drop nose pick. Oh, she is stoked. Shit.
Oh, wow.
So
yeah,
good.
I mean,
so good. Yeah, girl.
Yeah, come on in.
Good job.
And that's why she is, as we said, just a legend and ambassador. She's put in the time and all of that arriving in a moment like that. That's history right there.
That's history. That's a wave of a lifetime out there.
That is history. And the kids running down, they want to be a part of that history. Unbelievable. Yeah, we said, right? Like, just an opportunity.
An opportunity. Yeah, still one of the greatest. Some interference. Now cannibalism happening. People be eating other people's lunch. It's too much eating.
I'm sure that wasn't a purposeful drop in for Bella.
Yeah.
I don't know
but
if
hey,
Bethany would have made it.
That's interesting, but I don't know.
love that the ocean just decided to flare up there at the end of that heat. But wow,
boys, how was that?
Carissa Moore.
How was that?
Zowie,
Legend
that was crazy.
Continues.
Wow.
Do we have is the score in? Is that the first?
I mean, it's gotta be a 10.
That's gotta be a 10.
The 30.
That's gotta be a 10.
Let's just get the 30 already.
Let's get it out there.
Like, let's just throw the 30 up.
That was a worthy 30.
Look at the
30.
drop. Oh, we're gonna do a replay or something?
Seems like the girls are surfing better than guys.
In the men's, that would have been the top score.
That's
For
a 30.
sure.
Like, why are we hesitating?
Look at the drops.
Look at this.
That was nuts.
blown out. Wow.
After the spit.
So
and then just like,
party time.
Cheat.
Look at this angle.
Wow.
so
She
good.
she did so good on that.
Right choice on the board length, too. Just long enough to get in, just short enough not to poke on that drop.
Not a lot of people could have made that wave. True champion.
How about this moment for these kids of
I'm going to run out there. After this, I'm
She's
running
got
out
to hold
there.
down her tears right now, too.
I'm
Look at
going
that.
to get my signature on the beach right after this.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
29 point. I don't listen. I don't wish for aggression on anyone, but I want to know who the two judges were.
If Salem was saying that, something's definitely wrong.
You can walk up there. I am a man of peace. I am a man of peace. But what are we talking about
There's
here?
a time for war.
I mean, what are we talking about?
Wow.
Sal, what is your profession?
Wave of the contest so far, hands down. Hands down.
Did you have to chuck a reverse at the end? I'm confused.
She almost went for the 3 bunny hops at the end.
Yeah, that was nuts. She did. There was a little Mason Ho bunny hop
That
here.
was expression.
Yes, there it is. She's just
Wow.
Yeah.
And in real time, like you said, McCoy, she's probably trying to process still what just took place.
She's still sinking in. She has no idea. Here we go. We're just getting the news down there on the beach. I mean, look at that crowd.
Yeah, that's what it's about right there.
I didn't see any of that for the men.
Wow.
That's all time.
And that's
I mean,
what
that's what's so cool. Like, really,
continues.
that was one of the best waves,
period,
ever ridden. Like, that thing was so good.
In challenging, the most challenging, Makua said, it looks horrible out there, and like manifested.
She found it.
She's a special person, and our ocean rewarded that. Oh, Mahina's down there.
Oh, look at that. I love
I'm going to jump
Mahina's
in
like,
one
we're not
second, you
wasting
guys.
time.
She's. Sorry, Carissa. Thank you. Okay, I've never, I mean, like, you've just disrupted the entire beach. Are you kidding me? First, before you got that wave, I saw you stuck on the inside. You were having a challenging moment, and then you got back out, and you got this backdoor wave. Go for it.
I mean, I have to admit, I was super nervous before paddling out today, and I had a good cry yesterday, just like looking at the swell, and just had to get out all the anxiety. But, I mean, there's a lot going on out there. The best hype guys are, they're coming and saying it's dangerous and stuff. And I was like, oh, my gosh, I can't believe we're doing this. But I'm just trying to, my goal for the event is to kind of push my comfortability level and get more comfortable out here.
And we love to hear it. So for that wave in particular, how did that go down? When you saw that wave, what were you thinking? We want to hear it all.
I mean, to be honest, I was like, I saw this wave kind of come in a little bit, like more on the inside ledge, and it looked clean. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna try. There's only a few minutes left, and I just was paddling, and I was like, oh no, I'm not getting into it. But my coach Love says if you're not getting into it, it's probably meaning it's gonna be a good one. So I just kept paddling as hard as I could, and just committed, and luckily I made the drop and stuck it.
Thank you so much for the entertainment. Real quick, what board are you riding?
I'm riding a 6'6" Matt Biolis shape.
Okay, got it. And anything that you're going to attack differently for your second heat? Because it's not over. You disrupted the beach. It's not over. There's a lot of potential. What is your game plan now? You're still on this high, as you should be.
Like I mentioned before, I'm like not really too worried about the result. I'm just really grateful for the opportunity to look at this lineup with less people out and just to move around and hopefully get more comfortable. So another 30 minutes to spend out here will be great.
Amazing. You heard it straight from Carissa. Guys, what do you think up in the booth?
We are just bowing down in full respect. And you said it, Cliff. You said she looked like she had enough board. And she said that she's out there riding that 6'6".
That was mind-blowing. I think we're all kind of just still like blown away.
Yeah.
Makua, I mean, you've got some insane backdoor waves. How does it stand up to some of your waves out there?
I mean, just look at the drop. The way, one moment she got under that lip, I knew she was coming out. She's, one of the most talented women to ever, humans to step on a surfboard, period.
I wasn't
And I'll
sure.
tell you right now, she is the best surfer at Pipeline today. You're the best Pipeline surfers in the world, and right now, Carissa Moore is the best one.
You know what I loved about that interview, and that's a huge thing coming from you, Makua, to say that. I love that she said, I knew.
Yes, boys.
I mean, yeah, how could you not? I love what she said. She said, I knew that it was going to be a good one because it was hard to get into, and so I kept scratching to get into it.
Yeah, it was definitely like from watching from, you know, outside the booth live. I wasn't sure she was going to make that drop. When she was dropping in, she was really late. You know, it was an elevator drop. You know, she landed on her board and barely snuck under the lip. So it was like, did she get enough speed? And she did. Came out and got the highest score of the event so far.
I'll tell you right now, I don't even care who wins the contest. I think she wins the day today.
Well,
That's the highest. You just
that's what's so rad about it.
That's the highest wave score of the whole event.
Of the whole event. Yeah. Well,
so good. Highlight of my year right there.
I can't believe that I got to be in the booth for that one. Then,
like I said, one day there will be a statue of this girl in town somewhere.
We were talking about that earlier. She just showed us why, you know, she does that time and time again. She's just incredible. So we're on to the next round now, boys.
All right.
Round 1, heat 2. Unfortunately, that means you guys got to bounce. Sounds like we're going to have a guest rolling in. Looks like Tosh Tudor. He's going to join in and commentate this heat with us. So here, why don't you take this one?
Welcome to the set once again. Makua Kai Rothman here with Dylan Graves and our very special guest, longtime VANS family member, the son of the legendary Joel Tudor, Tosh Tudor. Welcome to the set.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really grateful to be here and just be a part of this event. And it's been a dream of mine to even like be close to the Pipe Masters as it is. And yeah, I'm just so stoked. It's awesome.
How are you thinking about these women, the way they're performing in the last wave of Carissa Moore?
I mean, we were screaming for Carissa's wave for at least like 10 minutes outside, like losing it. It was so sick. And yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, that was a vibe, honestly. Like I was like, all right, she made it to the final, guaranteed. Like that was insane.
Well,
like,
that wave was an internet breaker, if you ask me.
The final, it's like, I don't know, it was just so incredible. It was just a powerful ride, you know. Not many people could have made it out of that wave. That was nuts.
I mean, it definitely, in my opinion, is probably the best pipe wave ever ridden by a woman, right? I mean, would it be?
In an event?
In an event,
sure.
yeah. Maybe not. I mean, Moana's gotten some pretty unbelievable
She's got
waves.
some pretty sick ones too, and she's still coming up. So
yeah,
you better bet she's chomping at the bit to try and outdo that wave.
Yeah,
but more than the event win,
backdoor
pipe. You know, she might go both ways. You never know.
That's true.
You know what I mean? And right now the girls are getting higher scores than the men, so I love to see, you know, the potential and what's coming on. And these girls are ready to tackle these very challenging conditions, and not just tackle them, but I mean, outshine everyone else.
What a great way to start off, you know, the round 1 of women's. Yeah, wait, was there? So I'm just hearing that there was an interference.
Oh yeah, at the end of the heat,
so
yeah.
The first interference of the event so far. This just in. So it was on Tatiana, or someone dropped in on Tatiana. Okay. There it was. I don't even think she saw her.
Oh my.
Unfortunately.
Oh, she should have pulled in behind her and came out. That would have been sick.
Yeah, that was a good wave.
That was a good way to get yourself
That's unfortunate.
triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these women are used to a priority every time. They've never really ever surfed without priority. And, you know, maybe that's just a little mistake, or maybe she just wanted to catch one. No matter who was going, she was going to.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, right. And maybe, you know, the helmet, too, kind of does hinder your peripherals, so maybe that was a bit in play there. But, you know, safety first.
I think that's a false statement, because I wore a helmet my whole life. And every time I use that excuse, I could actually see the person, but I'm like, I couldn't see my helmet. You know what I mean? But I know, but unless you have a visor on your helmet, that's the only time you can kind of not see. And trust me, I've used that on many times. Oh, it's my helmet, Uncle.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, you know, compared to yesterday, Tosh, you were out there yesterday. You haven't surfed yet today. What are you seeing? What are the differences from, you know, yesterday to today?
I definitely think there's a lot more energy in the water today than yesterday. Like when I hopped in yesterday, it was like, it was building, but it wasn't like as yeah, it wasn't here yet. You kind of knew it the whole time. Whereas I hopped in this morning before the contest, and I was like, oh, okay, it's here. Like, it's actually happening.
I want to know one thing. Are you ready to seek out the rights today? I know you really like the lefts, but this is a competition. The rights are really good.
Yep.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but those
No.
rights look really good today.
I know. As soon as I saw Harry Bryant's wave, I was like, all right, we're going right today. Like,
There we
it's
go. I love it.
happening. And I mean, I love going backside. Like, it's not. I mean, I haven't
I've
gone.
seen you get backdoor once.
I mean, yeah, a couple, but definitely not like anything compared to Harry's or Aton's wave today. But I definitely would love the opportunity to try one out. It's like, this is like the perfect event to do it. So, you know, and you don't really get. I feel like on a normal day at Pipe, when the waves are pumping and backdoor's pumping, you don't get as many opportunities to go backdoor. Because there's the guys that go the back door and only go back door, kind of like Tori Meister or Nate Florence and them. Like, their rights are for them, and you can't really take those from them, you know. And I never would want to. Like, they sit all day waiting for those waves. So I'm never looking right. But if one pops up towards me, you're like, oh, well, I gotta go. Like,
well, in the heat, maybe you would kind of be more open to that as well. 'Cause
exactly.
You kind of have, there's, you know, no people out there for, you know, to kind of hinder that thought process and for you to, you know, kind of muster up and go.
Yeah.
I want to know something. Growing up your whole life, watching your dad surf pipeline. I mean, you know, everybody, Joel Tudor the longboarder, he comes out here to pipeline, he gets some sick ones. Do you take notes from him? Do you talk to Dad about the equipment he's riding, or what kind of equipment are you riding, and what kind of knowledge have you taken from your father, seeing that, you know, he does catch very good waves out here in pipeline?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm incredibly fortunate to have that situation where I've gotten to watch my dad surf out there, and he got to take me out there for the first time and tell me where to sit or what certain spots in the lineup, what type of waves will come in there. And obviously he definitely rides different type of equipment as well, so that was always different. Like, I think like the first pipe barrel I ever got was on a Alex Snow single fin. Like, I never.
Nosti, shout out to Nost.
Yeah, shout out to Nost. Yeah, it was on a brown microwave television board, and I got that one. And then now, as the years go by, I've like started to kind of still keep the old school shape and like the old school templates that we use for my boards right now, but make it a little bit modern, put the tri-fin on, and like it's just how it goes, you know. I mean,
I was going to ask, are you riding a single fin, a quad, a thruster? What is your setup out here?
I'm running a thruster right now. Yeah, just like, especially in a contest like this, you don't get to sit. Like, there's deeper waves coming in. Like, you're going to get a better score if you're sitting deeper, you know? You want to be as deep as possible, and on a single fin, that doesn't happen all the time. Like, you'll take off on, oh my goodness, oh, thought you were going to go.
Got some action there. Well, we do have some sets in the lineup. Right now, you're listening to Makua Kai Rothman and Graves, and we have Tosh Tudor as our very special guest, giving us some insight of his upbringing under his father, Joel Tudor, who really puts on a beautiful performance out here. And up and riding, we have Laura Enever in black, and just a short ride there for Laura. But yeah, what is your strategy, knowing that, you know, what happened yesterday, knowing the stores you still got to get, and you still got to surf?
Yeah,
right. So
I feel like my strategy is just sit where the best waves are coming in, obviously, but also just kind of just take it like light. Yesterday I had like my first wave, I was so nervous, I kind of just blanked out, and I ended up like taking too high of a line, and then after that, I got a closeout, and it felt kind of good just to like wash the nerves off a little bit, because as easy as it sounds to surf pipe with 4 other people out, it's actually like, I mean, it could be different for everybody, but it's really nerve-wracking because you're surfing pipe with 4 people out with 1,000 people on the beach watching you. So you're like, fuck, like this is a little stressful, but so I was a little stressed, but today I just kind of want to paddle out, and whatever comes my way, hopefully is well and good, yeah.
Well, talking about people watching on the beach, Mahina Florence on the beach has a very special guest for us. Mahina.
Yes, I'm with Bethany. Bethany, now it is radical out there, okay? So what does it mean to you and for women surfing to be out there, especially in conditions like today?
Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked they ran us because it's just been a really tough forecast to try to like get some good waves, and I would rather try in some solid pipe than when it's like kind of smaller. And I could not find a wave out there or flow. It was like you're literally like 3 feet out of position or just like dodging bum sets. So it was really tough. Carissa got a couple, as to be expected. But yeah, I think it's a really amazing opportunity for the women to explore their potential. And, you know, it's hard to want to paddle out when there's 200 guys that are like really established and gnarly out here. So just to have an empty lineup for the ladies is so special. And it's just going to be really cool to see as the girls see their potential. They're going to slowly step into it and, yeah, be getting pits.
So with heat one being a little bit challenging, you're getting your feet wet. Is there anything you're going to change in your second heat? Bethany cannot look away from the waves.
I know, there's like a set coming right now. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'll just wake up and see what the surf's doing. And I think with each heat, you're just kind of hoping you're in the right place at the right time. Today is very much like diamond in the rough. Oh, here, oh, Zoe. That was kind of a gnarly one. She would have got smoked. But she was looking for it, so that's good. But yeah, it's very much diamond in the rough today, so you're either in the spot with that diamond or not. So tomorrow I think it's going to be similar, but a little smaller and hopefully a little more approachable and less like dodging bombs and like bailing my board. And the girls, like, I think everyone in our heat got super pounded at some point. So I'm just glad we all are okay and that we had the opportunity.
And we will never forget last year's performance. You know, you were fearless. And I think you always are, but you really became an inspiration for a lot. Was your training and preparation for last year different than this year's?
Yeah, I mean, to me, last year surfing in Hui, I was like Moana and I got like some of the craziest waves ever, and it was super scary. Felt like every emotion under the sun, but I got a couple crazy ones. And I think I've always wanted to get a big one at Pipe, so I have that in me already. And so for some ladies like Carissa, I really admire her because she didn't always really want that crazy one at Pipe, but she wants to be the best, so she's pushing herself. So it's like, it's interesting to see the difference in personalities. And you know, I've always been drawn to like bigger, crazier surf, and so when I got the opportunity, I was just so pumped, and it was a really cool learning experience, just trying to understand Pipe. And it's pretty scary being out there that big when no one's out, but it's also like cool because it's like, whoa, this is my time.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. We admire you and women surfing and what you guys are accomplishing. We're going to throw it up to the boys back in the booth.
Thank you, Mahina. And you just heard from one of the most inspirational people on planet Earth, Mrs. Bethany Hamilton. You know, we're here, round one, heat two. We have Gabriella Bryant in red, Laura Enever in black, Zoe Madugo in blue, and Alan Vast in white. And up and riding, we have Gabriella Bryant on a smaller wave. Dylan, what do you feel about the different approaches like Bethany was saying? You know, some girls, you know, kind of really wanted it earlier on, and now that Pipeline is on the schedule, you see a lot more women stepping up and, you know, really changing their view and wanting it now.
I just think, yeah, she nailed it in so many ways with what she said. And, you know, yeah, the women are here to get good ones. And you know, as we saw with Carissa, you know, she got the wave of the event so far. So hats off to them, and, you know, in these challenging conditions, wanting to paddle out, wanting to be there and, you know, show the world what they can do. So it's pretty awesome. This contest is the first VANS, you know, Pipe Masters of, you know, that is official of them being here. Obviously, there's been the digital crown or the digital version, which you've spoken about, like, and shared feelings on, and then there was the Pipe Pro earlier, but that's, you know, that's the WSLs, which is a rad event. And then there was the year before that there was the Shark Attack on Maui, and they ended up calling it off and moving it here, and they finished the finals. So unofficially there was a women's event held here, but this is the first official VANS Women's Pipe Masters. So a little confusing, but you know, here we are, you know, figuring out, moving and shaking with the times and trying to provide equal opportunity for everyone.
Well, that being said, I wanted to get Tasha's reactions and feelings of where do you think that wave that Carissa Moore just caught fits in the world of women's surfing and waves caught out here at Pipeline, period?
I mean, obviously that's a pretty groundbreaking moment. I'm sure I'm going to look at Instagram pretty soon and be like, oh, well, that just broke the internet. And I mean, yeah, it's got to be definitely, in my opinion, the best women's surfed wave in a contest at Pipe, which there hasn't been a lot, but that for like a start is a pretty big deal. And I feel like that's just going to fire up a lot of other girls to try to achieve that.
Wow.
Yeah, there we have Laura
throwing
it down.
Backhand turn.
A cool turn.
Laura is gnarly.
That'll get her on the board. Yeah, Laura's no stranger to big waves. She's definitely gotten after it at ship sterns, jaws.
Yeah, Laura definitely is willing to put the, take on the task. And here she is, like bottom turn, and then, wow.
That was sick.
That'll be the best girls turn at Pipe, right? Little Tom Carolish, Johnny Boy. Talk about Johnny Boy. That drop of Carissa Moore and the way she got under that lip reminded me of Johnny Boy Gomes back in the day in the shootout when he got his 10-point ride, of how he dropped in over the ledge, he got under the lip and came flying out. And it's just a testament to how far women's surfing has become in waves of consequence, in waves of, that they were really thought of not being able to surf at one point.
Yeah.
They don't have a place in the lineup here. And right now, not only do they have a place in the lineup, they took over the lineup. And I think she's the best surfer of the day so far.
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Most definitely.
Yeah,
But
it's rad to see. Getting completely connected from the wave is the most committed you can be, and still have the, the know-how and the, I don't know, just want to continue and make it out of a barrel like that.
Talking about equipment, what would have happened with the single fin on that wave?
there is a good chance he would have slipped out and face planted. I mean, it's like, it's running a single fin at a wave like this is like, it's a lot of just feeling and knowing how much you want to push. And on a wave like that, obviously you're trying to push as hard as possible to get back under the lip. So if you're doing that on a single fin, there's a good chance that your fin's probably going to slide out.
And there's a good chance when you do ride a single fin, it's on a bigger board, you're rolling in, you're getting the easier entry because you don't want to be disconnecting from the face.
No, not
by
at
any
all.
means with a single fin. You want to be rolling in, and we've seen your dad do that so many times, so gracefully. I mean, it's like, wow, look at this one, it's all right. And here comes Joel, just, oh, what?
Yeah.
Blown out. It's like, wow.
Well, yeah, Buttons and Larry Bertelman, as we mentioned earlier, they all did what they were doing on single fins.
Yeah.
So it's pretty rad, like super radical that they're able to do that and help us get to where we are today in surfing on those boards.
I mean, the night before last, I actually, we have like a bunch of old surf movies that my dad would show me when I was younger at the house at our place here. And we put on Standing Room Only, and it's just like Larry Bertelman and Mike Ho and who else? Reno Abalera and just everybody, Roy Russell and them. And it's like, it's actually motivation because you see them surfing pipe on those boards, trying to go for late takeoffs and like either eating it or killing it. And that was like, for me, I was like, oh, well, if they're doing it on those boards, like, why can't it's mellow for me to do it on a drive-in? Like, I was like, that was my theory on it.
So
even
that
though
gave you
it's,
confidence.
Yeah, it gave me confidence. And just also watching my co-surf pipe is the sickest thing ever. And he's still killing it.
I mean, talking about backsider surfing, the late, great Marvin Foster.
Yeah.
Once upon a time was just, crazy, invented, really pushed the limits of what was possible going backdoor on your backside. And these girls are definitely chomping at the bit to get into some of these waves. I mean, that was a pretty beautiful wave right there, and pretty mediocre scores right now, especially compared to Carissa's. I mean, that's going to be hard to beat.
It's going to be hard. Either side of the, the event, men's or women's.
These girls
got a 29.5.
They're just lucky she doesn't carry that into the final. Because it's all fun and games now. But when you get to the finals, everybody gets back to an equal playing field again. We got to remember that. All of those waves go out the window, and it's all about that final regular format, elimination style format, top two waves, and that's how we're going to crown our champion.
Yeah, it's going to be rad.
Yeah, so we got Laura Enever, who got an 8.2 on that turn. That was a decent score, and that put her in the lead for this heat, so that's pretty cool.
Well, I want to say thank you very much, aloha and a hui ho, for joining us on this set today, Taj.
Yeah.
Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the VANS Pipe Masters Women's Round 1 after this break. Aloha.
A little bit of Pipe Master gear homework and searching for the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters gear. And also you can find the link where this is viewable live on the internet. And send a message to your friends and family that back home they can tune into this event and watch it right now wherever they are, if they've got a computer or some type of device handy with them, and they can watch what you're watching. And also please be aware this is live on the Spectrum Surf channel here in Hawaii, channel 1020. So if you're supposed to be at work today and you called in sick, make sure you're dodging those cameras down there.
Welcome back, everyone, live from Pipeline on the North Shore of Oahu, Hawaii. We are into round one of women's action on this historical day. And boy, Dylan, for those of you who just are tuning in now, we had one of the most historical women's ride ever at Pipeline.
Yeah, Carissa Moore threw it down just in the first heat of round one of women's. Real quick, here's Laura packing one, getting really close. Wow.
Wow,
yeah,
that could have rivaled Carissa's wave right there should she had come through that chandelier. I mean, looks like when she hit that chandelier, she pulled a little too high and got caught up in the lip and went up and over. But man, that was a beautiful attempt and almost a perfect ride.
Yeah, that was really committed. Look at this, it kind of hit her right there, and yeah, it just threw her up in the lip right there, and she ended up not making it. But great attempt from Laura. You know, seeing her name in the draw, you knew she was going to throw down. You know, she's no stranger to these kinds of conditions. She's competed in, you know, in big wave events, and also, you know, gotten some bombs, crazy waves like Josh and Shipstern's Bluff. Have you surfed with Laura over at Wave Like Jaws?
Oh yeah, I've competed with her. I mean, we competed on the men's side and she competed on the women's side.
Wow.
Up and down for our surfer in white there.
Aylin Voss, yeah.
She was at Chopo for a second, under the lip, and if it was wide open, I think she had a chance. It was a little crumbly, but back to Laura, I mean, she just absolutely charges. I mean, I've seen her on some of these waves that were just death-defying. And to see her, you know, pretty petite, come tumbling down the face on some of these waves, I'm like, wow, how does she do it? She gets back on her board. Are you right? Yeah, damn straight I am, mate. Back out there. I'm like, oh, wow, these girls nuts. And, you know, it just goes to show right there, she just took a pretty gnarly spill at Pipeline, and she's right back out in the lineup. She's got 3 minutes and 23 seconds left to get something substantial on the board. Right now, it's Carissa Moore way ahead, and everybody else is playing catch-up. It's going to be interesting to see who makes it to the top four at the end of this round, because they still have another round to go. But right now, today is really going to put, you know, the leaders out in front pretty far because of the wave conditions.
Right. Yeah, today as we've seen from the start of the men's heat to now getting into the women's, scoring potential super high. Yeah, Carissa Moore is on top of the leaderboard with a 47.5. Laura Enever just moved into the second spot with that sick turn, well-placed turn. I think if she would have came out of that barrel, she would have be sitting super pretty. Then you got Gabriella Bryant in the third spot at this stage. Yeah, we're only in heat 2. But
so much more surfing to come.
There's a lot of surfing still to be done, so it's exciting. It seems like the conditions are still holding up. You know, I think it is really challenging. It's definitely not perfect Pipeline, but as far as the forecast goes, this is the best we had to work with this event. So it's cool to see each person's interpretations, and there is going to be heats that are better than others. You know, you're going to have slow heats and fire heats, and I think we just saw a pretty fiery heat go down.
I'll tell you right now, you're going to see who really wants it and who's, you know, going through the motions, because Pipeline is definitely does a really good job at weeding out those who really want to, you know, get out there and perform and show, and those that are just paddling out there sometimes just to, you know, try and get maybe their feet wet and get a little more experience out here. It's not the easiest wave to just paddle out to and get good waves. It's going to show who's been putting in their time.
I thought it was cool, you know, what Carissa was talking about. You know, she was, you know, saying that this, you know, this is a heavy day. This is real pipeline day. And she, you know, she was feeling nervous. Wow, look at Laura. Are you kidding? Wow. Oh, my goodness. That was shades of like Andy right there. That was crazy.
Wow.
Whoa.
I mean, she has that attitude where just go and get them. Go for broke, this girl. And she's
wow.
She's as tough as nails. I mean, look at that. She just went over on a bomb set at pipeline. And Laura Enever right back up to her board. Let's make sure that she's all right.
That's got to fire everyone up, though. She's paddling back
46 seconds over the falls, and she's paddling back out. It just goes to show that tenacity that this girl has.
She's amazing. Yeah, love Laura. Like, she's had such a good career. She's so talented, you know, and just a nice person in and out of the water. That was so hectic. That was such an explosion. Oh, my gosh. Wow. Look at this.
She went for that.
She did. Yeah, she was committed.
The conditions were a little more offshore, or, you know, the winds were a little better. She might have got a better entry into that wave looking down the line and maybe tried to commit for the barrel. I mean, it was a little foamy. And who do we have here? We have Gabriella Bryant just, I think, going through the motions to come in and try and get out of there without getting absolutely smoked. And regroup for the next heat, because I know that Gabby, you know, she's been training really hard. She charges, and I really think she wants to show what she can do at backdoor as well.
Yeah, I think it's really, really cool to just see everyone push themselves. I mean, you know, both sides of this event it's just challenging. It's not easy pipeline today, so I think anyone who gets a really good one is really making a statement with like, yes, I want it, and yeah, I want to prove myself out here. So hats off to everybody. In Heat 3, we got Brianna Cope, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, and Tyler Wright. This is going to be an exciting heat. I'm really pumped. Who do you got in this heat, Nakua? I know it doesn't matter with the whole format of the event, but we're still running heats. Who's exciting you on that list?
Sakura is definitely going to be going head-to-head with Tyler Wright for those rights. I mean, they've seen what Carissa did. These two girls charge. I mean, Tyler Wright has beaten Carissa out here. And I think Betty Lou, being the up-and-coming charger, she wants to put her name, you know, stamp her name on that map and show the girls that I'm not just here on a competitive level. I'm here on a charging pipeline level, and that's what the girls are going to show right now.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm excited for Katie as well. I saw her like take a really nasty wipeout this morning, and she popped up and paddled back out before the event started. So she definitely wants it. It's cool to see her generation of surfers and what they're doing. Here we go. We got some takers both on the left and the right. We'll get back to what happened on the left with that was Brianna Cope.
Well, Kauai's own. I mean, she just charged. Tyler was going, and she said, there's no priority in this one. I want this right. Unfortunately, that wave didn't offer too much scoring potential, but boy, did it look like it had something on offer on the drop, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems clean right now. It's crazy from heat to heat. It almost like certain heats have this look. You know, this one, it looked like Katie went left on that one, and it just must feel good to, you know, get your feet in the wax and just start, you know, kind of moving and grooving and finding that mojo. We've talked about that throughout this whole event and every event and at any wave around the world. You really got to be tuned in and just somehow connect with an ocean in your window, in your allotted window of 30 minutes. So
I mean, Katie Simmers is so talented. She qualified for the tour, gave up her spot, and then went back and qualified again. But here we go. Sakura, double hand drag. I mean, like I said,
Betty
these
Lou.
girls are showing up.
That was amazing.
This right here is going to be a testament to women surfing and how bad they want to show up at pipeline and backdoor. And I'll tell you what, this young woman right here is not going to give up easily.
No, yeah, Betty Lou. She was in, you know, that woman of pipeline edit. If you haven't seen it, that's up on Stab. Everyone should watch that. It's pretty amazing. You know, just the mindset of these women and how they're coming at pipeline. It's really inspiring.
I mean, did you see the comfort level with the double-handed stall?
That was so stylish.
I
wow.
mean, and then the doggy door exit, like, that is super technical surfing. to drop in, double hand stall, be comfortable enough to put yourself in the pit, pull into the barrel, and then have enough speed and just, you know, awareness of where you are in the wave to doggy door, come out and get the score and finish that ride.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's going to go up there. That's going to be one of the highest scores so far. Obviously, we had Carissa Moore with a near perfect ride. Salema seemed pretty upset that it wasn't a perfect 30. He's probably having words right now with the judges, but yeah, we're stoked to see you know, Carissa just perform at that level, and Betty Lou kind of backing her up and being like, "Yep, I heard that. Here's mine."
Oh yeah, well that's not it. She's got 26 minutes left. I mean, they're starting off this heat with a bang. I mean, look, the waves are starting to shape up again. A lot more makeable size waves, and these girls, yeah, like Sakura, right there, 8.5, 8.0, 7.5, all for a 24.0 heat total.
Right, so we've been talking about the format. It's the sum of each judge's score. So that gives her a 24 because she got an 8.5, an 8, and a 7.5. And we've also been talking a lot about what it's going to take to be in the top 4 to make it to that final. Makua, what do you think it's going to take here for the rest of the day for these women to remain in that top 4?
I think the girls are going to have to be consistently on those rights. I really think the right is what has the most potential on offer, but we have yet to see the Queen of Pipeline so far, Moana Jones-Wong, and what she will be able to bring to a different perspective to this wave. And look at those lefts right there.
Wow, yeah, that was a sweet one.
You better believe that she's going to be on those waves. And right now, talking about women, we have one of the most beautiful on the beach for us. What do you have, Mahina Florence?
They're gonna talk. Sorry, we are bombarding Laura right now. Sorry. Are you kidding me? We know you never lack the send, but that was awesome to watch. What happened on that wave? What went down?
Sorry, Mum, firstly, watching at home. I was just so tired. Like, I paddled all the way out the back from the one before. I knew I had like 2 minutes left. And then, like, I saw that set coming. I was like, muster any bit of energy to just, like, turn around and go. And then that one came through, and I was like, I might be able to get, like, a chip into it to just, like, try and get, like, an easy entry. And, like, I just obviously did not.
I see you're flustered, but I mean, why are you flustered right now? You look...
I think I need to go for more runs. Okay. It was a lot of work out there, and, like, I mean, that's like my first time ever. Am I red?
Oh, no, you're fine. No, you're good. You're beautiful.
I usually go red when I go for runs, so I don't run. What am I talking about? But anyway, I think, like, I was just out there alone for the first time, and I was kind of questioning where I was sitting. It's pretty tricky out there, but my aim was to just try to sit on the boil and just try to get one. I think I was sitting a bit too far out for most of the heat, so then I kind of tried to, like, readjust that. But the 30 minutes just goes quick, and then went a bit high on, like, the one that I had, and but yeah, I'm so stoked to be out there. It's like an absolute dream. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're going to get...
It's a shot.
Absolutely, and you're going to get another shot. But because you are all gas, no brakes out there, we are going to give you $1,000
oh my
as
gosh.
a reward for
Thank
sending
you.
it. That is progression.
That's amazing. I actually got in, like, a small car crash when I first got here, and that cost me a bit of money, so that's great. I can pay for that.
What happened in the car crash?
I mean, I was basically checking the surf rolling and ran out the back of a Tacoma.
Can't keep the eyes off the surf. Come on.
So yeah, that'll be great. Oh yeah, over to Nate.
Sorry. Over to me, I guess. Here's your $1,000. I think that was unanimously a decision that everybody made. That I think most people were getting $500 for this and that, $250 for certain things, but everybody said that you deserved $1,000. So I think they're all happy to give it to you. And what a show!
Thank you so much.
Okay, we love you, Laura.
I can try and make one next time.
We believe in her. We do not doubt that she will make one on the next heat that she has. Throwing it back to you, boys.
Thank you, Mahina. And yes, she was all gas, no brakes, on and off the road. And she's got $1,000 cash in her pocket for her endeavors. Laura Enever, nonetheless, one of the hardest charging women in the event and of all time. And right now we have 22 minutes left. Round 1, Heat 3, in blue with a beautiful score, Betty Sakura Johnson. In second, in white, we have Katie Simmers. In red, Brianna Cope. And waiting to open her account, we can hear screams in the background for Laura. We have Tyler Wright.
Yeah, that was amazing insight. I mean, let's be real. it's always fun to, it sucks. It's bittersweet. You see someone wipe out, you react. You're like, wow, everyone's screaming. You obviously don't want the person to get hurt, but, there's some great highlight reels or just wipeout reels, and they end up being some of the funniest sections in surf movies. So, yeah, we got Betty Lou dropping in and kicking out. She's just keeping that mojo flowing.
I wish I got $1,000 every time I jumped over the falls. That'd be amazing. I mean, I'd be rich. Beyond right
I think
now.
every surfer would be rich if if they were paid for their wipeouts instead of their barrels, we'd all be rich. But
actually, we did get paid for our wipeouts in the XXL once upon a time. We got the worst wipeout in
really?
It's like the guy who rode the gnarliest bull but got stepped on after a few times.
Right, exactly. That's never going to feel good, but it's also a confidence boost, I feel like. If you're able to handle something like that and paddle back out, that's got to play into your mindset, and you heard her when she was walking off. She's like, all right, I'm ready to make one now. Like, I got this out of the way, and that sucked. And thanks for the $1,000, but she wants to make one. You can see it in her eye.
Well, as much as the physical fitness, the mental aspect of pipeline, it really changes a lot as you surf. You can get a super bad wipeout and really be rattled in the mind, or you can get a super bad wipeout and handle, and it wipes away all of your fears, all of your butterflies. It just puts you in a place where, like, okay, I got through that. The next one's gonna be easy. And we have a replay that we missed. Katie Simmers up and riding, just
looks like she's feeling out her
4-point
board.
ride, and just really feeling out her board, feeling out pipeline. And who do we have on the right here?
Was that someone in there?
I seen a head pop out of there for a second.
Close.
Looked like a Katie Simmers' board. Who do we have there?
Yeah, that did look like
It
that
was
was
her.
Katie. Yep. She's
Going for
hunting. She's hungry. Her group of surfers, her generation is super inspiring. Her air game and everything she's trying to do, she's bringing that skate style to surf. It's so rad to see her, out at an event like this and seeing what she can do. I'm excited for this heat and to see how it plays out.
I'm excited to see a replay here. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Look at that.
Bingo.
And just body surfing out. And Katie Simmers is, if you don't know about Katie Simmers, you're going to know about her. We do have a little bio for you on Katie Simmers.
I surf pipe 2 times a year. 3, maybe 3. I actually used to hate the beach. My parents had to bribe me to. They would okay, if you go to the beach, then you can get a Slurpee. No priority means I will have a harder time getting a wave, because I'm not good at being eggy, but I'll try to be eggy. But now it's time for blending. It sounds like it's exploding. The landing at backdoor is sketchy. Sketchy, that's my word. For women surfing, I feel like it's more important to reward progression, because it airs in women surfing happens way less, so I feel like they should reward it when it does happen.
And we are back at the Pipe Masters with a little bit of education for you about Katie Simmers. And I heard the wave. I heard the word progression, Dylan, and she is definitely pushing that progressive level of women surfing.
She definitely is. I would say her, Sierra Kerr, her performance landed her a wild card into this event, and I don't know if you saw that air that she did in Indo, but that was crazy. That was a legitimate, full rotation landing in the flats move, and I'm really excited to see her out here as well. Her dad, no stranger to pumping surf and performance, Josh Kerr. It's rad to see what that generation is doing.
And what's crazy is surfing has so many different avenues that you could make a career out of. Some girls go toward the big wave. Some girls go towards the aerial, video, free surfing. Some girls stay in the middle and kind of, dabble on both sides. And then you have your competitive girls who are always chasing the tour, the contest, that real competitive lifestyle. But right now, women's surfing and the progression on either side is at its highest. And I don't think women's surfing has by any means reached its peak. I think it's only in its infant stages of actually breaking through and really demanding the respect that these women deserve.
Yeah, it is just, it's cool to see, 100%. But here we go. We got Tyler Wright, you know, sister of Mikey Wright. They seem that their whole, you know, family just seems to really push each other. It's cool to see her taking, you know, the line she's taken in her career. She had, you know, she's world champion, and, you know, still on tour today, just, you know, pushing the limits. So cool to see someone like her in this event going up against Katie Simmers, you know, and the rest of the field. I mean, again, this format, it's all about, you know, competing against everybody and performing at your top level. So it's a different format than the WSL, and it's cool to see, you know, Tyler have a crack and get her waves out here at Pipe.
Well, here's a replay. I mean, just coming around the corner right here, really waiting for it to stand up, and had that wave had a little more west in it, it might have bent on the reef and gave her an opportunity for a barrel. But like you were saying, the Wright family, the surfing family, the talent in that family is amazing. They push themselves, they push each other, and I've actually trained with Tyler a little bit. You know, once upon a time, she came over and came and trained with us for a little while at my gym and stuff like that. And I mean, you know, the dedication that she put into her craft, coming off of injury, coming back, going for world titles. I mean, right now, this contest, I think, really lends the surfers the opportunity to surf against themselves, see what they can bring out inside of them, because they're not worried about advancing, getting a 1-point wave, really looking deep inside and saying, how bad do I want it, and how bad can I elevate my level of surfing in waves of consequence?
Yeah, I think it's cool to see that vibe, and for a lot of people to just have that opportunity, you know, like, you know, both men and women being out here. You know, you're usually surfing pipe with, you know, 60 plus people if it's good. So you're hearing a lot of people. Even Carissa Moore mentioned something that it's just, you know, about just it being nice to be out there with only, you know, 3 other people, and the vibe being pretty supportive of, you know, your competitors and wanting, you know, everyone to do good, because then that fires you up to do good. And that's, you know, that's kind of what surfing's all about anyways. I
mean, surfing is a brotherhood. It's the camaraderie in the sport. You know, it's a dangerous sport. You know, we're competing, I don't want to say against, we're competing with Mother Nature. And that being said, it's such an unpredictable thing, Mother Nature, and how powerful the ocean is. You really want to win. And, you know, I heard earlier people say, like Billy say, you leave friendships on the beach, but, you know, after that, you want to see everybody come home. After that competitive vibe that, you know, go get them, I want to be the winner, you also want to see your friends prosper. You want to see everybody come back to fight another day against each other and you know, better conditions, more challenging conditions, different spots. But right now, Pipeline is really having, you know, really challenging conditions on hand.
Right. So, I mean, the later you are on the drop, the steeper the wave is, the bigger the wave is, the more hollow, the higher the score, but the greater the risk as well. So there's the flip side to, you know, each one of these great scores that happens is they're skillfully ridden. And you know, you're doing everything right and having years of experience to pull from and get that score and having the confidence to stay on your board and the, you know, just... yeah, the courage to stay on your board on some of these. Like, you know, when you drop to the bottom of this wave, like, what's going on in your head, Makua?
I mean, it's just depends which bottom you're at, the bottom of the reef or the bottom of the wave. But when you drop in and you're at the bottom and you actually stick the drop, you're just worrying about getting under the lip, getting into that barrel. That's the safest place on a big wave out here. You don't want to drop in, get to the bottom, go straight and have the lip land on your back, or come around and, you know, meet the lip halfway, or try and jump off before it actually lands. You want to get into that barrel, and I really think the safest place on a big wave is in the barrel, because you have more opportunity to get spit out the back. You have more opportunity to, you know, have that foam ball in there with you that kind of pushes you along, but you don't want to stick, fall off, and get sucked up and over the falls, because that's when you really get pile drived into the reef. And I think, to me, the safest place would be in the barrel.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, having an opportunity to get spit out the back is definitely all you can ask for when you're taking off on a heaving wall of water.
Especially when it's very shallow. And sometimes I've had a wave out here. I have a picture that I was going to put up. of a wave that when I pulled in, it hit so hard that when I was in the barrel, I could see it split the water and I could see the reef in front of me. And right here, talk about splitting waters. It's about splitting hairs. It's about splitting hairs coming out of that doggy door. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the difference between getting the lip on the back of your neck. And I mean, look at the positioning. She gets high in that barrel, high enough to where she could drop down, you know, to the bottom of that wave and come out of that barrel. So that was very, very technical. And, you know, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, I mean, what can you say? What can't you say about her surfing? She's so well versed and so well rounded.
Yeah, definitely one of those names that jumps out at you from the list of competitors here on the women's side. Wow, there we.
That's the
we
one
had
I was talking about.
Betty Lou, just getting well acquainted with some water falling right in front of her, unfortunately. Yeah, it looks like she went, wow, that was almost a two-wave hold down.
Well, I'll tell you
right
what,
there.
a lot of these surfers, when they do that jump off, they do that like nonchalant, just kind of like, oh, bob down to the side. When that wave lip's coming down, you should dive down and get away from that lip, get as deep as you can and penetrate through so when it does land on you. Because sometimes, you know, it looks cool to do like a kind of lazy jump off, but I'll tell you what, most of the times you're going to get sucked over and you're going to end up right in that position.
Right. Well, I mean, good surfers now, you got to know how to fall. I mean, that's same in skating, same in snowboarding. Minimizes, you know, injuries, and you just got to know how to fall. That was a replay of Tyler Wright looking for a vision and looking to get her campaign going here in the VANS Pipe Masters. But yeah, it's interesting. I think the falling thing is such it's a sport in itself. You know, like all the greats in skating know how to fall really well, and it's almost the opposite. Like with skating, you want to roll out of stuff, and surfing, you want to stop. You want to like have that wave pass you by. So it's the exact opposite. So I've never been good at falling at skating.
Well, talking about falling, after you fall, you usually want to take a break, and that's what we are going to do right now. We're going to take a break. Heat run, round 3. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Aloha.
Total at this stage.
Aloha everyone, we are back in the place to be, and right on your screen as we come back, Katie Simmer is coming out of a beautiful backdoor wave. I would like to see the start of that. I mean, action right as we return. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson kicking out. We're in the place that you want to be, Pipeline, but if you're not, go to vans.com and check everything out.
Yeah, Katie looked like she got her wave, or definitely something to definitely a score on the board.
Oh wow,
that was well negotiated. Yeah, that's going to be up there.
I mean,
that's one of the best rides of the morning.
This young woman has skill. I mean, from big airs to tucking in behind and charging and putting it all on the line at backdoor, she is definitely going to put herself up there, and someone to be reckoned with for this contention for the finals of this first official back women's Pipe Masters.
She's 16 years old. That's crazy. She was the youngest to qualify. She didn't take her spot on the tour, and then she went and qualified again, as you mentioned earlier. And now she's here. You know, she's about to start her first year on the CT, and she's opening that up with, you know, or before that starts with this event, just kind of getting her feet in the wax and getting after it.
She's
hats off to her. She's incredible.
Well, she's going to need it because she's going to need the experience coming into the tour next year. Pipeline is at the start of the tour, and we see Betty Lou trying to catch that wave. But back to Katie Simmers, I mean, that wave was beautiful. And yeah, going into the championship tour, she is going to need all the experience that she can get out here. And I feel
it's an interesting point. Yeah,
I feel this girl will have world titles under her belt one day. Just the way that she gave up that spot at such a young age and came back and dominated again. And here she is pulling in at back door. I mean, the sky's the limit, and she's about to break through that.
She's just such a cool cat too. I loved her interview in her little spotlight for this event. I've actually I was at one of the stab highs in Costa Rica with her, and her whole approach to that event was super cool, nonchalant. I don't know, she just has this vibe about her. She's not really, she really seems like she's enjoying it. She's having fun surfing. She's trying to progress, but it's, and she's actively doing that every session, but it's not like, she's going to let that affect her overall vibe on a trip, or, which is super rare.
And just like we thought, Katie Simmers is in to the top 4. And what's so funny in that interview, she said she doesn't like the beach. You know who else didn't like the beach or sand on their feet? Was Sonny Garcia.
Yeah, I
did
remember
not
that.
like the sand on his feet. He doesn't like the beach, the feeling of the beach. It's so ironic that he's a world champion, multi-time Triple Crown champion, and a legend of the sport. And then you have Katie Simmers coming up, who didn't really like the beach. Kind of a little interesting contrast there. And nonetheless, she's got a beautiful scoreline on the board. She moved into first place in this heat and second place overall, Dylan.
That's insane. Yeah, she's got a better backup than Betty Lou. Betty Lou has a higher score, but her backup is less. So I'm sure she's looking to activate on something else and continue climbing that ladder. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's not necessarily out surfing anyone in your heat. It's just performing at a top level in this entire event. So it's a tall order, with the criteria. It's sort of a new one. And as we keep talking about, it's not about replacing barrels, because the barrel here is obviously always going to be the champion, but it's cool to see, just to have that in the criteria to help them, just to recognize and help put that, in the back of the competitor's mind is really the goal.
Well, as you can see, our event leaders on the men and women's side have solidified their lead, exponentially. I mean, Carissa in one heat, but she's got a 29.5 and an 18.0. I mean,
she doesn't even go out in round 2.
Obviously she's going to go out and try and get another one, better one, right?
But she doesn't need to.
To be able to do that in one heat and put yourself that high with a 47.5 total, that is the goal, to be able to do it in your first heat. Second heat, pressure's off. You can totally wait around, surf all you want, or really just wait for that one special 10-point ride to come in.
Well, I feel like that's when people do, arguably, obviously some people surf better under pressure, but when you don't have any pressure, I feel like, especially at a wave like Pipeline, when the conditions are challenging, it's just nice to be able to go out there and be like, let me pick and choose what I want to take off on here. That's going to feel great for her to go out in round 2 and just cruise.
It sounds like some of the guys I know when they paddle out the Pipeline on a regular day. Let me see what wave I want to pick and choose. Not too many people get to do that, but today, in this event format, 4 men and women surfing per heat. We're in heat 3 of round 1. 3 minutes left in this heat. Caitlin Simmers out front, Betty Sakuda Johnson in second, Tyler Wright in third, Brianna Cope in fourth, and right now on the leaderboard, it is the queen herself, Carissa Moore, in first place with one of the most historical rides we've ever seen at Backdoor.
Yeah, truly incredible. Wave of the event. That's kind of what everyone's been talking about. This is round 1. That was the first heat of the women, so I'm excited to see where we go from here. There's still plenty of swell on tap. The conditions look. It's kind of off and on between heats, but it's still, we're looking at turquoise blue barrels, and there's scores still to be
Looks
had.
like Katie Simmers on the inside double up. What does she got for us?
That was a cool angle. Wow. Another one.
Backing it up. There we go.
No big deal. Cool, groovy turn into the explosion there.
I think that is gonna, you know, that's gonna boost up her campaign right now.
Yeah,
oh
wow, Betty Lou. No way.
Double hand grab. Come on,
Come
girl.
Oh.
There she is. Oh man, that would have been awesome.
Yeah.
Well, what a beautiful takeoff. I mean, the positioning, her body style,
Man,
the style that
the
she
double
goes into
arm
the
grab.
Yeah.
So sick.
Double arm grab to double upset on the head. She's looking great right now in her
Here we
positioning.
go, Brianna.
Cope on a nice hack. And unfortunately, has to straighten out on that one. Nothing else on offer. But man, that was a beautiful turn right there.
That was, yeah. The girls are doing well. They're all looking really comfortable. I know, you know, there was sort of some chatter and you know, a lot of nervousness on the beach, but that's a normal thing. I think anyone paddling out at Pipeline, you're gonna be nervous. This is one of the craziest waves on this planet. So.
And you know who doesn't look nervous? It's Katie Simmers on your screen right now. She looks very confident.
She looks
2
ferocious.
good scores.
Look at
right
her.
here's her backup score. I mean,
Look at that.
just tucking in and just going through the motions. I mean, wow.
She's got the eye of the tiger. Yeah, I mean, I wonder, that's gonna put her at a really good total, at a really comfortable total. So again, like, she's in round 2. This may have put Betty Lou in first place had she come out of this.
I mean, talking about comfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say she coulda, shoulda, woulda. She did a beautiful job of getting in that barrel. Maybe a little pump high, maybe not. I'm not sure.
It had a clamp. I don't know. It definitely wasn't a perfect one.
It was a very good attempt at a very good backdoor wave, and should that wave have been open without chatter, I mean, it would have been guaranteed excellent range. And what do you know? Dr. Cliff Capono is in the house once again.
There's some action. How was those heats? Aloha. No, there was some action in the last heats, huh?
Yeah.
Action.
It's been cool. Yeah, the ladies are really going for it. It's amazing.
It's like leveled up after that first heat.
I don't know. I feel like that edit that just came out too, like the women of Pipeline. I'm sure everyone's been watching that. All the competitors, and they're like, you know what? I can do that. I can step up and do this.
Katie Simmers, I think everyone was curious, right, to see if this young blood is going to get out there and show something. And
yeah, she smashed it.
She's showing something.
She's in second overall on the leaderboard. Hasn't even had her. She's got another score still coming in, so she's going to be pretty up there.
And here we go. We have round 1, heat 4. Pua Makamai Di Soto from Waianae, Oahu in red. Molly Picklum from New South Wales in white. Moana Jones Wong right here, Pupukea, Oahu. And none other than Mrs. Sierra Kerr from Carlsbad, California, Australia, by way of Australia.
Wow. And I don't want to leave. I want to sit here with you guys. This is a heat.
Well, you stay here with them. I'm going to go get some lunch because I'm going to turn this heat over to the boys. You guys, Salemo, Dr. Cliff, aloha no, ahui ho, my brothers.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Wow. Get our headsets back in here after wolfing down some tacos for sustenance as we've been going since 7 a.m. local time. We got here this morning. And how grateful are we here in round 1 of the women. You know, we talked about it at the reset of the show, Cliff, that this could be an iconic day for women surfing. And when we were saying that, the conditions were not at all looking like that would be the case. Like we were saying so from a place of deep hope. But the manner in which, with these challenging conditions, that the women have taken each and every opportunity and thrown themselves at this moment for the collective of pushing women's professional surfing forward. This is it's just a magic day, man.
It's intriguing and entertaining, informative, hopefully. Yeah, the performances are just leveling up every heat.
As soon as Carissa Moore got that backdoor wave, it just reverberated through the whole field, and everyone was like, okay, game on.
Totally.
And as we were outside under the tents watching the women prepare, there's a buzz.
Oh, yeah.
And I was talking to young Sophie Bell from South Africa, and she's like, I'm excited. Now it looks fun.
Yeah.
She's like, I want to go out there and get one.
Well, that's what's hard about the first heats, I bet. It's like they have all that weight on the shoulders.
Yeah.
For all the women's, it's like, okay, how are we going to do women's? And it's nice that Carissa set the tone. Like, we're good, girls. Let's get out there and show them what we're made of.
Yeah, Betty Lucifer Johnson. Obviously, I mean, Katie Simmers, she's so feisty and grindy. Just like, I mean, what the impact that she's about to have as we look forward to the tour, incredible. You know, Laura Enever came in and she got essentially a standing ovation from the entire tent. Everyone, all the boys that were out there, Harry Bryant, Michael February,
Mikey Wright.
You know, the whole field, everyone, just standing ovation for her guts and courage. And, you know, on that big one that she went over the falls on, she's like, I really thought I was going to be in there.
Yeah.
As we see scratching and having a look.
Oh, yeah.
Was that black?
That was white.
That was white.
Yeah, Molly Picklum. Yeah, Molly Picklum looked at that and she didn't quite pick the right one.
Go ahead. You're there. You're there. You might as well walk through the door, bro.
She wanted it.
No, Laura was saying that one of the things that was really surreal for her is, you know, it's a two-edged sword having this experience surfing pipe with no one out. Yeah. She said you're used to lining up off of other people in the lineup who this is what they do out here. She said half the heat was me just getting oriented and trying to figure out where to sit and how to be, and not having the reference point of the lineup was challenging. She talked about the first thing she said, she's like, I got to get more fit. She said, I got out there and I was gassed when I had to go on that wave. And she mentioned that essentially, as we see, turning and going.
Again. Oh, yeah. Bear. Oh, what?
Let's go. Grab rail, Molly.
Molly, full wetsuit, the drag.
Little glimpse of things to come. She said that she got hogtied around both legs by her leash. And she said, I'm underwater just getting rolled. And the first thing I'm telling myself is, I've got to figure out how to unravel my body from my leash because I can't kick up.
And she had
padding on.
Padding.
Yeah. So she said afterwards that she was just so exhausted and happy that she had the presence of mind just to be able to be like, okay, don't panic, but also like get out from underneath this because this is going to be bad. She got a beating. But I believe she was handed some cash for charging.
Yeah, there's the secret monies.
Yeah.
Secret monies in the charging department. With us too, we're getting a surprise guest.
Oh, let's go. As we welcome Mikey February.
As Pua DeSoto starts pulling. Pua, yes, Pua, dropping in. No, Moana. Oh. No.
Almost made that. You saw where her helmet.
That's interesting too, because it's like now helmets are like colors too. Molly going back again.
Welcome, Miguel.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Very good, thank
Brother, yeah.
Thank you for coming by and joining us. We were just talking about the energy in the tents amongst the women. I know you've been there hanging out and just seeing how fired up they are for this day.
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, ever since just to make that call, to call them on and stuff, and all the girls are like kind of just frothing to get out there. Just seeing that alone was pretty epic. And then just from heat one, just, I don't know, pretty amazing to watch. And just, I don't know, it's cool just to be a part of it and witnessing it with everyone. It's the energy's rad.
There's a few South Africans in the heat draw on the women's. Do you ever see them back home?
Yeah, we have Sophie up next, I think. She charges, and she's such a undercover charger, and she surfs so nice. She's just a nice person, and I'm so stoked that she's got this opportunity, and I think she's been super excited to just get out there. She's been waiting.
Yeah, she was, you see her coming up against Kokoho, Vahin Fierro, and Luana Silva. She was just trying to figure out, like, she's like, I don't know what board to ride.
Yeah, I think she's opting for the 6'5" or the 6'6".
I think that's one of Shane Sykes' boards. I think the biggest board she has is like 6'2". I think this is a 6'5".
That's a 6'2", the black one behind.
Yeah.
All right. Well, way to come through, Shane, with the loner. How's this experience been for you, Mikey? I mean, yesterday was such an incredible day and performance by you. What was it like for you just being a part of this?
Yeah, it was epic. I mean, yesterday, I think...
stand by.
Luana packing it.
She's so good out here.
Just love to see the way Moana Jones-Wong is just like, we saw her go down, and 2 minutes later she's back out there trying to pack another one, clearly wanting to get as deep as possible.
Yeah, she knows the lineup so well here.
But you were saying, you know, we saw that incredible wave that you got to backhand show us the grab rail steez through 3 sections. How was that wave?
Yeah, that wave was really fun. I mean, it's rad to have this opportunity and to be able to surf in this format. I mean, what happened here?
Yeah.
She was deep.
Oh. Yeah, you saw it right there, that shot before the replay. Oh my God, look at the perspective of this thing.
Very cool. Larry Haynes getting the eyeball shot from the channel. You packed a pretty nice one. Oh, is Moana okay?
Yeah, she hasn't paddled yet. You see the Hawaiian Water Patrol coming in to check on her. Saw her sort of shake her head a little bit and before cut to that replay.
That end section is just so shallow and it sucks so dry. Oh, she's back out there.
Back out there.
Yeah, she might have hit the bottom. Which even a tap out there, sometimes it
sometimes
ruin you.
You just need to regroup and, get back out there.
So you packed a closeout yesterday.
Yeah.
What, no hand grab into the end section?
Yeah, that was fun. That was, I mean, probably one of my... I mean, I only got 2 waves, but that was really enjoyable. I mean, it was just yesterday... we got so lucky with the heat that I had, and heat 3 just somehow just turned on, and we were really fortunate. The sun came out, and obviously the crew in the water was epic. The waves just turned on, and it was just, I was super grateful to have, been there at that time, and it was nice.
Yeah, you were standing proud. Also with a little bit of knowledge that there might be some sand underneath you.
Yeah, the sand was comforting, I'm not going to lie. I think once you cover some distance, you know that there's sand underneath you, but I don't know, that closeout section yesterday was pretty heavy. It was sandy, but it was just, I don't know.
It seemed like it gave you even more energy.
Yeah, it was nice to start off like that. I mean, it was a beautiful wave. It closed out, but still beautiful, and just nice to be out here and being able to, pick and choose a few waves. And I mean, it's something special being able to be out at pipe with just 3 other guys, and especially that group of people too.
They must be feeling the same way too, sharing a lineup with the Queen of Pipeline, Miss Moana Jones-Wong. Pua DeSoto. Pua, she's comes from another very well-known Hawaiian surfing family. Dwayne DeSoto, former world champion longboarder. And her uncle, Makamai DeSoto, a really great surfer too, out here at Pipeline.
And how about Sierra Kerr? I mean, we watched her in the Stab High event.
Oh, yeah, you did. You were judging, or were you in that one?
I was in that one, and I got to witness all of that. It was, that was also pretty insane. I mean,
What was it like being there when that went down?
It was crazy. We were actually super far away watching. her, I mean the final, just before we ended up heading out to watch it from close. But I don't know, even though it was so far, you could see that one air that she did from so far away, and everyone inside the restaurant and stuff just went crazy. And again, it was just insane to witness something like that in person. The girls just keep pushing it every single year, and it's yeah, it's just rad to witness, really.
Yeah, it was cool seeing Josh Kerr, you know, during the award ceremony of the checks, just, you know, fighting back the tears as he's watching his daughter, who, it wasn't that long ago, it was just like pink helmet and pink skateboard, and we thought like, oh, maybe she's just going to be a pro skater, you know, the pink helmet posse. And then she started throwing herself more full time into surfing, and seeing the way that base of being so skate centric served her now is, the sky's the limit really for Sierra Kerr.
Without a doubt. That's true.
We were talking yesterday about your journey, Mikey, to even make it on the tour, and I think because, you know, you have the ability to go out and make the content that you want to do, and tell the stories that you want to. Now, people sometimes forget that you rolled up your sleeves on the QS and like battled and have that fight in you when necessary. But I think everyone kind of thinks, oh, he must be just like the nice guy only. What's that other part of you, like the competitive side, like?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I competed on the QS for like, I don't know, 8-10 years or something, and I think naturally that was just something that, to ensure that you could serve full time and be able to do this every day, I think that was the only way back then. And I think naturally you have this competitive drive, because I mean, it's such a special thing, surfing, so naturally you're competitive because you want to keep doing it as much as possible and obviously do your best. And I think it's the cool part about this event too, like VANS, I guess, bringing together like a little bit of the competitive surf community, the Hawaiian surf community, as well as a lot of the free surf community. It hasn't been done that much, and you can really, it's exciting to see that all happening now, and just all the different personalities and different approaches. It's really cool to see in an event. Yeah.
What's your heat like? You got a pretty stellar heat going out there. I think it's almost like an experience versus a heat competition to be out there with that crew.
Oh, especially being out with like Mason and Ivan, obviously just like, you know, so amazing out here. And I think just being, and then obviously Tosh too, like it's just rad being out there with them and being able to, I feel like I'm just learning from them, and it's more like a little coaching session than anything. I'll take, and I mean, even in the last heat, you know, Mason was kind of like telling us like, way to go, like paddle further out, more wide, more deep. And I mean, I'll take it. I'd rather do that than try and think for myself in that sense. But, yeah.
Oh, too good. I know. I think that's a crowd favorite. Your guys' heat out there, watching the different styles of it too. And like, yeah, it's cool to see Mason coming out there. And we were talking about it earlier. You know, when you hear the stories of Uncle Mike, Uncle D, they're talking about what happened before the heat, after the heat, during the heat. It's not so much about what everyone else sees in the contest screens or it's those personal stories throughout the heat that really last.
Yeah.
And to have that connections out in competition, it's like you become kind of like long-term friends.
For sure. It's memories, I guess. And
those sets, taking out the crew.
Some lickings.
That's beautiful out there.
Yeah, it's so nice, huh? It was supposed to be not the night. It's not nice. And oh yeah, cleaning out. Looked like Pua got taken out.
So glad that she was able to regroup and paddle back out. It was scary to watch her sort of just sitting there, reassessing, resetting after that closeout.
Oh yeah, Moana.
I'm sorry, yeah, Moana.
Yeah, this is another person too, Moana, how it's like, if the good one comes, we want to see her perform at her best. And then everyone else is learning the lineup pretty much. It's they want her to. They probably want to show her to show them kind of, okay,
sure.
where does Moana sit? You know.
Without a doubt, yeah.
How about the fact that Carissa Moore has the highest heat total of all performers, men and women, in this event? Highest single wave score from that backdoor wave, getting it on the back end of what looked like it was going to just be a nothing heat, and just sticking with it.
It was pretty epic, and I mean, she just set the standard and started off for the girls, and I think it probably fired everyone up too, you know. And there was always like, I don't know, whether they're going to run the girls or not, and then first heat off the bat, just
What's your strategy? Looking at you'll be following up after the girls. Oh, Carissa's wave,
Still mind blowing. Look at that thing disconnect. Oh my goodness.
Perfect. Picture
so
perfect.
Good. Wow. I can't help but think of that Dorian shot of Shane, like
scratching.
His TP down, like upside down almost, dropping into it.
Love that insta joy. She can't help but just go into full wraparound smile.
Totally. Yeah. Are you looking at the back door a bit more now?
I mean, it's exciting that there's a couple backdoor ones for sure. I mean, being a natural footer, pretty excited about backdoor, but yeah, we'll see what happens out there, and hopefully we get another fun heat. Yeah,
yeah, waiting for the ocean to call the direction is probably the best call.
Yeah, for sure, especially out here. Definitely not forcing it.
This is kind of how Carissa them's heat was too. It was like slow, and then kind of in that last moment it picked up. How does the time go by when you're out in your heat, Mikey? Like, does it feel long, short?
It goes by pretty quickly, you know. I think 30 minutes at Outer Pipeline it's a long time having 3 other people out there for that amount of time, but it also goes by really quickly, you know. I think even in our heat, the first 10 minutes flew by, and then next thing you know, it's just wave after wave. So it goes through so many different phases. I feel like you kind of just out there just waiting to see what happens.
Well, good heat would be sets every 10 minutes, and that's 3 sets.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And maybe one of the sets are good.
Yeah.
So you ultimately have 3 good waves potentially between 4 people who need 2 waves.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess it's cool with this event being able. I mean, I guess it's ideal if you got a score in your first round, but
double up. Who's this? Oh, Pua. Good choice.
Yeah.
This is the part. Do you get that anxiety around this time? All 10 minutes winding down. What am I?
I mean, what is this?
Sierra. Going for the hack.
Yeah. You know, she was just like, oh, give me a section. Yeah, what's it like when it gets beneath that sub 10 minute mark and you're...
It's, oh, there we go.
Yeah, see? Mom and Dad is Josh being like, get out there. Get back out there. I couldn't imagine the anxiety as a parent in a moment like this.
Having your kid surf out a pipe. Wow. Yeah, I don't know that.
Juana. No, now Molly.
Oh.
Yes.
Molly. Wow. Molly.
Molly, not afraid.
Okay.
She'd
love it.
Molly from Australia.
I like that. Take us through this technique here. Maybe we'll see the replay.
She did so well there. I feel like the wave just didn't cooperate afterwards.
She squared up nice. That like square up after when she bottom turned and then squared up to if that thing held open.
Yeah.
She got in a little bit before that bounce at the bottom. Can you imagine if she made it out that doggy door? This whole place would have erupted.
Still waiting for the backside barrel from the women's. Still plenty time though. 8 minutes. It's also hard to tell from live when you're outside and you're looking at it. You're like, oh, it looks super good. And then when you come back in here, you're like, does it look the same or does it look worse?
Did you get out and surf this morning?
No, I didn't. I don't know. When they made the call and said that we were surfing much later, because yesterday were heat 3, I think now I'm like heat 12 or 13 or something like that. So kind of just took a cruisy morning and watched everyone else get some sick ones.
So people are probably wondering what you're riding out there. And because I think people are super intrigued on the different types of boards you're riding. Twin fins, single fins.
Middies.
Yeah, what did you choose for this and why? And did you have it cross your mind? Maybe I want to try a twin or a twin pin or something?
I mean, I think I was thinking about it. Moana. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I was always excited to ride something different, but I think being and just spending time in Hawaii, you kind of realize that. I don't know. I mean, pipe is a pretty gnarly wave, and I think sometimes the safer option's the best option, and I think that's like a thruster. And I mean, I've got like, I don't know, like a 701 as a backup, but I worked with Britt before this event and just try to create some, I don't know, new boards for pipe, and they were kind of just like more modern rockers, like the, I don't know, Happy Hawaiian or something like that, kind of like just normal safe rocker, but then just change the outline, like wide point forward, a lot of foam up front, which kind of feels nice. I feel like nowadays I'm enjoying having a bit more foam and being able to paddle and get in a little bit easier. And I'm really stoked with the result. I mean, they've been going really fun, and
foam is your friend.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, they kind of have like more of a retro outline, but a modern rocker that's safe. So that feels good.
Totally.
Yeah.
So you have a, what were you riding? What length was it?
6'8".
6'8".
Yeah.
And
I mean, on the smaller days, it would be fun to ride like some sort of, you know, round tail twin or something like that would be sick. But I think for these conditions, there's a lot of water moving, and I don't know, you just want to be, cover
You don't
your
want
bases.
you don't want to be sliding when you want to be where you want to be holding.
Yeah, exactly.
As we saw a shot of Josh Kerr had some sort of like guitar mode signal going on from with the board. Now we've got the lay down rail signal.
yeah, it's the secret communications. No set, board down, board coming, set coming, board up. What do they call that when the signals, the pitcher signals?
Oh, in
baseball?
In baseball, yeah. The signals.
Yeah, signals.
They're called signals.
Oh, what that thing again?
I saw that Jose Faulkner's here, Sharif Fall.
Was he
from
out
Senegal.
last night for like the evening?
I think so. I saw him post a little pipe barrel that he got from
I
last night.
swear
Yeah.
he was out for like 3 hours.
Sick.
Like him and 2 other people.
Yeah. What's it like to see this? There's a really nice movement of surfers in general from the continent, not just from South Africa, from across. Oh, having a look.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, wow. Oh, broke the board. How's that thing launched 10 feet in the air?
And Dad giving a little clap. That's my girl.
Sick that she went. That was.
Yeah.
Water Patrol get in there, make sure she's all right.
Oh, Mom is stressing. Oh.
With 3:40 to go, should have enough time to get one and maybe get one back out there. But as I was saying, it's an exciting time for the continent.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is an exciting time. I feel like there's more and more people coming out of many different countries in Africa, and it's really exciting to see. I feel like everyone's ripping, and it's exciting that the world's also excited about everyone. So really just enjoying that, really. Sick.
Yeah, Dad.
How's the difference? Mom's freaking out.
Dad's sprinting
down the board.
Get back out there.
This is a moment, man.
Give it to me already. Give me the board. Wow.
And now he's probably telling her, all right, look, you're good. Take a couple deep breaths. Don't stress.
It's pretty inspiring, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's rad.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
And, you know, just to, you know, having gotten to spend a lot of time with watching Sierra grow up, you know, to see the, oh, man.
Just the board didn't want to grab on that rail.
But she was not afraid to go.
There's that little chandelier, little section.
Just seeing the patience that Josh has had with Sierra, you know, she clearly from a very young age, right, had this immense talent, but he's never pushed her. Like, he just allowed her to do what she wants to do, and if she gravitates towards something, then he obviously has the opportunity to give her some spaces to play in, right? But it's been cool to really watch her just sort of direct where she wants to go, and Dad be like, okay, Mom and Dad is like, here, we're here with the support.
Yeah. No, it's epic. I see they're going some pretty epic, dreamy family surf trips. I think after Stab High, I was like, oh, what's your guys' plans? They're like, oh, I might be in Indo for the next month or something. I was like, that sounds insane.
Yeah, they're splitting time between North County, San Diego, and Australia, so she's getting like the best of like SoCal lowers days, whatever she wants, and point breaks galore. And then, like you said, you know, they might be in the Maldives or Indo or Tavarua, and she's only 16.
It's crazy. It's so sick.
And also, your dad's one of the best surfers on the planet.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Not too bad at all.
Yeah, he was in at Stab High, and he was just watching him surf all those boards and stuff it's insane.
It's been crazy to watch what his surfing has done since he started focusing just on playing on the twins and the albums. I think it's almost like wow, you probably could win heats on those things more so than a thruster.
Definitely. And it's always rad when everyone just rides different boards, because naturally everyone just draws different lines, and it's exciting to see, even if it's like someone that it's like your favorite surfer on like a thruster, but see them ride something else and draw different lines is always exciting.
Yeah. A lot of possibility.
Yeah.
Well, Mikey, we appreciate you coming by and giving us some insights and some analysis on this heat, and we wish you the best of luck in climbing your way back up the leaderboard when you get back out there.
Thank you,
Mikey.
We know that you will be out there having fun, bro.
Thanks a lot.
To be continued.
Good luck, bro.
And we will take a little break, say hello to our sponsors, and see you for Heat 5 here in round 1 of the women at the VANS Pipe Masters.
Was on the championship tour last year, the young 18-year-old from the North Shore. She'll be in blue. Tahitian, representing France. Tahina Ferraro will be in white, and Sophie Bell from South Africa will be in black. Check in for jerseys, heat number 6 of the men's round 2. Cole Smith, Jimmy O'Brien, Robbie McCormick, and Rio Lila check in.
Welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters. The parking this morning on Kemp Highway was difficult. I had to park almost a mile away because all these fans have driven in from all over the island to witness history as we start here in Heat 5 with the women. I am Salema Masakela, and to my left, out of nowhere, I blinked my eyes, I opened my eyes, and boom, it's Mason Ho. Hey, brother.
Yeah, so sorry. I'm right about to watch my sister get it annihilated. Oh, no, she pulled it. Yes. Sorry.
No worries. I mean, obviously, blood is thicker than the actual salt water.
I know, right? Yeah, Cliff.
We're just having a nice warm embrace. The energy. How's the energy today floating around?
Nice, huh?
Yeah. This whole event.
Yeah, no, the whole event, it's been really beautiful. Even from the first night, we all had that barbecue, all the surfers and all the staff and everything. And oh, yeah, that's a nice one.
Oh, who's that? Body surf?
Someone went in standing, came out body surf. You saw the lineup here for Heat 5. Coco Ho, your sister, Luana Silva, Vahin Fierro,
Sophie Bell.
And Sophie Bell from South Africa. Vahina from Tahiti. What's Coco's mindset?
Coco's mindset. I think she's in a really good place because usually when it's this crazy, I mean, to be honest, I don't really go out on these days. I'm like I like to pick my pipeline times when I go surf it. I like to pick them perfectly, you know. I'm not like the diehard out there like my Uncle Derek used to just pull up with his car and paddle straight out.
No matter what.
Yeah, just put on his wetsuit, and it was actually pretty crazy to watch him do that sometimes, because sometimes I try and copy and do the whoa.
Vahine from Tahiti, Tiaopo'o, Queen.
Oh, just gets clipped. Looked like she was going to sail out of that thing.
Yeah, such nice style.
Yeah. What happened there? Trap's door, maybe.
Yeah, it's a little wave wobble, huh?
Someone was saying earlier that Vahina was saying that she feels comfortable because she looks at Chopo as being far more scary than Pipeline.
Whoa. Yeah, that's my whole theory as well, is try to trick yourself. Like it may or may not be correct, but whatever makes your brain and your mental game happy and stoked, usually for me that's when I do a little better out there, so I don't blame her for thinking that. But I would almost beg to differ.
That being said,
yeah.
On the other hand.
Yeah. But she's one of my favorite girl surfers for sure, you know, and she knows her stuff, so I wouldn't differ too long, you know. But when I surfed Chopo, it seemed like a candy store, or like the Wicked Witch in the forest that goes, "Come eat my candy." That's the house made of candy, and it's all easy, and you're like, "Oh, this is so easy," and then all of a sudden you could die, or you're poisoned. You might get a 40-footer on your head.
The shiny apple will get you.
Yeah. Chopo.
I've only caught one wave at Chopo. It was a 5-footer, and I've never been so terrified in my life. There was a certain guy on a ski who, when I do the impression, you'll know who it was. He said, "Okay, everybody, Salema is going next. Nobody is paddling. Okay, come on, follow me. And I'm like, oh, come on, follow me. And then go, brother,
Don't
go.
change. Oh, no. You're like, are you saying no or go? Yeah. I'm feeling a little bit of both here.
Yeah.
I love you.
And kicked out as we're joined by Mason Ho here. I kicked out, barrel dodged my way to the channel, and then, whoa, forget that story. Look at this.
Who's this?
Grab rail.
Sophie. South Africa. Sophie.
That was cool right there.
Yeah, well, Mikey was just in here telling us before, like, yo, Sophie is not afraid to go, and that's going to be a good feeling for her, right?
Yeah,
to get one under and be like, all right, cool. I can do this.
Yeah.
She opted for a little longer rail, but you sometimes opt for a little bit longer rail out there, huh?
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, I try my...
I've seen you.
Yeah. Oh, what do you think about this, Mace?
Okay, well, I love how she just practiced the grab rail. I was even telling Coco, hey, whether it's a barrel or not, just take off and grab rail and feel it. Feel the feeling, you know? So that's really cool of her. I'm proud of her to see her do this. And then, yeah, come off the bottom and play with it, you know? That's what exactly I told Coco to do as well. Just go out there and try to stay as calm as you can. Like, keep your heart rate low as possible, but don't be afraid to just flip the switch and charge, because we're all right here ready to jump in and save her. And then you got the real professionals on the jet skis.
On three skis, the best in the world. I like what you said, though. You're talking about, like, you're doing your best to sort of suppress doing your best to suppress the heart rate until you need it.
Yeah, I like that.
And then press the button.
Exactly. Just try to, kind of what we were talking about earlier, is trick yourself and play calm and play, and I mean, I like to say play dumb, you know, because if you're smart, you wouldn't really be out there. You'd be enjoying the show, you know. but I figure just play a little stubborn and get out there, and when the big craziest wave comes through, you're like, well, this is nice and safe, but at the same time, you're like, I'm ready to die right now. And usually those two don't go together, yeah, but we like that.
Well, as the women in the lineup here for this heat reset, get organized, we'll check in with Mahina Flores, who's with Moana Jones-Wong after Heat 4.
Thank you. Yes, I'm with Moana. Now, Joyce Hoffman was the first woman to surf pipe. Fast forward many years, now we have 20 of you women surfing in the VANS Pipe Masters. What does that mean to you, and what are your thoughts on it?
I think that's super awesome, and I'm super excited that all these women are out here surfing pipeline, and we couldn't have done it without the women before us, so really all the respect to them.
And what is your opinion on the women surfing so far from what you've seen?
I think everyone's charging, and everyone's really like giving it their all. It's not easy pipeline right now. It's gnarly. It's like super sketchy. I got so pounded. Yeah.
Can you go into depth why it's sketchy out there right now?
It's sketchy right now because it's not the ideal pipeline swell. Or like the sand is like all in the wrong spot, and it's just gnarly. Like it's when you get slammed out there, it's like you get slammed.
Well, you are titled the Pipeline Queen at the moment. How does it feel to be the baton runner for the women out there surfing pipe for this next generation?
Yeah, it feels great to be kind of leading the charge, and I think all the girls are really like, you know, giving it their all this year. I think this year is like a breakthrough for a lot of the women. So I love watching all the girls charge and putting on amazing performances. So I'm excited for the rest of this event.
And are you liking that everyone is progressing?
Everyone is progressing at lightning speed, so it's super inspiring and makes me want to try harder too.
And what is your board setup you have going?
I have a Chili 6.3 and I have some 4-fin setup. So it's kind of like, I mean, I guess the 6.3 is pretty big for me because my normal board's like a 5.2. So it's like over a foot bigger.
So why did you decide to go a foot bigger?
At pipe, you really need like a big board, you know. Like you do not want to be riding a small board out there.
Got it. Well, thank you so much for taking time to break that all down for us. You guys are progressing at lightning speed. I'm going to throw it back up to the boys.
Thank you, Mahina and Moana Jones-Wong, with aspirations for wanting to represent and get that third Olympic spot. You know, knowing that the next Olympics for surfing is going to take place in Tahiti at Chopu. She's like, hey, I'm going to do everything I can to get there, leading the charge. We saw during that interview Sophie Bell getting a little bit more comfortable. Thought maybe she'd hold on to the rail just a little longer there, but she's getting that feeling. We're watching these women get this relationship. They're building in real time, like live before the world.
Yeah, 100%. Super cool to see, because usually there's a bunch of us guys out there just trying to take from each other, and then you throw a few girls out there and we're like trying our best to make some room for them, but when the day's done, you're like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Looks like I didn't make no. Or it's tough. Yeah, I'm like, we're with the Aeriala. Just seems like it's like a piece of meat out there, and it's all the animals. You got just wolves and hyenas, and everyone just trying their little theory to rip some meat up, and then
wild discovery.
Yeah, full wild discovery.
Moana Jones-Wong presently, if things ended right now, in that final position, sitting in that 4th spot. You know she wants to make it there, but any one of the 4 women in this heat would like to do the same. That number, 20.3. But again, this is just the first round.
Did Coco say anything to you about pipe or backdoor? Sophie?
Yeah, she just mentioned she wanted to look out for those rights because she loves that. She's really comfortable with pulling in on a nice right but backdoor barrel.
And she's a good navigator.
Yeah, and she can navigate the barrel
well. She
well.
does the navigation dance in the barrel. So cool.
Yeah, so we were kind of Dad and myself and her, we all knew, hey, go have fun and look for those rights, and all the girls kind of have the similar theory, and all us guys too. So today there's like the random nice right coming through, so it kind of widens the whole assault, or it widens the attack. You know, we can all go right and left, not just left. So
yeah, that Carissa Moore one, of course, like just
incredible.
Incredible.
That was cool right there. That's what we all wanted to see, right? And then to see it that fast. And it's really cool to see Carissa do it too, because I've been watching her. She puts in a lot of like time and work on the North Shore, not only here at Backdoor and Pipeline. You know, I'll see her at sunset when I'm driving by, and I'm like, whoa, that makes me proud, you know? Like, she holds it down, and then to see the work pay off, you know, and her to go nail that perfect ride near hair. And I understood the scoring too, like, that was really a...
Oh, you
felt
did?
like
Because I wanted to fight.
Oh, no, I'm talking to... Yeah, I'll give me 5, dude. So maybe we can make peace right here, but check this one. I thought it was cool because I thought it was a perfect score, probably like every single person, even the judges. But when it's the first heat, you almost got to leave some sort of something, because you don't know what Mother Nature's going to throw at one of these other girls, and you don't know what they're going to do, and maybe they'll hit the lip after or something. So I noticed they left just a tinge there for if something happens, but they knew that it was a perfect ride, so it was pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was definitely emotional. I lost my professional integrity there for a moment.
No, I've never seen that. I've been watching you forever.
Salema was ready to do some jits on someone out there.
Not me. I'm a man of peace.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see those, you know,
pretty
just
numbers.
I just wanted to see the pretty numbers. Someone get a 30.
You're a showman.
I am. But you know, look, a 29.5. It's close enough.
I've grown to love those too now. Yeah. Because I've had a couple where I'm like, hey, there's my perfect one. And then, wait, what? Where's my? And then I'm like, oh, throughout the day, oh, okay, I learned. You got to leave some space.
Yeah, leave some space.
And it just felt like 100.
Right.
So,
well, your wave. we want to know what happened on your wave yesterday.
No way. I was already trying to forget about that before I get too happy.
Don't get, yeah, that was cosmic.
We're going to make you super happy and for sure cue it up for you to take us
through. There's no waves right here. We can at least dip into a bit of the half.
Slide in half.
We got an incredible team from Uncle Toad's that right now someone's pressing buttons and they're going to tell me in my ear, we are go for Mason to take us through that Dreamweaver. Look at that. Boom.
Oh, so no, yeah, I just noticed it was a really really pretty wave, and I noticed I was going to be a little too deep. It looked like a closeout, so I tried to pull really high and tried to go into my little missile torpedo. I have this little, I try to think of a little missile or a torpedo little stance. And it was really nice and fun because it started spitting and it did the closeout thing, and I just kind of just kept pulling up high and aiming down and just kind of like aiming it and holding tight and just hoping, hey, these guys deserve to see something. Like,
it seemed like your right hand was on the lever, like shifting.
Yeah, like cut, like it just felt so nice because we haven't had a lot of days out here this winter. So I don't go surf when it's average too often out there, so I haven't been out there a lot. So just to feel that, I remember the canvas was so green at first, and I was just like, here's why I'm here. This is everything. Just to see that green canvas and then feel like, oh, I'm too deep, I blew it, and then to feel that now I got to do some science, and then when you feel and see your science kind of working, you're like, ooh,
you're getting
the science.
I'm wannabe doctor. I'm wannabe.
You are the professor. Professor status at Pipe.
Does it slow? Does time slow down for you in that space? What's your experience of time in there?
Yeah, no, it totally slows down. I feel like anytime a situation gets really critical, it does this mix of time where you almost fly through the time without even knowing what's going on. It's like fast, but at the same time, you'll have like a million thoughts about or breaking down. So sometimes after something happens, I'm like, I know that was a half a second, or I know that was only 3 seconds, but why does it feel like I just went through a whole movie? Or like what just happened in my head? So I start trying to figure it out.
You get to keep that with you for the rest of your life.
Yeah, and then luckily nowadays you got all our friends that film super good, and you got the good everything, the lights, and you got the
edit in your mind, the edit in your phone.
Yeah, you get to live it back.
Clips on clips on clips.
Sometimes you have a GoPro, you're all stoked. You get to get the vision. That's when you get close, you know. or your best friend on the
Your joy is something that makes you a lot of people's favorite surfer. I think that people really feel like they can relate to that feeling of joy that you have. You take it very serious, but the joy that you're expressing in real time, it's contagious, and it makes people want to go and chase that feeling. Has it always been that feeling for you?
I like that one. Yeah, no, it's always been that feeling. I mean, I remember when I was a little kid, I was a little more, it was like a scary feeling. You know, surfing was more like my dad would come home with these crazy stories. Even like his best barrel or his best wave would sound like a horror story.
Right. Like a war.
Yeah, like a war, like he battled or whatever. And I'm just like, okay, I'll just stay skateboarding and stuff, you know. And then eventually the skateboarding only, when you're here from Hawaii, you skate to the beach to go watch the waves. Whoa. And then you see everyone cheering for the, like I'd be skating to the surf, and I'd do my kickflip on the way, and I was little, and I'm like, hey, does anyone see that? Uncle, I know you just seen that. But he's like, then you go to the beach, and you hear everyone, yeah, hello, cheering for the guys, and you kind of cut my walk with your skateboard. Oh, man, if I want some cheers, I'm got to paddle out there. Freaking, so I ditched the skate, and after I broke my wrist a couple times, yeah, ditch the skate and you go start surfing around here. And I think a lot of kids go through that. You see them all skating and BMXing and everything. We have some nice dirt around and everything, but eventually, for the most part, we all grab our surfboard and chase a nice vision and some cheers if can.
I just love that for you, it seems like you live in this endless realm of possibility. Like, don't you all see this? There's just so much possibility, and you're the possibility chaser.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, I try to think that, but I've noticed sometimes when it goes dim for me, or when I am kind of feel like, whoa, how can I get around this or whatever, or my dad will be there. Oh, here's something.
So yeah, you have this personality like that, and then you have Coco, who I just seen something where she said, my brother and my dad say I'm like that Wednesday character.
I just like, how was that like? Because Coco's she's like so sweet, but at the same time, she's like pretty.
Yeah, no, she's such a sweetheart. Like, it's crazy. As if you're at home, you know, if you're just being sweet, you're gonna get nothing but sweet, you know.
Yeah.
But as soon as you bring on the big brother, she'll almost go big sister. Or like, you know what I mean? Or she's just, she grew up, and my mom also is like a surfer, and or she used to surf more, you know, but she's a tiger as well, you know. You got my mom and my dad, they're pretty feisty, and you can either get real calm off learning from them, or you can almost be like, whoa, mom gets it going and dad gets it going too. I could do both, you know. So I think we both try and mix it up of our mom and dad, and I really love her style because she reminds me a lot more of Uncle Derek than myself. I mean, I don't like admitting that because I want to be more like Uncle Derek, but I'll just see her do stuff where I'm like, oh, you're so Uncle Derek. I'm so jealous. Dang it. You know how to tell these people straight, and I kind of have to be nice about it, or not nice, but I kind of sometimes I'll try and talk around it before cleaning the mess, you know, kind of clean around the mess.
She
and
is
then boom.
A straight
yeah,
shooter.
She's like, oh, the mess is here. Boom.
Yeah.
This is the problem. And you're like, okay, I'm not ready for that.
We just seen her the other day paddling out it off the wall, her and Laura Eniver, and I swear I can't. This could be full speculation. We're sitting back behind on the sand, and we see. I think Laura said now, and Coco didn't respond, and Laura just paddled out, and Coco just watched her get. Oh.
Yeah, Sophie.
Oh, big drops.
Welcome.
It looks safe in here from the screen, but I'm sure if we were watching
Turn
the ocean,
around,
this is not
come back
nice.
There we go.
Whoa, yeah.
But yeah, seeing Coco watching Laura get smashed for like 15 minutes, and then she waited, and then she jumped out and met her out there.
Oh, no, yeah.
I was like, oh, she knows.
Yeah, I like watching those two together. They're super funny together. Laura comes and hangs out. Yeah, so how's that?
Charging.
Good theory. That almost had a nice line on it. It's hard to tell right now.
Yeah. That's good on her earlier wave too, Sophie. She went down and she didn't just yank it and try to get barreled like you would think someone who's not familiar with a barreling wave might just go down and just yank it. Oh, hope it barrels.
Yeah.
She like
Stayed
looked
calm.
and was like, oh, I'm gonna not do a barrel.
Yeah. No need to force this here. Yeah. I like that. I like watching the girls. Moana made a really good point when she said this year has been like a crazy fast progressive year for girl surfing, and I think VANS and this whole contest, they couldn't have timed it any better with making a men and women's competition here at Pipeline. You know, it was actually perfectly timed.
Truly, and it's been really cool to watch the mutual support. You know, to see all the men on the men's side of the draw just cheering and amping up and giving all the advice and supporting to the women and being fired up for them.
Yeah. You give some of these girls just a little bit of advice here and there, and you see them go. You see them go apply it.
Yeah.
And it's so cool. You almost feel a part of it. You know, you're like, whether you were or not, or whatever, but you feel it. You're like, whoa. And then something about just the girls going for it. You know, it just wins the heart of everyone. I feel like my mom is loving the girls going for it. My dad's loving it. Like my grandma's just losing it. So it's like
Laura Enever, the wave she went over the falls on was just as iconic of a cheer from the crowd.
Oh my gosh, we all were. I was in one of the houses and I was with a few of the boys, the guys who I even look up to, and I try and I don't talk too much around them. You know, I'm watching my mouth, or I'm just like, because I look up. You know, when you're around your heroes, you're zip. So I was around some gnarlier guys, you know, and everyone just lost it for her. Just everyone was like a bunch of kids, like talking like kids for Laura, you know, and it was like she was our little sister or something. We all lost it for a while.
Do you think that being out there at Pipeline on those good days, you know, where like it's 4:30, turns all green, starts grooming offshore, you see it breaking outside, kind of rolling in, and you're just like, everyone's got their spot. There's like 5 spots open up out there, and you're like, oh, everyone's spot is opening up right now, and you're like waiting, and there's only so much space and so many waves, but the people, it almost gets to a certain time in those one sessions that are like, when you see it, you're like, it's packed.
Yeah.
There's no more. Even if you paddle out, you're like, I have no space for me to go. Seeing the women coming into Pipeline now, how do you think that's going to affect the lineup? Is it going to be more people trying to pack it in, or are some people going to have to start giving up their spots?
Whoa, that's a really good question. I think, Cliff, to be honest, nowadays, right now, I don't know if it's just. Oh yeah, who is that? Sophie.
Sophie's
jamming.
She's charging.
She's like, I ain't going in without. It's like the Viking movies right there.
I'm not sure she's all right. I see board.
Here we go. Boom. She's up.
Yeah, she's
This girl's tough right here.
Super.
Yeah.
So cool to see. Even all the girls, I just give every single one of these girls and in every heat so much credit, because just for paddling out through, just to get out there right now is so scary. Something like, to be honest, it's almost easier to go on a wave out there, catch a wave, than just paddling out.
Yeah.
So that's what I was telling Coco. Hey, just get out there, and you already, I'll be bowing down to you. I'll make you dinner if you make it out. You know.
Well,
like,
you've said it now to an international audience, so that dinner is going to have to be made.
I only know how to make a couple things, though. The fish has to be fresh, but then I could make it good. You know, and sometimes the food quality is so good, you don't even have to know how to be a good chef. So, salt and pepper? I know. I don't want to overdo it. Oh, yeah, some rice.
Oh, good. So that thought of the pipeline resource and now the crowd coming in, how does the women fit into that?
Well, I think, like I was saying, is nowadays, I think all the people out there, all of us, we're all just like a bunch of hooligans, or like there's no real order out there. Like I remember back when I was younger, I'd go out there and you'd feel the order. Like
and also the potential to feel the order.
And yes, sir, you guys would feel it with the knuckles sometimes, but luckily, us kids, most of us kids got out of there safe.
Yeah.
But like you're saying, Cliff, I think nowadays I think now with this contest and seeing a few of these girls, seeing like Laura wants it, give Laura some space.
Yeah.
Or like what you're saying, you know, or Carissa, Moana, like Coco's trying, everyone's trying and wants it. We got to give them a little more space. You know? Adapt a little bit. Yeah. And then
make room.
Yeah, make room. But then I just feel like it's so crazy because when we're all out there, it's just like eyes just go roll back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right there, Cokes. Yeah, Cokes. Get in there. Find that little vision.
Do it.
Yeah. I like that style. Yeah. See, she's greening. See, even that. If you get in and out, if you paddle out, you get a ride like that. That's why all these girls, anyone, like 0 points, 45 points, like Carissa, everyone gets so much credit from me because I know how scary and bad it is. Like, I was kind of doing my little tricks to get calm, thinking I was going to go out because I was like, there's no way they're holding the girls. That'd be like monumental or like it's almost too scary, you know? So I was getting ready and then I heard the girls were going out and it turned from me trying to, oh yeah. Luana.
I seen her. She's been out at off the wall the last
surfing
swell.
Run. See, and then you learn. Eventually, you're gonna learn. No, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
It looked like the worst ever, but
not jumping there and riding it, knowing like, oh yeah, if I straighten out and pump into the flats, the second will get me to where I need to be, so I'm not stuck in the zone.
Yeah, there's a lot to learn out at Pipeline. Yeah, it's not just taking off and getting barreled and coming out. So even just that, knowing how to get doggy door it and get out of harm's way, like the lip's gonna explode right here. Just be 6 inches over here so you get exploded to the beach, so you're a little closer to the shore instead of being on the wrong here. And this is cool. She's still trying to rip. Like
Really nice
that's like
style.
a backdoor, gnarly backdoor wave.
I like how she pumped out of that. She's like, I'm not.
Yeah. She turned into a slip and slide, like a fun thing.
Yeah.
Coco.
Yeah, Cokes. I love their style. I like the longer board. But yeah, Cokes.
She's got such good stees on the
She's
double hand scratch.
She's got a cool style, Coco. I love that girl.
I really appreciate what you said at the beginning when you first joined us on the Heat, that you said, I don't surf on days like this. I surf on the days that give me the greatest A plus opportunity. And we're seeing the reason for that in real time.
Yeah. Well, I've seen a lot of my friends growing up. They would just surf. There's a few guys, and it's actually a genius. It's whatever. It's all good. But I've seen a few of my friends just die hard Pipeline, like die hard. I'm going out there no matter what, like my Uncle Derek style. But then eventually there's these days where they're like, oh, I didn't catch one wave today, or I got sucked. I got so pounded, or I was fighting current the whole time. And I was battling all these guys, and I was like, I almost start to know those days now where it's like, when it comes down to that, I'm gonna go practice how to do an air on a 1 foot wave, because that I think is kind of cool. Every now when you go travel abroad, there's not just this big perfect pipe wave where you could style out and get blown out and show your style. Like sometimes you're going to Africa and the waves are tiny. Oh yeah, Sophie!
Yeah, Sophie!
Oh, she's a hammer, dog.
Got beached paddling out this morning.
She did?
She got beached.
Yeah, that's why she was charging so hard.
Oh!
This morning was nothing compared to...
Who was that?
I mean, now is nothing compared to this morning.
Was that Vahine?
I love that ended with some fire. Somebody got some travel time in there. I think it was Vahine.
Oh, Vahine, critical.
Sickest barrel style, this girl.
Wow.
Are you kidding me?
She's going to get points for that.
Right. She took off in the barrel. That's like that's how we like, that's how me and my brothers like to do it.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
She's all time.
Brother Mace, thank you, bro.
Mason.
Cliff, doggy, thank you so much. Salema.
Brother, thank you so much. We are going to wrap this up. Round 1 of the women are complete. We will bring in Makuakai Rothman and Dylan Waves Graves for the remainder of round 2 of the men. Is that leaderboard going to shift? Mason's going to be out there. He's got something to say. Stay with us. Heat 6 of round 2 coming up here at the VANS Pipe Pro.
Killer.
First 7. Oh, dang, keep away with that very prestigious jersey down there. Bronze battling, and heat number 6 is on. And back door. Goofy foot surfer in the red jersey. That's Cole Smith. So Cole getting something on the board to start the second half of round 2 for the men's division. Heat number 6 in the water. Heat 7 can check in. Call Grace, Matt Neola, Nick Von Rupp, and Renu Eco. Can check in. Look at these guys out the back. Oh man. There are some bombs approaching the lineup. We'll see who's in the spot. You see the soft crack of Jamie O'Brien paddling over that one right there. And Cole Smith making his way back across the lineup.
Aloha kako to all of you out there in internet land. We are here at the VANS Pipe Masters on the beautiful North Shore of Oahu in Hawaii. And just like it says on screen, we are live. We are into Heat 1.
Back to the men's.
Or Heat 6.
Heat 6.
Round 2.
Technically, Heat 1 after the women. Yes, a bit confusing, but we're back with Koa Smith, Jamie O'Brien, Robbie McCormick, also known as Rasta Rob, and Rio Waida.
I am very interested to see what Mr. Rasta Rob is going to bring to the table out here at Pipeline. I know that any given Sunday, on a regular day, at any break in the world, he can fly high, and he is very good at sticking the landing.
Indeed, yeah, there is a little bit more wind now coming up the face on the left, so I'm sure that's in the back of Rasta Rob's head. Also, I saw J.O.B. paddling out. I think he's riding a foamy.
Yeah, why not? I mean, he gets just as good as waves on that as he does on his shortboard or his pipe board, and I think that it's a good idea. Catch waves today.
Catch waves, bring the mojo. And he seems to do really well on those boards. We've all seen his clips. He does really well on his YouTube channel. He's always posting interesting content. So I'm sure you're going to see this on his vlog. And yeah, he always seems to. He's just so he's an entertaining dude. Like he's super talented. Like one of the best to surf pipe. And it's rad to see him in this event and riding a foamy. I'm backing it.
I'll tell you right now, Jamie O'Brien is no fool when it comes to business and marketing. And right now, he is doing the best job by riding his board in his heat. And it's Christmas time.
That's right. Yeah, the vibe, the good vibes are in the air, and it really doesn't matter what that guy rides out here. He knows it well. He's grown up here. I'm pretty sure he could ride a door and get spit out.
You know what's classic is with these waves coming in. We got something coming up, but with these waves coming in, Jamie O'Brien is going to be able to move around that lineup like nobody else, especially with the currents and everything moving. But right now, we have Mahina Florence down on the beach. Mahina?
Oh yeah, I'm with Coco, and you saw we shared a laugh. What were you just talking about, Coco? I was admitting that I have never surfed pipe when you could kind of see like second and third reef breaking. So when you did, like I didn't know the distance of how far out to paddle or what, and I think a lot of them were looking at me as the local, and I was just like, damn. But Vahine did look and feel pretty comfortable over there on the left, and then I was kind of looking for a wider right, which you catch from almost the channel of the left. So. Yeah, I don't know where I was really.
Well, Mason was in the booth during your heat. What do you think he said during your heat? Like, how do you think he broke it down?
He made me feel really comfortable. He kind of explained, like, oh, north, the left is stretchy. Like, don't even look if it's not perfect. And then Carissa obviously made it very visible that there was some good rights out there. So I was looking for those, but it was so hard to come in and play, like, cat and mouse when there was like big sets out the back. So it was hard. Hats off to Carissa for finding those two, really.
I mean, hats off to all of you for being out there, but yes, that was incredible. What are you going to do on your next heat that you didn't do in this heat?
I think tomorrow, knowing it is coming down quite a bit more, is just sit inside more and like kind of hunt those rights and enjoy yourself.
And Moana said that the women are progressing at lightning speeds. What are your opinion on women progression?
Absolutely. I just think being out there, like, not that we have to now, but like we want to, and it's like we're allowed to technically, you know. It's like, oh, I'm in heat 5, move over. So it is like giving us that little reason to be like pretty high up in the pecking order.
We love to hear it. And just so you know, Mason did say he was going to be cooking you dinner tonight. You know, if you paddled and made it out, he's cooking you dinner, so dinner's covered.
Yeah, I made dinner last night, so.
Oh yeah, it's a fair trade. Okay, we're gonna send it back to you boys in the booth.
Thank you so very much, Mahina, with the legendary Coco Ho. And talk about progression in lightning speed. I've never seen Mahina on a broadcast before, but I will tell you what, she is a star. She is being born now. And don't be surprised if you see Mahina in the future on some massive productions, because this girl has what it takes.
Yeah, she's nailing it. Good job, Mahina. Good job to all the women competitors as well. Yeah, just paddling out here today is such a feat, and they all wanted it. There wasn't a single, you know, girl who was like, you know, iffy about it. It seemed like they were just all ready to take off, and we saw in every heat, like, girls throwing themselves over the ledge, trying to, you know, just get those scores, and that's what it takes. I think a lot of lessons were learned. I think a lot of bars were set, and now we're back over to the men's side, so we're flopping back, and we see Jamie O'Brien on screen.
Did Jamie borrow Lane's helmet? Or is that a Jamie O'Brien one? That's a cool design there, and it's good to see a lot more surfers wearing those helmets, those head protection, and like I said, I was one of those ones who at a young age wore a helmet for a very long time. It saved me a few times. As I grew older, I guess I just got cocky or something, I'm not sure, but I took it off and I paid the price a few times. But now, with my family and, you know, the waves that we surf are definitely of consequence. So I definitely want to make sure that I'm safe. And you're seeing some of the best in the world, Cole Smith and Jamie O'Brien, opting for the head protection.
What are some of the best brands out there, just helmet wise?
I mean, I wouldn't say, you know, one's better than the other or safer, because I don't know what the liability is with that, but whatever makes you comfortable and whatever makes you feel safe.
What do you use?
I either use a Gath or I use a Simba. Simba gave me some helmets, and I actually borrowed Cole Smith's in a shootout last year, and then after that I'm like, wow, I kind of like this again.
Nice. I've never used one, but I think I'd like to pick one up and give it a whirl, because, yeah, I myself have a family.
Kind of got a natural helmet with all that hair.
Well, that was the idea with growing out the hair. It makes me feel that, like, I feel like I'm, you know, I got the perma helmet going on.
You definitely got a perm for sure if you want. Well, back to the action in the water. There's kind of a lull right now, and 21 minutes, 13 seconds, round 2, heat 6. In red, in the lead, Cole Smith. In second, in blue, Jamie O'Brien, J.O.B. In white, Rasta Rob McCormick. And I would like to get a replay of that. And then in black.
He kind of went Laird Hamilton on that thing, like full layback in the pit, and was looking solid as that thing completely closed out. That was an impressive opening wave, even though he didn't make it.
Rasta Rob layback.
There we go. Bakua's got a great voice. I was wondering when we were going to bust into some a cappella. Also great on the ukulele. But here we go. Rasta Rob.
See what I mean?
This was sick. I mean, that wave was terrible, but he went hard at that thing. And was stylish. He went I, Rastafari for sure on that thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see if he could put a good score together. I mean, he's looking for something huge right now. He's only got a 7.70 in his score line, and he is definitely looking to erase that. I want to see if he can get maybe a medium-sized wave barrel with a big air at the end would be awesome to see.
Yeah, that would be cool. I'd love to see him get an air section. Here we go. He seems to be busy, staying busy. So
might actually get one here.
Yeah, cool. Here we go. Make it.
Well, first he's got to make the barrel. Okay.
Come out. You know, it's crazy. His technique with air is like he can kind of snorkel out of stuff, and we're seeing it right there kind of translate to that barrel. I don't know, like. He did well. It wasn't a great wave, but he did well to negotiate through that thing.
He's definitely going to need a snorkel on his way back up, because he's going to be underwater, it looks like, for a while, unless there's no sets coming. But looks like he got Yeah, he's going to get his mask and snorkel right now. Bob.
There we go. Yeah, turn around. That is the scariest paddle out, one of the scariest paddle outs in the world. Your throat, your heart is in your throat when you're paddling out there at backdoor after you get it right.
Well, what sucks is when you want to go in, it's sucking you out. When you want to go out, it's sucking you back in. It's kind of like a little vortex right there. Really, the water has a little area to escape back out, and that little current kind of does a push and pull, and it gets very shallow. I mean, sometimes you duck dive like that, knock your fins off, scrape your knuckles, and you kind of really got to know what you're doing over there at backdoor and how to time it to get out. I mean, look.
What are you looking for? Like, if you get a good one, do you kind of peek over the back of the wave to see what's coming, or do you, like...
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you catch one at backdoor and you don't have to doggy door it or really kick out right away, you kind of look and see, okay, I can make it out. If not, you're trying to... I've been so many times, look, oh my God, oh, I can make it. Oh, no, I can't. Then I miss getting back down the face, and I just get totally smoked. So it's like...
saw that with Noah Dean. That happened to him. He was looking to see if he could make it. He was like, no, I'm not going to make it, and straightened out and got smashed.
And here's the replay of Rasta Rob. It's a longer board. I like that. He's opting for the right size board for pipeline. He's not riding too small of a board, really relying on airs. And
here we go.
The one and only J.O. Breezy.
Wow. I mean, that was insane. That was sick. It sounds like the crowd's responding. I think they're picking up on his vibe. And
I mean, what do you call it? J.O.B. on a L.O.G. with the VIP. I mean, you know what I mean? It's just what he is. This guy's
freestyle.
amazing. I mean, it's just easy when people do this kind of stuff.
Wow.
Drop in.
Yeah,
I mean,
that was beautiful.
When the longboarder beats you in a shortboarding heat, you know what I mean? Like, this is one for all the longboards out there.
Well, we were talking about, single fins and how gnarly that was for guys to surf.
Fin.
No, I mean, that's a tri-fin, but it's still a long board.
That's
I mean, that doesn't have
plastic fin.
Look at where his foot is on the board right there. It's so far on the outside rail. Like, I don't know how
I think
many.
all of our backside waves are kind of with that foot on that side of the rail. I mean, his positioning is just perfect no matter what. And here you go, Dylan.
Yep, there's Rio getting some mojo flowing. Yeah, he's going to want to get back out there and get another one.
Oh, you're starting to rhyme too, Rio with the mojo.
I'm trying to keep up. Makua's spitting hot fire over here.
We're just trying to have fun, keep it light, and keep this entertaining, as the surfers are saying out in the water. Are you not entertained? And Rio just putting together a perfect little barrel. I mean, 90% of the surf world would say that was their best wave.
Yeah, that was pretty cool on the replay. It's cool to see the different angles. I'm sure the judges are looking at those as well and making their calls based on, the different angles we have in this production. So it's cool, to see, to be able to have those and kind of break them down.
Like I said, for the judges, it's huge because they do get to watch the replay. They can watch it from the front, from the side, from behind, and also now from above with the drones. I mean, that is such a beautiful and cool perspective to see a bird's eye view of what's going on in the ocean.
Well, I think, again, like having this format and this criteria and each surfer being up against one another, you're not trying to beat the person in your heat, you're trying to end up in the top 4 out of all the heats and all the competitors. So super hard for judges and competitors alike to, one, get the scores right, and then 2, remain in that top 4. So here's Rio having a sniff at backdoor. He's doing the look around, likes what he sees.
Oh, yeah. And
looks pretty clear.
I don't care who
Hope
it
it's
is.
clear.
You can tell the people who haven't really surfed backdoor too much, they just kick out no matter what. And it's like, sometimes you don't really want to put yourself in that situation.
I've done that. I've been one of those non-experienced backdoor riders and kicked out into waves on my head, and it sucks.
It's like one of those graphs that I've seen on Instagram lately. It's like mess around and then find out. That's kind of like how it works at backdoor. You find out really quick, you learn really fast, and if you don't, like I said, I mean, a mask and snorkel is a great option. Put in your back pocket if you want to start doing that a lot.
That'd be sick. That'd be kind of a rad look, dropping in with a mask and a snorkel at pipe, just ready for the wipeout.
Well, it's going to come off for sure. You have that strapped on very tight.
Maybe a scuba tank? Who knows?
Once upon a time when you were experimenting with big wave stuff. Guys were putting small compressed air tanks on their chest with mouthpieces so they could breathe underwater. But I mean, that thing hits you in the face. I really think that you should be in.
Well, that can explode your lungs too, right? Wasn't that part of the?
I mean, I don't think, maybe not on a regular day because it's not that deep. You have to go, you know, a little bit deeper to do that. And I just think that you should be in top physical and mental condition to do any of this. You know, any professional sport, anytime you go out, you should show the ultimate respect. And that's why you see nowadays surfers are training harder than ever. The recovery has become one of the main focal points with the ice and sauna. And I mean, I see everybody doing that, and it's just so great to see athletes taking their sport so serious.
Definitely. I mean, a wave like this demands respect, and you want to have that confidence out here. You want to know that you've done everything to be able to take off on one of these sets, fall, and be okay.
Well, the better physical shape you're in, the better mental state of mind you will be, especially for an extreme sport like surfing.
Definitely. So we got 3 minutes and
13.
Oh, sorry, 13 minutes even right now. We got Jamie O'Brien. He's got a pocket set of 12.5s. Koa Smith, he's got an 11.3 and a 9.0. Rio Waida with a pocket 7.5s, and Rasta Rob with a 5.7 and a 3.9.
It's just a true testament to how challenging the conditions really are. When you see someone like J.O.B. with pocket 12s and someone like Koa Smith with only one, you know, kind of mid-range to lower range score.
Yeah, so Jamie needs a 24.6. Let's see, Koa needs a 25.7. Rio needs a 29.6, and Rasta Rob is looking for a combo. He needs 30 plus points. Yeah, I think they're all kind of definitely probably frustrated with not finding anything. It's not easy. You know, I mean, Jamie O'Brien, he's pipe master.
Well, I mean, at Pipeline, it's probably the wave that you could make it happen. And a 24 point whatever Jamie needs, I mean, that is definitely not out of the cards. And especially riding this foamy, he's going to be moving around a lot. So he's going to cover a lot of ground. Look to see Jamie try and definitely, you know, put himself in the best position to get that score. Koa Smith as well. I mean, all of these guys, they all can get these high scores. It's just up to Mother Nature if she is going to provide the wave. And I see Jamie sneaking around on his
yeah, I mean, you see where he's at. He's sitting in like such a unique spot compared to all the rest of the guys in the heat, and it's a bit of a tactic too. I'm sure it's throwing them off with where to sit, because Jamie knows exactly where to sit, but on that board he's going to be sitting way further out and in a different spot than he would riding his normal gun.
He's going to be catching different waves than those folks are going to be catching, just because the fact that where he can catch the wave at and where they have to start paddling. If Koa thinks he's going to catch it, if Jamie's going to miss the wave, it probably is not going to happen. He's probably looking for something under Jamie that he doesn't see.
Yeah.
Some of those waves that we've seen gone by, those double up right and lefts that nobody's gotten.
Right.
I think that's what he's trying to sneak in right now, sitting just inside of Jamie O'Brien.
There's some unique waves, like breaking in places that I've never seen. It's the most sporadic pipe that I've seen. There are perfect ones, but it's not easy. Here we go, Koa taking off, stalling, getting in it, and not finding an exit, unfortunately.
The conditions have to be some of the most difficult I've ever seen. To see someone like Koa Smith jonesing around to catch a little, you know, kick stall barrel. I mean, this guy's usually steep and deep, and
yeah,
man, there's so many great surfers in this event, and you know, I really wish the waves would put something on offer so the boys can actually battle, go back and forth, and really see that leaderboard and the changing of names, and you know, the pressure being put on, and see how these guys perform. Right now it's a little lackluster if you ask me, and but that's the conditions that were dealt. The forecast was a challenging one. The event coordination did a great job of bringing it all together and making it happen.
Yeah, definitely not easy to have made these calls, and I think they've chosen the best window I've seen of waves for the whole period, and it's looking pretty challenging in the next few days. Like tomorrow afternoon, I think the winds start coming on shore pretty hard. So I think all the competitors, you know, are pretty unanimously stoked with you know, them calling it on right now. And we've seen some amazing rides today. I mean, there was no doubt that this morning this contest should have been on. And still now, like, there's still tens to be had out there. It's just they're sporadic. So I hope these guys can find them. And if anyone can, it's this man, Jamie O'Brien. He's got his GoPro ready to get clips. They're great cameras. Also, I gotta throw a shout out to GoPro.
So right here we have a set, and let's see first of all if anybody's in position. But this is what you will see if you surf with a GoPro. We have a POV coming up for you right now.
Ooh, all right.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what it looks like to be the man himself, Jamie O'Brien, in a beautiful left-hand barrel at the one and only Bonsai Pipeline.
I mean, that goes to show how easy he makes it look. But, you know, even in that clip, you can see his line, you know, like he got pretty close to that lip. And that's also, you don't want to be there, but someone like him has the experience to know that he's good and he can draw up and use that to get more speed. And he plays with this wave like no one else does.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie O'Brien is definitely one of the greatest. And, you know, talking about GoPro is one of our sponsors here today.
Yeah, worthy. You know, they've done a lot for the sport, and it's cool to see the angles that their cameras provide. I use them. I film a show for VANS' YouTube called Weird Waves, and I use a GoPro on every trip, and it's just fun to have that perspective and look back on and be able to share with family and friends. So, yeah, just a shameless plug, no big deal.
And since there is a lull in the action, I want to throw it back to the very talented Mahina Florence with the Kerr family.
Yes, I am with the Kerr family. Sierra, you are the youngest competitor in this competition, and you also won the VANS Stab High contest, which gave you the automatic seat here in this competition. What were your emotions when you realized, wow, I'm going to be in this year's VANS Pipe Masters?
Yeah, it's pretty insane thinking that I was going to be surfing pipe with only 3 other people out, and good pipe at that. When I got the invite, I was super excited, a bit nervous, but just excited to go out there and spend time out there in some good waves pretty much with some people that I know, and have fun with them.
Absolutely. I saw you were in the heat with Moana, and I also saw you guys had some conversations out there. Were you guys talking while you're out in your heat?
I don't even know. We talked about a bunch of different stuff. I know all the people that were in my heat, so it's good. We were just having conversations, probably mostly about like what the waves were like or what happened on our last waves, but I don't remember one specific one, but it's good being with friends. It was fun because you got to talk to each other and encourage each other. I was like, oh yeah, that's a sick one, go.
And could you give us a breakdown on how your heat went from your perspective?
I wanted to go out and just catch waves. I could have, my first 2 waves probably shouldn't have went on. They were just kind of pretty bad waves. Just stood up, I guess, and then my last wave was pretty good, and I just went to edge my rail and my board just didn't really want to get up, I guess. So I ended up just falling over and getting sucked over the falls and stabbing my board. But wanted to get one more opportunity. I got out with like 30 seconds left, but there wasn't any more waves. But I got pounded. Hopefully we'll get better barrels next time.
Absolutely. And Josh, there was a moment where we looked up and you had the board, you were on the balcony. What was going on?
I just had a few like little line-up things with the board that were like, maybe a bit deeper, a bit further out. But I tried to kind of leave it up to her, and I was like, if you hear my whistle, but I think I only whistled once or twice that heat, and then she did it all herself. It was pretty cool. She almost got a crazy nugget in that heat, put her in position for a really good one, and hopefully there's a few waves less for the girls tomorrow, that's for sure.
And what's it like having a daughter go out there, surf pipe? You have so much experience out there and have put so much time. Is it more scary to watch Sierra surf or for you to go out and charge?
It's definitely more nerve-wracking me watching, and especially just in the competitive environment. It's funny because I retired from tour like 5 years ago here on this beach, and now I'm back 5 years later watching her go out in the same contest I retired at. And I thought I was done with competitions, but it's all just starting all over again. I'm like, okay, I just wanted to get her to be an 18 and a full-grown adult, and I'm going sailing.
We love that. Oh, we love it. We're going to keep it going until we get to a point where Josh can go sailing. We're going to sail it back to the boys in the booth and see you again soon.
Well, thank you again, Mahina. Aloha to the Kerr family.
I love that.
Damn. Mahina's giving you a run for the transition. She's the transition queen if you're the transition king, both in and out of the water.
Oh my gosh, I mean,
that was good.
She's definitely a lot more beautiful than me, so she's going to get a lot more opportunities. But that being said, Sierra will be getting more opportunity to surf out here in the VANS Pipe Masters, and right now we are with 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. Round 2, Heat 6, out here at Pipeline. Jamie O'Brien still needing a 24.5. Cole Smith on your screen went right at back door, and he is finding out how long it takes to get back out after one of these. And he's in, he's cool, and he got smoked. He was underwater for a while there.
Yeah, and there was multiple waves after that on his head. That was brave. I mean, he knew he was done right there, and he just stood straight up. That was for Sparta right there.
He's riding a tiny board, and you know, he has head injuries before, so, you know, he should be careful doing that kind of stuff on shallow reef. Lucky thing, he does have that head protection. He is being smart about it. And 2 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Jamie O'Brien needs a 24.6. Cole Smith needs a 25.8. Rio needs a 29.6. And Robbie is comboed, but here we go with Rio trying to chip away. This will definitely not be a 29, but nonetheless, a beautiful little barrel.
I think that was his best barrel of the heat so far, for sure.
His best barrel of the heat, for sure. And there wasn't that much on offer this heat, Dylan.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, there has. I saw that was huge.
Oh, Rasta Rob.
A big smack right
Rasta
there.
Rob Ke Aloha.
Yeah, it's cool to see someone like him out here. You know, it's not, when you see clips of him, you know, him winning an air show, yeah, that's Rasta Rob's domain. But throwing him out at pipe and seeing him, you know, sort of operate outside his comfort zone, I back that. I love seeing that. I love watching, you know, people try to better themselves and learn and excel in new waves.
Yeah, I mean, just widening his array of what he already has accomplished and mastered in the air game, and I hope a set comes to provide us with some more entertainment. It looks like Cole Smith turning around on the paddle, so we can get the beach angle of this one. This one, oh.
Yeah, just kind of went under him.
Not too good out there, ladies and gentlemen. Just so you know, this is maybe out of a 10 pipeline, I would say this is probably a 4.
Yeah,
pushing a hard
4 with benefits.
6.
4 with benefits, I would say.
With the 3 bunny hops. With the 3 1-inch hops.
Yeah, 4 foot with 3 Mason Ho bunny hops on top. Yeah, it's crazy because there's a wave like this, you know, and this is a 4 out of a 10, but you can still get 10s. Like, there's still opportunity for these guys, even though it's harder to find, and obviously we just want to see all of them go blow for blow. But, you know, this is the card, this is the hand we've been dealt, and I think the boys and girls are stepping up and rising to the occasion.
Well, here we go, Jamie O'Brien trying to put that narrative to the test right now with his pink helmet and his GoPro and his log, and he is just an entertainer if I ever seen one in the surf world. My brother, I grew up with him ever since we were young, and you know, Jamie O'Brien was one of those who did not get distracted by any kind of stardom or fame that he got. He was never a real partier or any of that kind of stuff when it all happened. He took it seriously, and he's in the position that he is today because of really the effort that he was willing to put in that a lot of other people weren't, and a lot of people took things for granted in the surf world.
Yeah, I mean, that's all she wrote for that heat. Looks like we're gonna go straight in another heat, but possibly, why don't we go for a break? This seems like a great place for a break. See you guys in a few.
Well, heat number 7 is on. Paul Grace in the red, McNeil in blue, Nick Von Ruck in the white, and Ryaru Ito is in the black. Heat number 8, check in. Ivan Florence, Mason Ho, Mikey February, and Osh Tudor, please check in. I feel like that heat number 8 yesterday, they probably racked up close to $2,000 total in their performances. As we watch Blue on the outside, up and riding, that is Matt Miola. And Matt, he's got air game. If anybody's going to take it to the skies on a daily period of pipeline, Matt Miola will be one of those guys to watch for sure.
We are back live and direct at the world famous Bonsai Pipeline for round 2, heat number 7. In the water in red, we will have none other than Kala Grace right here from the beautiful North Shore of Oahu. Matt Miola in blue out of Haiku, Maui. Nick Von Rupp out of Lisbon, Portugal. And Rayao Ito out of Miyazaki, Kyushu, Japan. And this is stacking up to be a really diverse heat here. I mean, we have a Hawaiian, we have a Portuguese, we have a Japanese, and we have one brother from the Garden Isle or from the Valley Isle of Maui.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this heat. We saw Nick Von Rupp just get straight into the action. Didn't look like too much happened as far as I could tell from what we saw on camera. But yeah, a rad heat. Nick, an incredible surfer, always pushing it in waves of consequence and just normal waves as well. The guy rips. Miola is a psycho aerialist and charger. One of the most exciting on a surfboard and one of my favorites. And Ryaru Ito, I don't know too much about him, but I watched his profile on the, on the different profile vids they've done of the competitors, and he was cracking me up. The guy's a character. Definitely excited to watch his heat. I don't think we were in the booth yesterday for his heat, so I was stoked. And then, yeah, local boy, Kala Grace with, I guess he's got an Uncle D spray on his board.
Well, this, if you guys don't know, this is Derek Ho's nephew. Matt Miola up and riding, and what is he going to do for us here? Oh, he was thinking about it. He was thinking about it. But I'll tell you what, that end section right there, they say, oh, pipeline is the perfect airwave. It's some of the best air guys in the world, and they're looking at that section like, no, thank you. I will keep my ankles and my knees attached to my body, and we'll just be going for the barrel, which is, I mean...
Yeah, so let's speak to this a little bit. In the history of surfing pipeline, what are some of the more progressive rides you can remember?
Some of the more progressive rides, I mean, it went from single fin to thruster to, switch foot. Switch footing out here. And talking about progression, we have a bio on that man paddling right now, Matt Miola. And talk about progression, let's check it out right now.
I surf pipe 0 times a year. For me to sit out for a couple hours to catch one wave, like, that's not fun for me. Hitting the end section at pipe makes me feel happy. The one thing I always say in my head, like, why'd they kick out? The main thing at pipeline is the end section is like a wave I'd be hunting. The whole time I've been worried that a lot of guys who dedicate their life to surfing that wave and put in so many hours are gonna be upset if they weren't invited, and I was. But at the same time, with the new format and I can't pass up getting to surf pipe with no one out. There's no way.
Well, there you've seen a bio on Matt. Looking like the rubber band man Miola. I mean, he is just like elastic. He lands in the flats like nothing. And talking about kicking out, buddy, I just seen him kick out on a big section right there. So hopefully he doesn't kick out the next time and attacks that section like he was talking about. He has the talent. He has everything that it takes. He surfs jaws. I mean, he pulls in at 30-foot jaws. I mean, pipeline. I want to see him get a big barrel and pull off a big air. If anybody can do it, Matt can do it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got straight up, he's rubber band man. Like, it's crazy. Here we go. Kala Grace on his Uncle Derek Ho inspired spray. It's pretty iconic. Super cool that he's honoring his uncle in that way.
Yeah, I mean, the greatest out here at Pipeline, Derek Ho. I mean, I say that because he was right as well. A lot of the greats known at Pipeline were Pipeline. Derek Ho was one of the best backside surfers at whatever age. I mean, he surfed every single day until the day, you know, he flew with the Angels, and he's will always be remembered. I mean, I'll never forget the day in 1993. I was standing on the beach when he won that world title, and you know, back in the day, they made spray paint T-shirts for him as the world champ. His mom had one on, and she was holding my hand, and it was just such a beautiful thing to see. You know, one of basically my family members that we grew up with win, you know, the world championship, and out here at Pipeline, and just the things that he was doing. And that day, I mean, talk about a for today. You know, Pipeline has many faces, and I heard you say something earlier, Dylan, about a 10-point ride. For those of you that don't know, just because it's not perfect Pipeline, it doesn't mean they're not going to score a 10-point ride. They have to score the conditions, what is on offer, and what is a 10-point ride today. What would you think?
Well, we definitely saw Carissa Moore get super close. In my mind, that was a 10. You know, elevator drop, barely sneaking under the lip, super deep, and coming out. She ended up finishing with a turn on that wave too. So, you know, again, the criteria is they're just trying to keep that in the back of competitors' minds. You've seen some crazy rides go down in competition before, like Italo Ferreira. I think he got a 10, but getting barreled and coming out and doing a full rotation and sticking it, which was insane. Guys like Kelly Slater, who have gone for rodeo flips out here. I think it's just trying to, you know, put an emphasis on that and definitely not replace what Pipeline is truly known for. So it's cool to just throw that filter on it, throw these guys out there with a little bit different format and less pressure, and seeing how they go.
I got a question for you. It may be even a controversial one, but
cool. Let's do it.
Do you think that wave in the men's side of the draw would have scored that high of a score, or is there some type of little sliding scale? How do you think that wave would have scored in a men's heat?
I think it would have been pretty similar. You know, that being the first heat, I think was why it wasn't a 10 in the women's, because, you know, I mean, if you're really thinking about it, and the judges, like, they want to leave room in that scale. You know, that being said, like, you know, her doing that in a men's heat, I think would have still been one of the best scores, because on a day like this, just the critical drop, like, it wasn't the biggest wave, but I think it would have held up on either side of the draw. It was really impressive. Hats off to Carissa. That was huge.
I agree. Definitely agree with that. Carissa is at the top of the leaderboard. Doesn't matter what side of the draw she's on, men or women, she's at the top. But right now we have Mahina Florence with a special giveaway.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today witnessing history at the first ever VANS Pipe Masters. The women took to the water in solid 4 to 10 feet Hawaiian and were absolutely charging. VANS wants to recognize some of the standout moments today with some extra cash for these women's commitments to progression to surfing and the sport. Starting off, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson for first doggy door of women's contest, $500. Next is Katie Simmers with her back-to-back door barrels with the extra style down carve into the flats, $500. Molly Picklum with her fully committed under the lip grab rail drop into pipe. She was gobbled up, but the commitment level was $1 million. She's getting $250. And then we have Sierra Kerr, which was committed to a backdoor bomb that broke her board. She's getting $250. Now, this is going to continue throughout this contest, throughout the men's. We also have other winners. So for our athletes, stay tuned. Don't forget to come and grab your cash. And there we have it. Thank you, VANS.
Well, thank you so very much, Mahina. And we have in studio with us right now a very special guest, Sophie Bill. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, guys. I've never been in one of these. It's pretty cool.
Well, that being said, I mean, you doesn't seem like you've been out at Pipeline too many times, but the way you were charging out there, some of those waves, girl.
Yeah.
I mean, 5.
Props.
That was amazing.
Props. You went off.
I didn't even get a barrel, but I mean, hopefully they'll come tomorrow.
Well, you were charging some bombs. Barrels or not, you're out
hunting.
there putting it on the line, and you're definitely looking for the barrel.
Yeah, thank you. Oh.
Yeah, here we go. We got Kala taking off on a screamer. Wow.
Talk about barrels. Finally,
that was cool.
my brother Kala gets on the board with a pretty sick barrel to doggy door.
That was massive. Sophie, what do you think of that ride? Like, having just been out there, what's it take to get close to a ride like that?
Jeez, they just make it look so easy. No, that was so sick. I feel like you have to get super lucky to, like, not all the waves are doing that. So, yeah, that was sick.
Yeah. What was your game plan, like, you know, before you paddled out? Like, what was going through your head?
Honestly, I didn't even have a game plan. I just wanted to go right because I've honestly never even grabbed rail before. Maybe like once or twice, but I was like, just go right.
I'd say you caught one of the biggest waves of the women's side. Like, they were just tall. Like, your waves were big. Like, you know, when those were coming in, you know, having not gone backside before, what exactly were you thinking? That's nuts.
I know. Well, it was like my first time on like a bigger board than a 6'2". So my friend was like, take my 6'5". So I was like, okay, let's try. And I was like, whoa, why haven't I been doing this? It's so much easier, you know? Normally I just go over the falls.
Well, I mean,
But,
you're riding that bigger board out here at Pipeline, especially in these conditions, is going to do you a lot of justice because you'll be able to move around a lot more. And like you said, the paddle power to catch the wave, you've seen, I think maybe you should get a few of those bigger boards in your quiver.
Oh,
And,
no, I'm ordering them right now.
the way that you charge, you definitely have a bright future out here. And just being able to put yourself in that situation to hunt those barrels, it's not easy.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it a lot coming from you guys.
Well, thank you for putting on a show. I mean, you are out there doing the hard work. We're just in here just kind of talking about it.
We're just pointing out the obvious in here.
Are you joking? You guys are terrible.
Yeah, that was really impressive. You got a lot of screams on the beach. Like, you had the crew on the beach pretty hyped. And that being, you know, this being your first event ever at Pipe, first time surfing Pipe, I'm sure you got a lot to pull from now. Even going into your second round heat, how are you feeling after getting a little experience and kind of getting some scores on the board and at least understanding this wave a little better?
Honestly, like, I feel good. I just want it to be like, I just want to get a barrel now. Whoa, that's sick. It's like turning on. I wasn't even listening to you. I'm sorry.
A beautiful wave come in and ridden by Matt Miola, ladies and gentlemen. That was sick. And we have something coming in to our booth right now. I mean, let's see. What do we got here? We have...
It looks like a bag of cash.
Paper bag full of cash.
Paper bag
It says Makua Rothman and Dylan Graves. Shot brew. There you go. That's for you. That's for charging so hard.
Really?
And, oh, yes.
I can pay off my car here.
Open it. Let's see what you got.
Really? Wow.
Let's see what you got.
Okay.
Dollar bills.
Wow. And you know, the rand in South Africa sucks. So for me, this is a lot.
Well, there we go. Well, keep on charging. Keep on charging like you were and get a few barrels. You can get that bag full of hundreds.
Yeah, you got another round to go.
Let's see what we got in there.
Day's not over. I'm seeing some 20.
Oh my gosh, this is like a lot.
Cashola.
Cash money.
That's right.
Don't show it too much. They might want to take some out to copy.
That's funny. Thank you so much, guys.
Here we go with the replay of Matt Miola's wave. Let's see it right here on our screen. I will take you through it on the drop, nice and smooth, ducking under that chandelier. I mean, just a classic Pipeline barrel, classic style, and there was no real section after for him to hit, but nonetheless, wow, just so smooth.
Steezy. I love Matt. I love his approach is super unique. I mean, he can do it all. Like, this guy does some of the craziest airs in the biz and also gets the craziest barrels. He's super entertaining to watch and rad to see him in the draw. I'm glad they gave him a shot.
What is your favorite wave to surf?
Probably like home when it's cooking, like with all my friends.
Home, what spot?
Geez, there's a lot. I can't name my favorite, but I live in like the Lido area, and that whole stretch we get really good waves.
Oh,
North
beautiful.
and South Coast. So,
what is your strategy going into your next heat? Because you do surf again, and it'll probably be tomorrow with a little different conditions. Are you going to be looking to learn some lineups? Have you how much time have you actually spent out here at Pipeline?
honestly, like I've barely caught waves out here. I just kind of sit out here. The crowd's pretty heavy. The locals are really good. So it's cool. I normally just watch them. I don't really expect to get a wave because there's obviously a lot of people out. But my strategy, I don't know, I just want to go have fun. I was kind of having fun today, and it kind of worked, but I really want to get a barrel, so hopefully I can pull that off tomorrow. Whoa.
Oh, talking about barrel, look at Matt Miola just rolling in and getting close. He got stuck in the lip on that one.
That was nuts, yeah. Well, Sophie, I think you probably, there's probably a lot to pull from your first round heat. I mean, surfing that with no one out is such a crazy experience. What are you thinking about in round two? Like going into round two, are you going to stay on the 6.5? Are you going to, is there any lineups you noticed? Have you been paying attention to boils? Anything like that?
Honestly, the little kid sponsored by Ruka, Mana, Lu and Legend.
Yep.
Last night he was over for dinner, I was like, where should I sit? And he just told me this one spot, and I just followed that the whole day. So it obviously worked.
Mana Nahalu.
Thank you.
Chandler. He's right there in that house, as you can see. He's probably watching us right now. Mana and Legend. I mean, they've been putting a lot of time in out here.
Oh, they crazy.
Yeah, they're both are gonna be forces to be reckoned with.
They're not just up and coming stars; they're up and coming coaches for Pipeline.
Yeah, damn. That's pretty sick. Like those guys. Yeah, it's gonna be exciting to watch those guys, and yeah, that's cool. They hooked it up with some advice. Definitely got to take every bit you can out there. I mean, especially on a day like today, it's not easy out there. Here we go, Kala dropping in on another one.
Oh, getting a backup score.
Wow. Yeah, he got a really good score on that one.
If he makes another wave, he could be jumping in front of a lot of people right now.
He got a 23.7.
He gets another 20. He only needs a 13.4 to get into the top four.
So he only needs like a 4 point something.
So that's what I mean. If he gets another 7 or something like that, he's going to jump ahead of a lot of people.
If he would have made that wave, that would have been the score, and he would have been he would have taken out Imai. I'm going
to go out on a limb and say Kala Grace will get that 13-point ride. He's looking hungry. He's looking steady on his feet. That board, I don't know what it is. It might be a Brett Marumoto, if I'm not mistaken. But that board is looking very spicy under his feet, and yeah, it looks like he's the closest one to really getting, but the waves look like they're turning on right now. You guys see the difference in when you were out there? Do you see a difference in the waves right now?
I feel like it changes a lot here. Like all day it's like changing, you know, like which is why I have so much respect for when someone even gets a sick barrel, you know, like it takes a lot to actually get it.
Oh, he was making that, but he just went too high off the drop.
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy. Well said. I mean, it isn't easy, but it's still Pipeline. I mean, there's, you know, we keep saying there's still 10s out there.
It's starting to spit almost every other wave now.
I feel like as soon as you say something about Pipeline, she's like, oh yeah, I'm listening. And she'll
watch this. There she is. Who is that?
Yeah, wow. That's Nick Von Rupp. Trying to get his mojo flowing.
He got Von Rupp did on that first wave.
Yeah, definitely.
Nick Von Rupp, charger from Portugal, from Nazaré to all those slabs. Nate Florence was down there in Portugal as well with those guys slab hunting, and right here, I mean, this guy's got he's got one of the more solid barrel riding stances, but it looks like he's got a big knee brace on his front leg. Is that a knee brace, or is that he may be dealing with some kind of issue on his right leg? It looks like he has a big brace on it.
Yeah, damn. I mean, see, a lot of these guys are probably surfing through some pain. I mean, if you're warming up for the event, you're wanting to get comfortable in the water, you're surfing a lot, so, you know, you're probably surfing through some pain, and you don't want to miss your shot. You know, leading up to the event, Sophie, what were some of your surfs like And what was your mindset going into this event?
It's actually pretty funny because I was out the water for like 3.5, 4 months before I came here. I was like dealing with a really hectic back injury.
Wow.
Just like spasms that it turned kind of chronic. But yeah, I just had to. Once I got the call for this, I was like, shh.
Talking about that, we have some action up and riding in white. Nick Von Rupp coming around the corner, and this wave just looks like it's going to run off.
Yeah.
And yes, it does, and he does the look back.
That's smart. We've learned that that's a really smart thing.
When you go right, don't just kick out. If you can, take a peek over the back, and then if you see that there's a way out, go out. But if not, you should definitely not just kick out every time. Maybe take a look if you can. I know sometimes you got a doggy door, jump out the back, but most times
when in doubt, straighten out too. But yeah, so that's crazy. You were going through some pain a few months ago, and when you received the invite for this event, was that sort of the motivation? Were you extra motivated to try to get your body 100% to be like in peak condition for this event?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was like emotional. Like I got the call and I was like, whoa, like I didn't think I'd ever be in that position, ever. So I kind of just went and like did a lot of rehab, and I was just like really focusing on, I wasn't even surfing, I was just doing anything I could just to get my back to, I was working with like amazing people that, helped me get back in the water like 2 weeks before I came here.
Who are those people? Let's give them a shout out.
Like Lianka, my physio, Matt, the biokineticist, and Greg, this guy I've been working with mentally. Yeah.
Awesome.
Well, it was great having you in here. Great to see you charging, putting in your time out here. If I can ever help you or you need any tips out here, let me know.
Thank you. I'd
I love the way
appreciate
you
that.
charge.
I'd love it.
Go and get some rest because you're going to surf again.
Keep charging, Sophie.
Tomorrow.
And everybody, don't go away. We will be right back with more VANS Pipe Masters action after this break. Aloha.
Is that Ichiban, huh? That is number one right there. Romeo Ito at Pipeline doing it right. Wyoming counting a 15.7. That's a double-digit score. Also counting a 4.4. A 4.4 spot. Who's going to replace that? So he's flirting with some good scores here. So you saw how he was being further on the inside from Matt Miola and Ala Grace, the Hawaiian surfers out there, maybe just trying to put a spot that was not going to be in their way, but he's very respectful as a younger surfer, and being from Japan, he's quite humble, and he just scored a beautiful tight wave on that first reef.
Welcome back to live action right here at the Bonsai Pipeline, pulling in deep and coming out of that barrel is Ryaru Ito.
Wow. And that was awesome. That was super stylish.
That was super stylish. I mean, all these guys have such a wide range of surfing abilities. And
wow, that was such a cool stall. Double arm, like super steezy at the beginning of that wave, put him in a great position. Yeah, that was just a perfect pipe wave.
I mean,
so they're still out there.
These Japanese boys charge. I mean, Uncle Wakita has his own bowl here. To have your own lineup at Pipeline is like, you have some of the greatest surfers in the world. I mean, they don't have a lineup at Pipeline. Wakita has the Wakita bowl.
Yeah.
And he
Iconic.
solidified his spot out here. And I've seen a lot of these Japanese surfers coming to Pipeline in the backdoor shootout, getting 12s. I mean, coming here and ultimately ripping. These guys, culturally and just period, are some of the most humble, respectful, but charging warrior surfers I have ever been around. It's such a pleasure to surf with them in the lineup.
Yeah, it is. You know, Masatashi Ono is one of my favorites, like super stylish. You know, both in big and small waves. Like, it seems like they all just have that. Like, it must just be a Japanese thing to just, you know, be born with great style. That's awesome.
I mean, Ito is now in 5th place. I just think it comes down to culturally the respect that they have for everything that they do, period. I mean, that culture is so rooted in just the most beautiful respect for everything, and it just goes to show the effort and, you know, the dedication that they put into whatever it is that they put their hearts into. And right now, he's putting his heart into this heat. He's in 5th. He needs an 18.8, excuse me, which is not very much at all. Him, Ryo and Kala are very close to breaking into that top 4, and they could really get in there and shake things up. Very, very, very interesting to see what's going to happen with 4 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Round 2, Heat 7 at the VANS Pipe Masters.
Yeah, it's, you know, we've been talking about that rhythm and that, you know, when heats kind of start to turn on, it's really noticeable. And this seems like a heat that's been on, because Kala got a really good one. Ryado's gotten a good one. Matt's gotten a decent one. And they're all in striking range. They all can, you know, get one good wave and be in that top 4, and that's all it's going to take. They have
guess what?
3 minutes to do it.
There's more waves on the horizon with 3 minutes
Look
left.
at that.
Looks like we will have some more scoring potential on the way from the drone. The drone, you can't really tell exactly what's going on, but when there's lines in the water at pipeline, something's going down.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Like, I've noticed, like, some of the craziest, most beautiful moments at pipe. Yeah, Kala, here we go.
Get in there.
Wow, let him out.
Come
Make
on.
it. Oh, man. Good effort. Still 3 minutes and 8 seconds left. If he doesn't get 2 worked, he can make it quickly back out. Hopefully, he can do it. But yeah,
the frustration on him.
What do you think about the afternoon windows here at Pipeline and Backdoor, Makua?
They're not good. You guys shouldn't come down. Nah. It's it usually really just turns on. It could be onshore and, you know, kind of sus, and all of a sudden it just turns around. The trade winds like to come back, and right now it's really showing that, you know, trade winds are pretty much back. The onshores are gone, and the waves are absolutely starting to pump.
So just like that, you know, it was one heat ago, or even half a heat ago, it was kind of, we were talking about conditions not being great, this being a 4 out of 10 at Pipeline, and now, you know, multiple guys have gotten rides that are putting them in contention to get into the top 4, so we can switch like that. You know, Mother Pipeline is the ultimate, you know, vibe setter. She's going to choose who gets to ride the good ones and who doesn't.
Oh man, the frustration that must be going through Kala's head, knowing he just needs such a mediocre score, really, comparatively, to get into the top 4. That he has a minute and 48 seconds. He is paddling out. There is a north swell. There is a chance if he hustles, he could get in position for an end section, or maybe even a sneaky right that's underneath that comes across. You never know. Right now, a minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. It's anybody's game with no priority.
I hope to see it. I love seeing buzzer beaters. You know, that's always the most exciting way to end a heat, and a huge confidence booster for, you know, someone who has a shot at making the final. If he gets back out there and is able to do it, you know.
There we go. Something coming to him. Come on.
Let's do it. Man,
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Yeah, he only needs a 4, so it's not much.
Oh, inside double up.
Here we go.
Oh.
He's hunting. He wants it.
It's coming. It's...
Yeah, he's done the work. You know, he's had Mother Nature cooperate. Pipeline, you know, threw him a bone there on his.
Oh, go right.
Oh my gosh,
go
here
right.
we go. Wow, this
go
thing's
right and
crazy.
Come out. Go right and come out, please.
What?
Oh.
Good effort. I mean, it's not for lack of trying. All the, you know, the effort by all the competitors on a day like today, you got to leave it all. You got to leave it all out in the water, and they're doing just that.
I hope Mule on his way in.
I hope he finds a section, or this thing gives him a little one.
This is just a little.
Yeah, he's just cruising.
Just a ride in. And we have but 3 heats left in this round 2 of competition for people to make a move up the leaderboard. 4, 3, 2, 1. That is the end of Heat 7. That was a nail biter for Matt Miola and Kala Grace Dillon. I mean,
yeah, Riado threw, he anteed up in that heat, and I'm sure they feel great about their performance. I think getting anything out here at Pipeline, especially on a day like today, is massive. So hats off to these competitors. They
hats
threw down.
off, helmets off, back to the drawing board.
Yeah, exactly. But we got an exciting heat up next. We got to commentate this one yesterday. We're going to hand it off to Salema Masakela and Dr. Cliff Capono for the next heat. It seems like the conditions are definitely getting better and starting to kind of get into that afternoon honey. So, yeah, pumped for you guys to have a chat and have some fun in the next heat.
Oh, yeah. Well, we are going to say aloha no ahui ho kako to each and every one of you. We are going to turn this heat over to none other than Salema Masakela and Dr. Cliff Capono.
Yes. How lucky have we gotten today with the weather? Forecasts had it so that we definitely thought, Cliff, that conditions were going to blow out. I was talking to Marty Thomas and Nathan Fletcher, and they're like, we were kind of stressed. Didn't know what was going to happen by this time this afternoon, but the winds, somebody put in some special Kala Grace getting some love.
So
someone put in some special prayers.
Man, that was insane last heat, Kala.
I was rooting for Kala. I knew when he was battling out, he will be the person going on this next wave for sure. But unfortunately, that thing just went clampers on him. But nice to see him be able to get a performance, get the opportunities after yesterday where he was unable. And speaking about just performing and unafraid, we are joined and we welcome Laura Lenever, who you how much cash did you get, by the way?
1,000 clackers.
Yeah.
How good is that?
Listen, I'm not gonna say it was me, but I did scream after you sent it on that one. I said, "That's $1,000." Kelly, was it me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, would have been
I'm
5.
stoked.
But I was like, that's $1,000 in the hand. She just jumped off the top of a building.
Yeah.
Give her $1,000.
It was a long way down.
You thought you were going to get into that one, right?
I did. I mean, to be honest, I just paddled out for 5 minutes before my last wave, and I got out the back, paddled past the girls in the next heat, and they were like, "There's 2 minutes to go." So I was just like, "Okay, just paddle as hard as you can back to the zone." And then I saw that set coming, and I hadn't even stopped being able to sit on my board yet, so I was definitely feeling the burn. And I saw that wave, and I was like, "Just go." My first instinct was just go, but I just feel like I didn't really get into it. Obviously here, I tried, but then obviously, boom, realized quite quickly that I was, couple of paddles too far out. So, I mean,
so glad you're okay.
No, it was actually fine. I didn't get too flogged.
Talk about what happened under the water, though.
Yeah. So after I realized I was going to be
Sheesh.
jumping, when I was underwater, my leg rope spun and wrapped my legs up 3 times around. So my legs were tied together underwater, and I was kind of okay, first things first, you can't kick anymore. Your legs are literally glued together.
So you couldn't kick up?
No, even if I took my leash off, I would have still, my legs been tied together. So I kind of had to be okay, you just spun that way, so now spin 3 times back that way to get your legs to unravel. And kick, and then I got the next wave on the head, but I luckily got a breath in for that one. But out of breath still.
You're reevaluating your fitness regime now?
Yeah, I should probably go for a few more runs, I reckon.
Well, we're glad that you're in one piece, and so excited to have you joining us. What a day. It's been, you know, we've been talking about it from our perspective, what it might mean for women surfing, but you've been such a part of this charge of leading the future of big wave surfing for women. What does today mean?
I mean, I think it's, you know, it's been groundbreaking. I think, you know, there was a moment this morning where we thought that men might run all day, and I was almost going to, you know, sit back and crack a beer and watch, and then next minute girls are on, and I was stoked, because I think, you know, it's not perfect pipe by all means, but I think just having us out there and feeling out the lineup, that was my first time ever out in the pipe lineup alone. So every heat for us women out there, you know, with 3 other women, it's just learning and getting the lineups, and you know, it was definitely difficult to see. Like, I can take a lot away from my heat, knowing I was maybe a bit too far out, and then, you know, just there's so much, maybe searching those backdoor ones, but watching all the women this morning, Carissa's 30, almost 30, that was unbelievable, and then just the next generation, the Sierra Kerrs, Katie Simmers, Betty Lou, all of those women were absolutely charging, and same with Moana. We knew Moana would be the biggest threat. She's just the queen out here, so it's been a really cool
home game for her. Well, we were so excited to see your name in the lineup and knew you would come with the fireworks. Speaking of fireworks, Kala Grace, man, what a comeback here in his second heat. Unable to get that final wave, but he's on the beach right now with Mahina Florence.
Yes, I'm here with Kala Grace. Kala, that was such a close one. You did not lack an effort. What was going down out there?
Shoot. I started off the heat super behind, so I actually just wanted to get one good wave, but I got one, so I was like, okay, I can do this. So I tried to get another one, but I didn't. I'm exhausted. I can barely breathe right now.
Okay, yeah, we're feeling a little winded here.
On the cardio.
What was your experience, though, through these, you know, the 2 days of competition? How are you feeling? Because first day was a little rough, and then...
Yeah, so the experience was really good with the new format. You can kind of just surf and do what you want, do your thing, instead of like trying to get 3s and 4s to make a heat. So that was super cool. So I got to do that. I got to wait. Kind of waited too long and didn't get a second wave, but I had fun.
Talk us through that heat, though. We wanted to see the buzzer beater. We did see you try and get back out there. What was your thought process?
I knew I needed another wave, like in the 20s or better. So I tried my best, but I fell. Should have came out of that one. I think I would have had it.
Well, we appreciate your efforts. We thank you so much. We hope you had a great time. Any special words for your family?
Yeah, my mom. I love you. Everybody else watching, I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
We love Mom.
Who's cutting onions out here? You know, I love you, Mom. What a good kid Kala Grace is. You know, he's been under the tutelage and mentorship of Billy Kemper and come such a long way the last few years. And we saw him motoring back out with about 3 minutes to go, and I was like, I don't care what wave comes. I know for a fact that Kala is going to be the one going.
And you know, you got that paddle where his head was like moving, like he was about to take over the basketball court. You know, Kala was ready to play when he went back out there. It was really awesome to see it. And he's Uncle Derek Ho's nephew.
Yeah.
And he's rocking the same colors as Uncle Derek did on his board. Same shaper. Brett surfboards up here, local shaper on the North Shore. So it's just really great to see. You know, you have the hometown hero that really is just so humble and doesn't consider himself a hero at all, but with an inspirational performance out there, it just makes you feel real good.
Yeah. We saw there the standings. Maybe we can get them back up after this set. Someone having a look.
Mikey going left, riding into it, making it out.
Oh!
What's he going to do at the end? Just kicking out.
Picking up where he left off on that 7-0 grab rail dancing.
How fun is Mikey to watch? His wave yesterday was an absolute bomb. So where is he in the standings right now?
I think he got bumped down to... Oh, that was gorgeous.
He's in 8th.
Yeah, no, that's Mikey Wright, I think. Mikey 12th, Mikey February.
Yeah, he was in 4th this morning. We knew that there was going to be a shift.
That was so well ridden. I just love the way he just went quite small at the end there, but just read it to an absolute T. So we see a bit of a second reef. TP coming through.
Yeah, he might have to wait for the. I mean, that's that. When you're in these heats, if you're on a heat mentality, you're like, okay, I'm gonna do well for the heat, and then you're battling everyone throughout the whole contest. So it's like, do I wait for just one good one like Kala?
And this is a pivotal heat for that leaderboard. I mean, you look at Mason Ho, right? He had that second highest single score of a 26.60. He only needs a 10.5 to find himself into the final. Obviously, he's going for more than that. We see Mikey looking for an 18 and change. It's anyone's game. Ivan Florence as well.
Yeah, these last few heats of the day are going to be very exciting because, I mean, yeah, not a lot needed by a lot of the guys under the, outside of the top 4. So I feel like we'll see some shifts, and how amazing the wind has just done the best thing for us today and just decided to not show its face.
It was supposed to be howling right now. These guys were terrified, and the ancestors said, no, we're good. We're going to hold off these winds. Tosh Tudor also could easily just go nuts, get a double combo. It'd be kind of exciting to see somebody who hasn't shown it all suddenly come through and just get 2 20-point rides.
Totally. Well, that's the thing. It's like someone in this heat could get 2 absolute bombs, and they could, like Kala did, almost jump into that top 4. So, I mean, Kala didn't even stand up in his first heat yesterday. Yeah. So for him to come back and make that run was so exciting to watch. And I feel like watching Kala at the start of the year, the shootout, that was where I just was mind-boggled by his talent, and just raw talent, and just guts to charge some absolute heaving bombs.
Not afraid to go.
If someone is we're talking about the Sean Briley's and the tippy top toe falling into the wave looks like a closeout, I would say Kala Grace is right up there in that level of performance. But you got Mason. Mason only needs like a 4 between all the judges to literally get into the top 4. So Mason, if he gets a little barrel, he might be able to make it.
He looks like he's riding that same board from yesterday, which was definitely big. It looks like he's kicking right now, just that classic Mason Ho kick.
Back and forth.
Oh!
Mace. Tricking himself, right? We were just talking about that earlier. When Coco's heat, he just tricks himself into thinking that's a good one, and maybe too much trickiness happening on the.
How many paddles for that wave? Like 20.
Well, that's the beauty of having the bigger board. Like, he can sit out that little bit further from everyone and actually like take the initiative to start paddling earlier. And you could see he started paddling first. The other guys were like, "Yeah, we'll let you have it," and just unfortunately just that little bit too deep and on the wrong side of that teepee there. If he could have just got over that lump.
He turned his mind. He's like, no, right. And then that was too much board to make that.
Lucky that he didn't make contact with his board on that turn.
He was going left. He's seen this right there.
Too late.
Yeah, going right, going down.
That was a commitment with a capital C. Started paddling somewhere around rock pile for that wave.
Broke the board.
No. Not the magic sled. That has the best vibes. That has the best paint job. It has the best vibes ever.
How is it that you said that right after he only needs
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. You're still good.
Plenty of time.
Let's see who was on the board caddy here.
Did that break on the wave?
The wave.
On the wave?
Kalani Chapman.
Oh, Coco's down there.
Sean Briley's brother.
Oh, he's gonna be bummed just about that board. That was a magic stick.
He'll figure out a way to channel some vibes.
I shouldn't have said anything. Stitching up the Hawaiians over here.
Your fault. I like how he's chilling, taking some breath.
This is the.
Oh yeah, so it happened here.
You know what happens too is if you go deep underneath, I notice sometimes the board goes vertical and then it snaps with the energy.
Because you saw him do the thing where he kept the board parallel to the wave, which is a way to make sure that the lip doesn't just smash it right when it comes down.
But I've seen him also launch it. He also jumps off the bottom floor. You ever use this? How's your theory of saving your board as you go under big white water?
Yeah, I mean, we all hear that theory of trying to put it sideways so it just doesn't, like, the lip doesn't land in the middle of the board. But, I mean, sometimes the wave just has different plans. So that did not look like a wave that a board would snap on, which is wild that it did.
Goes to show you the 10,000 tons.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. This guy's paying attention.
I've been hanging out with the doctor, getting the science.
Oh, this
Look,
guy's
10,000 tons of power.
Here we go. Who's this? Ivan Florence. Relaxed style, navigating through. Oh, arching the back, going for the.
Oh, chuck it. Oh.
I mean,
listen, Ivan. 13.6.
Yeah, everyone in here is.
Yeah, he's right there. That wave could be there.
He's number 9 right now.
Oh,
so
Mikey's in top 4 now.
Mikey's been top. Oh wait,
no, Mikey February.
Oh, he just. Wow.
He just jumped back.
So
into
this heat is basically the Hunger Games.
Well, this was the heat of the day yesterday. You know, yesterday the first 2 heats of the morning were kind of weird and funky, and then right out of the gates, heat 3 comes into the morning, and they all got big scores. So Mikey doesn't need a lot because he got a really good score yesterday.
He got a 5.9, 5.9, and a 6.7 on this from his judging.
I like that there's no high and low thrown out, and you just get everything counts.
Yeah.
But how about these guys yesterday who were just like band of brothers? You go, and now they're all they're all kind of, you know, they're fighting for the same spot.
Yeah, it might be a different vibe out there today, because yesterday I know Tosh was like, Mason was calling him into waves after Mason got his bomb, and you know they might be a bit more competitive right now, because if they can do the math in their head, they probably know that they all just, whoever gets the best wave in this heat could get through.
For sure. And Mikey in that 4th spot knows he's not safe. He's going to want a lot more. Iago and Billy are watching intently, as well as Balaram. But this is definitely. They started out as a family and a partnership, and now it's like, sorry, bro, I'm fighting for my district. $100,000 for my district.
Yeah.
And the craziest thing about it is, all 4 of these guys could get into the final right now. It's like anything can happen this afternoon, and everything can shift. But obviously for Mikey, Ivan and Mason, they're the ones that need the lowest scores to progress to the finals. So.
I'm just wondering what's going through Tosh's head.
He needs 2. He knows. He's
like, I just
oh.
need 2.
But is he on the I need 2, I can do this, or is he on the I just want 1 to bring it back home to San Diego that I got some?
It's less than a point and change between 2nd and 4th. Balaram's. So now Ivan just moved up in the 6th. Oh, I love this.
I'm wondering how the gentleman's rules are going right now. Yesterday that might have been, you know, the priority was kind of like, you know, share the waves a bit more, but this is business. This is 100K on the line right now.
Is that all?
Just a little bit.
60,000 for 2nd, 30
Wow,
for 3rd,
that's
I believe,
amazing.
and 15 for 4th. Real money. And then if you throw in incentives, if you got a strong enough deal, this could be a high quality 3 days for some people that might total somewhere above a couple $100,000.
Oh, that Grom's got the half board. Oh, dust it off.
How good. Oh my gosh, he's going to wrap that up right now.
Wrap it up, buddy.
He's just going to be like, I don't have Mason Ho's board. Don't even look at me.
That is so beautiful. Good. Going up on the wall for sure.
Oh my
Get that sign and throw it on the wall.
He's going to be sleeping with that tonight.
Oh,
that's a magic moment to get a glimpse in.
Here we go. The boys having a look. Mikey and Mason both looking. Look, Mikey just kind of looked at Mason, stopped paddling. I guess there is still some
rules.
Yeah.
Some gentleman rules.
Yeah.
You know, Mikey, when he was in here, you know, really expressing how grateful he was, and to Mason for that sharing of knowledge yesterday, and for sure, as much as he's got that, you know, he's got that dog in him as a competitor, 10 years, 8 years grinding on the QS. He's going to try and find his wave without making waves.
Yeah, yeah. Mason looking left, dropping in. Oh, and Ivan going right.
Ooh.
chandelier closing one. I wonder what happened on Mason's wave. Kicked out. No big deal. Tashi, representing San Diego, California. Double hand drag. Oh, axe to the head. Big rock. Big rock.
Yeah, that was, he got
Smash.
big. He got big rocked.
Damn, that's Tosh's spot. Every time I see him out pipe, he loves that deeper peak, just like a little bit deeper than the boil, and that could have been a good score for him, unfortunately.
I'd love to hear Joel's commentary right now.
Yeah, it seems like Joel doesn't take it easy on the realness. Here it goes. It's just this part that he wasn't. I mean, you never know. Sometimes those things will hit the reef just right, and just look how wide that thing's throwing behind him, and then it just clamped on him.
Yeah.
Not clamped, but
he was doing the right thing, but it went narrow.
It went awry.
It went from round to narrow.
Yeah. Still, good effort by the young Tosh Tudor.
He can come join the lip to the headband.
Welcome.
Welcome. And Mason jumping over the falls.
Yeah, we've all had this.
Less isolated.
No, we've all had it happen. Everyone's had it.
Yeah,
I don't think people do it on 10-foot pipe.
I was gonna say, we've all had. I've had it happen on like a 6-footer and thought maybe that was real, but then after watching you jump literally off of a 3-story house, get hog-tied and come up laughing.
Yeah, it's not funny. It's
somehow or another, less than 9 minutes to go in a very, very deciding heat.
Yeah, what's gonna happen? Ivan feeling it, not making it. Yeah, it's
all right, we're gonna take a quick break, honor the sponsors, and come back with a thrilling finish of Heat 8 here in round 2 at the VANS Pipe Masters.
So quickest way to get. So Rocky, do you know who the top 4 is right now? Because we've been mixing it up during this segment. I just kind of hanging out on the ledge over here, literally checking out the surf and the beach action, and used up the computer screens and the notepads over here. So I need a little bit of update on who the top 4 is right now for the men's division. Okay, number 1 remains the same. All around stock with his performance. Just yesterday. He served today, did not improve. All right, so he's holding it down. Holding it down with a 41.9. Billy Kemper is now in second with a 38.9. Yago Dora in third. He was red in the barrel, and he's coming out of Florence. Hunting for 13 to get him in the hands of that goal.
Welcome back. We promised you thrilling finish, and just like that, as you saw in the picture-in-picture during the commercial, Ivan Florence has entered the chat. Needs a 13.6. I'm going to just say for sure he's getting that score. The question is how much above or around that number it will be. But Mikey February, just like that, is going to be finding himself outside looking in. This is crazy.
Yeah. The coolest groovy, stoked, cosmic, easygoing heat is now becoming the death match.
It is. It's a full death match.
Pick your player at home. Who do you want to see get the wave? Because if any one of these boys get a wave, they can make it happen. Look what just happened during the commercial break. Ivan pulling in, threading the needle, skate style.
You can tell he's done that 100 times before, but yeah, all of these guys, I cannot believe that if either of them or all of them get a wave, they could shift up that final standings pretty easy.
I love this format. I love this format. I love this format. I love the fact that we're not going to be looking in the last few minutes at watching someone paddle and go and sit on somebody or take off on someone down the line and make an interference. Like, I like surfing.
And I guess you just need to have your math head on to really work out exactly what you need.
Yeah. Let's see. Ivan, what did he come in at?
He got it.
He got it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in second overall. Mikey, Mason. Oh, Mason.
Mason having a shocker right now. He needed next to nothing.
That's the
This
name
is
of the
crazy.
game. Ivan again. Double up. Riding high. Oh. Goes up.
We're on the edge. We're literally on the edge of our seats here. This is what we were hoping would be taking place to end off round 2.
Well, like the crazy thing is Mason kind of kicked off the comp yesterday with that big score. He got the biggest score of the morning, and you know, coming into right now, 4.5 to go.
Mikey February's out. Ivan Florence is in.
For the moment. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. We saw there was like, what, 20 seconds to go? When
Salema is on the couch right now, shaking his leg.
4 minutes
Edge of his
out
seat,
pipe,
literally.
4 minutes out pipe, you can definitely still, you know, get 2 waves if you had to.
what
You've
was
seen
it?
Kelly do it a few times. He'd get like 10 waves in a minute.
What was the time on the clock when Carissa got?
Oh yeah.
When Carissa got that the back doorway. It was like less than a minute.
Less than a minute.
50
so-
seconds left when she got to
And
shore.
look, you can tell Mason's paddled straight to the inside. He's like, sorry, Mikey.
I don't know you anymore.
I forgot. Where's the meat? What was he
I
saying?
grew here, you flew here.
You don't even go here, bro.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ivan back at it again.
Yeah.
Wow, what a paddle. Just kind of cruising right into these waves, playing with it. Wow.
I'm wondering if he has the info yet that he's made the top 4, or if he's
Probably number 2. He's second overall.
Yeah. Look at that. So Billy Kemper's still in the mix. Yagodora now is on the chop block.
Something to be said, though. Mikey February still to this end, you know, in contention for the top 4 making a Pipe Masters final.
It's impressive. You know, I think people definitely didn't have him. A lot of people didn't have him on their bingo card coming in. Right.
You know, the hardest thing in surfing is when you need a 4-point ride, and in this case Mason needs an 11, which is basically it's a high 3, so it's just the hardest score to attain sometimes. Like sometimes if you need an 8, you'll go out there and sit for the 8, but
Seen so many people not advance needing a 2.6 or a 3.5, and you can feel the stress from those looks back to the beach.
yeah, you don't get that from Mace a lot. He's pretty cool, calm, collected.
He's got that. I mean, he comes from a highly competitive
He does.
lineage. Like, you know, Coco.
I've seen. Oh my
And,
gosh,
you know,
I've seen them play cards together. They get the knives out at the end.
Here we go, Mason. What's he gonna do? Looking left, looking right. He's going right. Back door. Pulling into it. Oh yeah, Mason might have made that.
Oh, sweep it on that big thing. Let's dance.
Wow.
Okay.
That's called making it happen.
That's doing something.
Yago, we might have some nice prizes for you at the door, sir. No offense.
Oh man.
No offense to the Brasileiros, but I'm just calling it like it might be.
Something too, if you look at everyone, kind of just, it was him and Ivan. When he took off and pulled in behind, got the cover up, and then a hack. He was like, yep, that's what I needed. Big mouth open.
Still going to be close, though.
Still going to be close. It is, because that was a smaller wave. It's probably not the wave that he would have chosen out there, but he's definitely not getting out the back anymore. So it's going to come down to Tosh and Mikey right now.
Tashi left. Ooh. Oh, Chandelier. Is he going to make it through?
Bust through, bust through.
No. He's got a big board.
125 to go.
I think he's riding a 6'8" Blair surfboard.
All right, Mike, you cannot be kind.
Mikey's like,
No kindness. Time to get the dog out.
I have to activate this mode that really doesn't come out.
Oh, with some feathers.
Often.
Oh, out the back.
Out the
1
back,
minute.
1 minute. Are they going to have time to get here?
Holy shit.
And without Mason kind of directing the orchestra out there, it's up for grabs.
Come on. Let's just see some opportunities.
Oh, Mason
for some
just came right
fireworks.
in. He's all stoked. Is he going to get the Jamie O'Brien John Pipeline Pro action? Knocked out at the bitter ends. 40 seconds left.
I don't know if these are going to make it in time, but looks like there's some lumps.
Oh, Mikey, are you going to be in position? Something's going to arrive. Will it be the right wave?
Mikey, are you going to get that wave? Or are you going to let
he might just get cleansed here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is wash through.
Cleansing.
Yeah.
We still don't have Mason's score yet. I'm feeling stress, tension in a lot of tension in my being.
So that one's hands are in his pocket. I think they're in his pants. I don't know what's going on over here.
If you had,
and this thing just washed through. Wow.
That was a good heat. Exciting.
How crazy would it be if we would have a
19. Oh, joking.
Mason didn't make it.
Wow.
The Brazilians are going to light me
Mason
up.
did not get it.
They're like, you wrote off Iago. In the end, I did say it would be close and not a given.
Wow.
How close?
Wow. By what's the point differences on this between 37 and a half?
38.1, 37 and a half, less than a point.
Divided by 3, Laura.
That's going to hurt.
That's the math on that.
Yeah. I need to go back to primary school, honestly.
Wow. Scored pretty
He needed a high 3. I think maybe the height of that wave was smaller.
1 and micro change.
Wow.
What do you folks think at home? I'll be interested to hear.
Let the fingers fly, people.
The keyboard warriors are flexing. But Iago Dora is like, one more heat.
Yeah.
And I get to be in this thing.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Next heat is going to be a banger, too.
A fine performance, though. Fine showing by Mikey February. I thought it was going to be enough, especially with this hack at the end.
I'm not a judge. I'm just a fan, so yeah. Good job, Mace, on this. I think you did what you could do. Sick wave. Good job, Mikey, as well, and Tashi.
And to be able to do so after the broken board, to get back in, regroup.
Yeah. And Ivan pushing up to the top, sitting number 2.
Yeah, he did not have much to do, and I feel like Ivan kind of had the least pressure. He's like, you guys fight amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
I'll just sit here and get the underneaths.
Like, he got 4 of them. It's like,
I love the way that Ivan surfed that as well, just coming in and trying to find those real nug, just right on the reef there.
Yeah.
So he made it happen.
Laura, outstanding. Thank you for stopping by.
Where's the Cairo? Maybe a beer. That'll fix it.
There you go. Go get yourself a fat tire and call the Cairo for tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll make it work later.
Well, we'll see you after for a tin here on the back end.
That will be at a time that we'll announce a little later when we figure out the scheduling. But
see you. Good luck in round 2.
Yeah, here we go. Who's this?
Yeah, you got more to go.
Ciao.
No tins just yet.
Tried to sneak under the curtain there, almost was able to.
She didn't have her headset on, but Laura said, oh, I forgot about that. I got to surf again.
Okay, this is a good heat. Shaden Pacaro from Hilo, Hawaii.
Late entry.
Late entry.
Yeah, one of the last ones invited, and he expressed on Instagram how super grateful he was to get the opportunity. I haven't seen the documentary yet that Mason Ho did on Shaden Pacaro, but I hear it's amazing.
This is Shaden Pacaro. You might be thinking
Sheldon
sorry.
Paishan. Sorry.
Yeah, Sheldon Paishan was alternate.
He was an alternate as well, yeah.
Yeah, Shado I think was in. Makanapeng. I need some help pronouncing.
Joao Chianca.
Okay, and Al, Big Al. Yeah, this is going to be exciting.
My Shado's wrong.
Yeah, 2 excellent surfers, above excellent surfers. Shaden Pacaro from Hilo, actually Puna, Hawaii, my home island. Big fan of his surfing, his dedication to just wanting to put on the best representation of himself and for Hawaiian people. He's out there, Makanapeng, sparring partner with Moana, I would say, up and up there.
Yeah, came up together. Moana used to beat him handily when they were young, and Makana won a junior event here, I think in 2018.
Makana, for his frame being so little, it's just crazy to see the types of waves. These are like giant waves.
And the position he puts himself in.
And you look at how someone of that stature can somehow negotiate and kind of, there's so much water pulling up the face on these waves, and you think you would need to have legs like Nathan Florence to get down the face, but you got someone who's light like Makana riding these waves with such skill and such force. It's really, really impressive.
Yeah, Shaden, Makana, and Big Al all need two-wave combos. Joao is the only one who needs a strong score.
He had a big performance last pipeline contest, right?
Yeah.
So he's had a big performance too in Tahiti. He's definitely not afraid to send it like his brother, Lucas. Come from a pretty hard charging brotherhood.
Mahina yesterday morning when she was in the booth was rooting for husband and rooting for brother-in-law, and now she gets the opportunity to interview brother-in-law after an incredible comeback. Shave the mustache, get to the final.
Exactly. I'm down here with my brother, Ivan Florence. Ivan, coming in from a great heat that was so perfectly surfed. You are now currently in second. Again, anything can change, but you are in the top 4. How are you feeling?
I'm super excited, and it's a slow heat, and luckily some waves came through that everyone could catch, and got some barrels, and just stoked to be out and having fun.
And what was your mindset for this heat? Because I feel like it was a little bit more, I want to say nice, a little more free surfy the first heat, and then I felt like you guys had a little bit more of a battle this time. Is that true?
Yeah, definitely. With less waves in the water, there's a little bit more tension, and people start getting hungry for more waves, so you got to hunt, and sometimes you find them, sometimes you don't. It's hard pickings out there, and yeah, just lucky to get a few.
And did you have a specific strategy in this heat?
Just try to pick my waves carefully, and yeah, just choose the right waves.
Perfect. Well, we hope we will be seeing you in the final. Great surfing, Ivan. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mahina. I felt like in choosing to do so, to pick his own waves, he kind of just said, like, I'm going to take myself out of the mix. Kind of sat a little bit inside and waited for some of those medium double ups that ended up being the best offerings.
Yeah, yeah. Pulled himself out of the drama and came up winning.
Just be so stoked to see him maintain. Ivan Florence, pipe master, has a nice ring to it.
I mean, he comes from his brotherhoods too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they definitely have a relationship with this wave and these waves, and it's from an early age. So I would say Ivan right up there. No one is surprised, and I think a lot of people are stoked for Ivan.
John, of course, pipe master in 2020.
Now it's coming down to these scores that everyone needs. It's a bit of a bit more, because I think their heat it was pretty slow, if I remember from yesterday. They didn't have too much opportunities to get what they needed.
Will that turn around for them in this heat? 2 heats to go. If you're Stack, Florence, Kemper, and Iago, man, I wish we had isolation cameras, especially on Iago.
Yeah.
You're just like, are you watching every heat? Are you like, someone tell me what's going on?
But Iago, he's cool.
He's so chill.
He's like, I want to be in it, but if not, it's cool too. You know, it's. But I'm sure he really wants to be in the finals.
We just want to see more Iago smiles.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I think I said it enough. Iago Dora, he's so good and such a pleasure to watch in contests, outside of contests. Killer style, just killer style.
Killer style, and someone energetically when you meet him on land, it's his his energy is reflective of what you see in the water.
Totally. Always shaking everyone's hand, just not trying to puff the chest, even though he gets waves that can put the ego up. So
yeah, he's got none.
It's a really good thing to see. And in this heat, you know, I would say when we talk about the idea of dedication in the training, Shaden Picaro has been putting a lot of time working on his fitness, on his body, and really wanting to represent the Hawaiian people again. And I say that over and over, but it means a lot to the Hawaiian people that have ancestry connected to this land to really represent on the highest level. And I think, you know, some take it seriously, and Shaden Picaro from Hawaii Island is one of them. He takes it serious.
Willing to do the parts that you can't do in the water on land that aid you. As someone scratching in here.
Oh,
Joao?
Joao.
Oh! Wow. How was that shower?
With a happy kick out.
Again, we said he needs a 22.2 to knock out Yago.
Yeah,
that wave was beautiful.
Yeah, that's 7s and 8s, right? So I mean, wow, that was a nice wave that he read really well, dropping in and not trying to get too crazy, not trying to drag, just set the line, get me out of here. Oh, and then actually try to stall it out at the end. That's showing some skin.
Giving you a little bonus thigh.
Oh, there we go. For Brazil.
What do you think?
Made it? Yeah, I mean, that looked pretty good. I mean, conditions-wise, I don't know. I'm not a judge. I'll wait for it.
Smart man. But I think it's going to come in just under. I'm out here willing to risk it all. And I'm not saying I want it to come under. I think it could come in just under.
Well, then it's hard to be a judge, because then you got to take barrel over barrel in an air, essentially.
Right.
Right? What are you going to do? And if the contest is formatted to wanting to perpetuate the evolution, maybe Yago. If you want to talk about bigger spit.
I mean, that thing was,
Joao.
That was one of that was like a humpback whale spray that came out of that barrel. Like, you can see it from miles away. As I believe we're going to be joined shortly by one Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Going to come jump on the headset, talk story with us.
Betty Lou, welcome. Haleiwa Princess.
Hello.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Welcome to the party.
Thank you so much, guys. Stoked to be here.
How are you?
I'm doing great. The women's did awesome today.
Have a look. Oh.
Wow.
Joao maybe was paddling back out.
How are these conditions you feel compared to the conditions you're seeing in your Shaden Picaro? Late drop, signature late drop of Shado at pipe. Wow. Right on the cusp of destruction. How do you see these conditions compared to what you had in your heat? You had some awesome backdoor rides.
Yes, I was able. There was actually a couple that were sneaky on the inside, but yeah, totally different now. It looks like more like pipe and more sets. Yeah.
It's been so fun to watch your rise over the last few years. I think I first discovered your surfing on Instagram, and I was like, you know, this Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is not playing around. Every clip that you post, just like, bah, bah, charging. It's been really cool to see you develop and grow your confidence. What does it mean to you to be able to have it arrive at this time in women's surfing, especially on a day like today, to be a part?
Right now? Oh,
yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh, we got some money. I didn't even see that.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if it's money. I don't know what it is. It's just a bag with your name on it.
Awesome.
Rip it open.
A nice little flower. Let's see what we got here.
Should we open it?
Yeah, rip that thing.
Okay, let's open it.
Yeah, answer questions later. Open bags first.
Yeah, what is that?
Get the bag.
Oh my goodness, it's some cash.
Cash. Let's see. Count it up.
Let's count
Lay
it.
it on the table.
Oh my goodness, guys.
Count it up.
This is
Count it
a-
up. Count it up. Count it. Count it up. Count it up.
Does it come with a reason why?
What?
Maybe I should put it back in the bag, guys. I'll put it back in the bag.
Oh, big drop. No barrel.
Yeah.
Big hack.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. That must have been on a performance bonus.
Yeah, super stoked. That's awesome. That's so rad.
That's the first doggy door of the women's contest bonus cash that you got.
Oh, stoked. Yeah.
And if I'm you, I'm hitting up the sponsors and being like, yeah, that's definitely matching incentives.
Yeah.
Counts for cash too.
Yeah, was that $5,000 in there?
Maybe take 1 0 out.
And here it is, the doggy door.
Oh.
The drag hand.
How was that exit? Did you see? Did you see where you wanted to exit and make that move?
There was like half a second of that decision of like, oh my goodness, get out. But yeah, sneak through, and that was probably one of my best ways I think I've ever gotten that back door.
And just happened to be in the Pipe Masters with the whole world watching.
Yeah, so awesome. I think that just that opportunity for us to be out there is the best thing ever in the world for us, and it's just only going to push us. And I think it was so cool. Like, we were just having a chat out there. Everyone was kind of cruising. It wasn't like hectic, so it was awesome.
What were you riding out there?
That was actually a 6'6". So I was riding a way bigger board than I normally would ride at Pipe, just because there was a lot of surge happening, and it looked really hard just to get into the wave. And yeah, just standing up on like more front on my board to make it feel like a 6'2" or something.
And was it standard polyurethane or was it epoxy?
It was a standard, yeah, PU, shaped by Tokoro. And yeah, I love his boards out.
Ferrari, Pipeline Ferraris.
Yeah, Wade, Uncle Wade has got the knowledge.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations. Still another round to go.
Yep.
Excited to do it again?
Very excited. Tomorrow, hopefully, will be really fun. More mellow. The swell's dying down, so yeah, it should be just a lot of fun surfing.
I think it could just be that where you folks got a good rush of destruction, and tomorrow you're going to be destroying the conditions. You know, I think we all know we go out on a big day, and then we come back, and it's like the next day you feel a lot more confident, and you kind of can feel like you can push the envelope a little more. Maybe you think that might happen tomorrow. Yes,
I definitely think that will happen. I think some of us, that was probably the biggest pipes that we've ever paddled out to, and I think that tomorrow, since it'll be more mellow, and yeah, we'll definitely be able to like be more confident and go on more waves, and yeah, just frothing to get out there again.
Are you thinking at all about the fact that you are presently, if in the final, if the second round had ended, how is that affecting your mindset as you're in that third spot for your performance tomorrow?
Oh, that's awesome. I'm just really going to be hunting for my second wave now. But really, this event is kind of just a experience and learning, and just kind of knowing what I like out at Pipe, and just like my self barrier of confidence and everything.
Yeah, sitting on that 24-point score for your highest wave.
And how do you feel about being a part of that the Hawaiian women's, the Kanaka Maoli people who are pushing forward from this place, and being a part of that?
Oh, it's so special. Such a special event for all of us, because I think that, you know, growing up here, it's hard for people to really get their name out and get opportunities. So, so awesome to have that.
Look at that. We were wondering if Joao would get the score, and he has.
He's got it.
Iago Dora.
Wow.
Thank you for coming out. We have some nice prizes for you at the door.
But you know what's crazy is when Iago broke his board, Joao came running to give him his board. So, you know, though they may it seem like, oh, we knocked out one for the other, I think they're both proud of each other.
Oh,
and
for
I'm sure
sure.
Iago's stoked on Joao's wave.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah.
I seen them both. I mean, this thing was. That spray was ridiculous.
Oh.
Yeah.
What was the final score?
They're updating it. Oh, 22.
Right on the nose. He needed a 22.4, I believe, and he got it. Congratulations
Well done.
to Joao. Still another heat to go, but now he's just going to try and.
I mean, 12 minutes left. You know, there's still time for people to get double, you know, a double whammy, 2-wave score if they really needed to.
Anything is possible.
I mean, and all these, this is all really technical barrel riders inside of this heat. They do need, it seems now, to get top 4, all of them need a 30-plus score. So they have to get either high scores, 2 high scores, or a really excellent, perfect wave plus some.
And how nuts is it that we still have Seth Moniz,
yeah,
Kaulana Apo, and Colapinto brothers?
Oh, and that's going to be an insane.
Wow, that's amazing.
How do you feel about the town versus country situation? Because people like Sethi Boy and Kaulana and a lot of really well-rounded pipeline specialists, Noah Mizuno, Zeke Lau, they come from town, Carissa.
Yes.
You know, how does that feel being from North Shore? Is there still that rivalry in the younger generation?
Maybe like yes and no. Just definitely feel like coming up from the North Shore, you feel like you have more of a priority over them just because they were raised on the other side of the island. But they've done amazing. They proved themselves that they deserve to be there, and they've worked hard and they've earned it. And yeah, they spend their time out there, and they're actually like I really look up to them. So it's awesome.
Are there some up-and-coming chargers from town side? Maybe someone like Pua. Well, now West Side.
Yeah,
you
West
know,
Side, yeah.
like what does that look like when you have someone like Pua coming to this space?
Oh, well, I feel like nowadays there isn't as much girls out in the water, and I think that's awesome when I see another girl out in the water like Pua. Like, we're great friends, and whenever she's at a pipe, it gets me psyched to go out with her because it's almost like a more comfortable being out there knowing that you have a friend out.
And then Makaha is a bit different than town too, so
Yes,
maybe
yeah.
you folks have a little more connection. It's just over the mountain range.
It is, yeah. Makaha is beautiful. It's one of my favorite waves on this island. Yeah, and she's awesome.
Shout out to the West Side.
Yeah.
West Side vibes.
West Side, and Sheldon Paishan from the West Side. He has a new documentary out, Through the Doggy Door, helped produced by Mason Ho and the Alani brothers. It's one best documentary, Hawaii International Film Festival. I recommend everyone try to check it out.
I really want to see that.
It was awesome. I got to see it at the Sugar Mill not too long ago, and it was a great experience just to see what he's gone through, and for him to share that story of him is amazing, and I think every kid or anyone really should go watch it.
That's Johnny Boy Gomes' cousin.
Yeah.
So,
really?
Yeah, they have family ties, both him and Johnny Boy Gomes. And Johnny Boy Gomes, being from the West Side, coming out here and definitely putting on the intensity out at the back door. Oh, here we go.
As
next,
you see,
the Crosby Griff Brotherhood and Seth and Kaulana Po. Kaulana could probably be one of the Moniz's brother.
Yeah.
The Summer Street crew, Summer Street Worldwide.
As you see, Apple suiting up. Betty Lou, thank you so much for coming and spending time with us. Good luck to you in the second round, and don't spend all of that in one place.
Yes, I won't spend that in one place. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, no
so
worries.
much, sis.
Thank you.
We'll be back to finish up Heat 9, and of course, Heat 10 is going to decide it all here at the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. Shout out to our drone pilots giving us endless, really unique perspectives of this incredible landscape that is the iconic pipeline here on the North Shore of Oahu here at the Pipe Masters, the VANS Pipe Masters, where Joao Chianca
Big Al taking off. A lot of training in Pascuales, Mexico. Al has definitely grew up watching some of the best to ride barrels down there. Bruce Irons, Brian Connolly.
Oh, Brian Connolly, man. Those, what was the name of
My
his?
Eyes
My
Won't
Eyes
Dry.
Won't Dry.
My
Yes.
eyes. Bruh. The Hurricane Hunter.
Wow.
Hey, I love the planet, but that made me want to get some diesel trucks. I'm sorry, everyone.
That hurricane hunting
So
truck.
I grew up, you know, in North County and Encinitas, so we would see Brian Connolly come roaring by in this giant red diesel truck. We're like, what is this dude's deal? And then, you know, he has the one had the last laugh as he started revealing and showing us what was possible in Mexico. And I mean, just some of the first like real like POV perspective. You know, he kind of set the tone for what POV GoPro possibility of taking you inside the barrel.
Way before GoPro.
Way
Huge
before,
DSLR
he was
cameras with housings.
exactly with housings, and he would get destroyed by those cameras.
Yeah.
You see Seth Moniz just fired up, big smile.
Oh,
but
yeah.
shout out to Brian Connolly who really set the tone. That stuff was groundbreaking.
Yes.
We've never really seen that kind of inside endless barrels. You know, doing step offs.
Yeah, I mean.
Made you want to be a road adventurer and go to Mexico and get weird.
Totally. I wanted to have dreads, but you had dreads, so you kind of know.
I actually had dreads at the time.
So you knew. Were you kind of? So what's the deal with the white dread?
So listen, here's the thing. To each their own. And historically, if you go back into the ancestry of like some of the Viking peoples and others, there are lots of non-African continent folks who had dreadlocks and different deals. So you know, no judgment. Do your thing.
Out, kicking out.
A lot more work to maintain that style of dread.
Yeah, to enhance the dread.
There's an enhancement process, and then there's
I don't. Fortunately, I don't have to worry about being in that conversation. As about 8 years ago, I entered the follically challenged witness protection program, where one day I was like, "Oh, we're going like super thin up top, and these dreads are starting to go thin, and you don't want to be the person with like thin patch top dreadlocks around the top aside." So I made peace, and here I am.
There's an island off of Maui, and it's called Molokini. And if you've ever seen that island, you know there is a hairstyle called the Molokini.
Yeah.
I probably will get there one day.
Yeah,
with all the stress of having to commentate on it.
Maybe one day when I'm like older and just don't care, I'll be that old like uncle with like the crazy just side fro and bald top. You're inspiring me to go for it.
Oh, this.
Back to the surf. Brian Connolly, thanks for the inspiration on that journey.
No worries. Like, just call me if you start to go thin. I'll be there to guide you through the whole thing.
You'll be the play-by-play. I can be the color.
I got you. I thought I was so good. I was like, oh, I made it to like 42. I'm good. And the universe went, not so fast, sir. 3 minutes to go here.
Kelly Slater.
Joao now just like he's
playing with it.
He's feeling it. It was fun watching Joao and Iago as he's looking for a little ramp here.
Oh, big turn.
He's gonna give it a little tag.
Not even big, but it was a turn.
It was funny on the small days at Sandbar watching Joao and Iago. They were grabbing those 88s, the finless, and running step-ins to the side waves. And I watched these guys just doing laps with giant smiles on their face for hours, like little kids.
Yeah.
And you'd see him doing it every day, and now here he is charging his way into the final. How's this thing?
Now it's just a victory lap for him almost. Maybe trying to do the best he can, but knows that earlier wave he got and spit out, it's going to be tough to take that over with the crew that we got here.
Yes, highest scoring wave of the day at 22.5. That was a smaller wave, but that was technical.
Yeah. This kid can barrel ride. I think there's no debate about that. yeah, this has been exciting.
Again, and these last 2 heats are just proof of why this format has an immense future. Obviously, coming from the backdoor shootout team event, but just being able to see how this format really just changed changes the breadth and experience of a heat, and we all love more surfing.
Totally. I think it's complementary to the way the industry is celebrating surfing. There's a place for the WSL format. There's a place for free surf. And I think there's a place for this style of format that maybe might be adopted further by different contests. It would just be cool if WSL starts to sanction other big events that are put forward in similar type of formatting to just get more surfing, more opportunity. Like, look at who we have just in the top 4. Balaram, Ivan, Billy, Joao. I mean, Joao and Billy, they're definitely competitive forces, but Balaram and Ivan, Joao, gonna do an air.
Yeah, throw it.
Didn't make it, but you have the top 2, 1 and 2, they're not necessarily competitively focused on tour-like events.
Look at this. With that last wave, Joao Chianca jumps into 2nd place.
Wow.
And Billy Kemper now, odd man on the bubble in that 4th spot with this next heat coming.
Yeah. Oh, who's this? Makana. Makana. Oh! Makana.
That's gonna be huge.
Look how skinny his legs are.
You said it earlier.
Somehow he's so strong. Wow. Dude. Good job.
Great wave. Not going to be enough because he needed 30 plus, but that's going to be that arguably is the highest, maybe potential for highest score of the day.
He's just stoked to get that wave.
Be able to, like we talked about before, just to be able to perform.
And that's what you go back to your friend group. You go back to having, maybe a beverage, and you're just like, that was a good wave, bro. And Shaden was looking at it too.
Oh, wow. Came from behind.
He feels good about his double shakas to the water patrol. He's stoked. Wow. Look at him just fighting all those lumps and chandeliers just in front of the foam ball.
He was going 4-wheel drive through that thing with all those.
Lock the hubs.
Straight up.
Yeah, bro. Good job. Good job.
Getting love from all the uncles on the beach.
Oh, yeah. That's, the Kanaka Solutions. You get the big ups from them.
Hey, you
do something all right.
You want big ups from them, but you don't want Kanaka Solutions to come and be solving for you.
No,
you don't want them solving for you.
No.
No,
you don't want no solutions from them. Kaulana, is he up already, or is he going preheat? Oh yeah, he's up. Kaulana po. Hawaiian. Boys, are we in this?
The heat has started. Makokai. Dylan, they're just sitting on the sign. Let's go, boys. Hey, this is critical.
Yeah, this is critical. You guys got it.
Thanks, boys. All right, here we go. Last heat of the day, huh? Wow, Makana Pang really ended with a bang on that one. That was psycho. 26.3. Is that the highest of the men's round or the men's side? It's pretty up there. Yeah, he didn't make it through, but he's definitely stoked on that one. That's one, that's going to be seared into the memory banks. Extremely well-ridden wave right there. Makana Pang showing why he got an invite and what he can do at this super intense wave that we call Pipeline.
Did he only get one wave?
Yeah.
And then he got pounded and broke the board yesterday.
Oh my goodness. Oh, so many of the boys so close, but no cigar.
Yeah, Kala, so close.
And one thing about Kala, he said that, he did his best, but he felt like he failed. And I don't believe there's any type of fail when you give your best.
All right, we're getting out of here. Otherwise, we're going to get sucked into the vortex.
Oh, wow, okay.
I
thought we were doing this one together.
Lots of waves. No, we're going to come back.
Okay. Let's see how it
That's
is.
all right.
Right on. We got this, D.
Good job, boys. You guys killed it.
Now back to main programming. Nah. We love these guys. I looked up to Sal all my life, watching him do these extreme extreme sports broadcasting. It's awesome to be able to work with him. And up and riding, Griffin Colapinto just blowing the tail. That beautiful red Quicksilver sticker up on the nose there. This is his first winter in a very long time with a new brand.
Yeah, that's awesome for Griff. You know, I know he was super grateful for, you know, all his time and support from the Billabong crew as well. He had a really cool post about it, and it's rad to see that. You know, I mean, at the end of the day, these guys are, you know, just they're having careers in surf, and that's the path they've chosen. But they're not forgetting anybody along the way. You know, showing that respect is really cool, and that was big of Griff. But yeah, stoked for him. Seems like a rad new beginning at Quicksilver, and yeah, he's an exciting one to watch. Definitely a good grab.
I mean, it's definitely a big change, but if you really think about it, it's still under the same umbrella. And you know, it's one of those things that's like, yeah, okay, sounds good. But his surfing, more than anything, more than any sponsors, you know, this boy has been showing up and putting on for a very long time, since he was a young kid. And also his brother is not far behind, if not right there with him, Crosby. I mean, these guys must be really, this should be a really interesting heat to be in, to listen to what these guys are saying to each other out there.
Yeah, definitely. One of those moments you wish you had water mics, or, I don't know, live GoPro mics. I don't know if that's possible.
Mic up the surfers.
That'd be sick. Like, I wonder what they are talking about. You know, it's definitely, it seemed like there was a lot of camaraderie throughout the entire event. It was cool to, I don't know, just be around that vibe. Like, there was a certain energy floating around. There's a lot of support for all the different competitors, a lot of cheering, at least from the tent right here, and, you know, reactions from the beach. There always is reactions from the beach here at Pipeline, you know, but it's just cool to be around that kind of energy, and that support has been rad.
Well, if you look at this heat, Griffin has a 31.60 total, and he doesn't need much to get up there in the top 4. Joao Chianca got himself up in the top 4 as well.
Wow.
Right now, Balaram Stack is still our leader. Joao Chianca in 2nd, Ivan Florence in 3rd, and Billy Kemper in 4th, rounding out our top 4.
Wow, crazy. I saw Joao's wave was amazing.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it. I was in the back, but I heard it was a doozy. And look at him. He's just behind Ball with the 41.88. I mean, look at that. Point 200ths of a. I mean, that's just it's
it's
0.
It's really tight. Yeah, it's a 0.1 difference. So not much. Really interesting that Joao got both Joao's waves from today. I think it was in that heat, right? Or did he get one yesterday?
I think so. I mean, there wasn't too much going on. It was in that heat, yeah. Okay. It was definitely got both of those waves, and that's why this format is so amazing. Yesterday, nothing to do. Today, up in 2nd place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and Ball, he had both his scores from yesterday. So nothing today, both scores from yesterday. He caught fire yesterday, nothing today. He's still holding down, you know, the #1 spot. So we're gonna get well acquainted with Joao Chianca's scores here. These are his 2 that have got him into the top 2.
More of a little inside wave, but super, you know, round and hollow. And also, those backup scores are so crucial today. A lot of guys with big first scores not being able to back them up. I mean, we've seen that all day long. And right now, this is the last heat, the last chance for these guys to break into that top 4.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, what's so cool is any one of these guys throughout the entire event could break into that top 4. Joao Chianca just proved that. Ball proved that in his first heat, still holding down that first spot. I also got some insight that Ball has been mentored by Healy and Reef McIntosh by Chad Wells. He texted me like earlier and was, you know, just kind of going on about Ball and his rise to, you know, his performances here. And
I mean, if there was two guys you want to learn from, it'll be Healy and Reef. Those guys know exactly where to sit.
Right.
They're getting bombs, and it just shows in Balaram surfing the time that he's put in, and his mentors. I mean, it's a perfect recipe for success out here.
Yeah, right. Those guys both have, you know, Wave of the Winters, super iconic, well-rounded surfers. You know, Reef's from Kauai, and then
Reef's been doing it a long time out here. He's got some of the biggest bombs. He's usually out the back, more towards that second reef, and when you see him paddling for one, you know it's probably going to be a doozy.
Both those guys toy with this wave.
They paid their dues. Mark Healy's left here. Mark Healy is left here in a wheelchair. I mean, he's definitely paid his dues. And there, you see the scores needed to break into that top 4. Griffin Colapinto only needing a 15.2, Dylan.
Yeah, that's very achievable. It looks like Seth is looking for a combo. Kaulana Apo.
Yes.
Kaulana Apo is looking for a combo as well, and so is Crosby. So, you know, we saw Zhao do it in the last heat. It's possible. Here goes Kaulana.
They go up and riding, just like you said. Oh, kind of a chandelier wave. Yeah. The wind's getting a little bit suspect right now, as you can see on screen. It's getting a little more dark. You know, it's not as sunny as it was earlier. A little bit of a breezy vibe coming along, but nonetheless, some beautiful waves to be had. And like we said, Griffin Colapinto, with only needing a 15-point ride to break into that top 4, I really think he's going to be selective, waiting for that really good wave.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's definitely capable of that. We all have seen Griffin. He's performed really well out here. You know, so is his brother. So is all these guys. Like, that's why they're here. And so it's exciting to to watch it all unfold.
If you really think about it, up and riding here, he really only needs a 5-point ride. But as we seen earlier with Mason Ho, chasing a very small score, you cannot be too careful. You got to make sure you actually get the score. He was so close to getting that 11.9. He got a 10.9, I think, and wasn't able to jump into the top 4 with what was the highest score of the event.
Yeah, I know, that's unfortunate. I mean, we've been talking about guys losing with 10s, and you know, Mason kind of just did that, unfortunately. You know, it was a tough heat. You know, those guys caught fire yesterday. Their heat was one of the standouts of the whole day, and today they didn't get that chance.
Well, I mean, Mikey did break into that top 4, I think, in that heat, and I think he was taken over. But up and riding here, we have, looks like Crosby. Ooh.
Yeah, wow, that hurts.
That was a little uncharacteristic of Crosby, waiting there and just getting lipped in the back.
Yeah.
I wonder what these guys are thinking right now, honestly. Like, they got 19 minutes left. A lot of them need that combo score. I'm not sure if taking off on those little ones, maybe they're trying to get a backup score and then get the good one. But I really think quality over quantity right now is probably going to be the best strategy.
Yeah, you're probably hoping the sun comes out again, because it's such a bizarre thing, but Pipeline seems to like the sunshine.
Oh yeah, she loves the sun. And I mean, it'll be morning sickness all morning, nice and, you know, dark and gray. Out comes the sun, perfect Pipeline.
Crazy, yeah. That's a wild thing. Are there other waves you think that do that, or is that like all waves? I mean, I know morning sickness is a thing. That seems to be like, you know, a big thing here, but there's other places, like in Puerto Rico, for example, where I grew up. I feel like first thing is the best, because you got to get it before the trades come up. So that's a pretty unique thing here to Hawaii. And you know, you've traveled to other places in the world. Have you seen that like anywhere else?
I mean, most spots usually kind of have a morning sickness, but there are some places that are much better in the morning. I mean, Puerto Escondido, for one, if you don't get there before lunchtime, you're probably not going to surf until the evening. So
right.
I guess, you know, Pipeline is special. It's a special wave. She has many faces, like we talked about before, and this just happens to be one of them.
Yep. Well, we got 17 minutes, 38 seconds left. Yeah, hopefully these guys, seems plenty of time for them to, you know, or for Pipeline to sort of regroup and give these guys some opportunity here. But it's been a great day.
It's a beautiful day of surfing. I mean, who cannot remember that Carissa Moore wave? I mean, that just, like I said, that's an internet breaker. That was women's progressive surfing as good as it gets in waves of consequence. And I really think the girls, the women, showed up and they did what they wanted to do.
Yeah, they definitely, you know, put there was a flag in the sand today, Women of Pipeline. And yeah, all of them went out there and went for it so hard. It was so inspiring. I think it definitely pumped up all the guys. You know, there was just this energy after the women surfed. It was really cool. Yeah, it's super rad day. You know, and looking like the sun's coming back out. Could be a photo finish here. We'll see what happens. But yeah, all these guys kind of hunting some scores. Griffin having the best shot at cracking that top 4, and yeah, really hoping to see some action go down.
Well, with 16 minutes left, the ocean looks like it's taking a little break, and so are we. We will be right back with the VANS Pipe Masters. Aloha.
Yesterday, getting his 23-point plus ride, as you said, in the final moments. Is going to have to watch this entire heat and keep an eye on Griffin. Don't count out Seth Malise, who was a finalist at the Billabong Pro here in January. He needs a double-digit score along with Kalana Apol and Crosby Pinto. So everyone's so much in it. But Griffin's got the easy road with a one-way score to get up there.
And we are back live from the North Shore of Oahu at the world-famous Bonsai Pipeline. It's Makuakai Rothman and my co-host, Dylan Graves.
Yeah, it's been an action-packed day. Been an honor to sit here and talk about an amazing wave, and with such like crazy history and such a proving grounds for so many people throughout the history of surfing. It's looking like we got some action out here now. We are closing out the day. This is the final heat of round 2, heat 10. So, you know, these guys want to crack that top 4.
Kalana Apol up and riding on a screamer. Beautiful wave. Coming through, threading the needle. There you go, Hawaiian. He was waiting for that one. And like I said, with 14 minutes left, it's anybody's game still. He could get right back out there and get another one.
Yeah, that was incredible. That was a beautiful wave. Just the lighting and everything. Like he was so steezy. He rode that really well. I'd love to see another angle of that.
Well, he knew he was coming out.
Yeah.
He put his arms wide open.
Right.
He was like, let's go.
Here we go.
Take us through this one, Dylan.
All right, so he dropped in. The line he chose right there. Yeah, he did know he was coming out. He's like, I got this. This is epic. Rad way to end the day. And yeah, just cut it back and kicked out. And he's back out for another one.
I mean, look at the side view of that. So beautiful, so deep, perfect position. And the day's not over.
Yeah.
He's getting right back out there. He could
Definitely
get himself into the top 4 with this one.
I think he's out of, I think it's safe to say he's out of combo land with that one.
What happened to his board?
Well, it looks like something happened. Yeah. It looks like he's swapping out. So he's leaving that one there. Yeah, who knows? Maybe a fin popped out, or could have a buckle. Who knows? On a different wave.
Or it just feels too big or small and he wants to change his equipment.
Sure.
And
could be changing it up.
back to the lineup, live action. Griffin Colapinto coming through the barrel. And is this the score that Griff needs?
Wow.
Oh, hang on.
Wow.
Oh, we are yet to see. Young man from San Clemente, California, putting everything on the line right there, looking for a score to get himself into the top 4 before looking like some sea breeze coming.
Yeah, I mean, he's striking while the iron's hot. We've been saying that all day. Like, it seems like when someone gets a good one, someone right out the back gets another one. There could be another one coming. We'll see what happens. That seems to be a trend throughout today with these challenging conditions. But Griff did a great job there. I think he needed a 5 on that one. So, yeah, with the sum of all the judges' scores, he needs a mid-5.
Just over a 5, yeah. And like I said many times before, when pipeline turns on, it comes in sets, and there's usually 1, 2, 3 good ones. So it's looking like it's changing. It's turning on. There's lefts, there's rights. I mean, it's anybody's game. Like we said, 11 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. We're in round 2, heat 10.
Yeah, so here's a replay of Griff's. He did well to negotiate that one. That was not a perfect wave by any means, and he made that happen.
I think that snap could be the whole difference in getting that 5 or not.
I think so too. I think that was just the score. If I was a judge, yeah, I'd give it a 5-5.
If it was just a barrel, maybe, but with that turn at the end, showing some variety as well, coming through right here, just taking it straight up to the lip, almost losing control for a second, but
yeah,
he wants to place in that top 4. He wants a shot at that 100 grand. He is not falling off right now.
Oh, definitely not. He did everything in his power to stay on his board, and did well to do so. Kaulana Apo as well is out of combo. He needs an 18.3 now. So,
yep, 6, just over a 6.
Just over a 6. Yeah, he's back in the game.
43. Somebody just took the lead. Griffin Colapinto with that last wave went in to first place and overtook everyone on our current leaderboard.
Wow, crazy. That's cool. I don't know, like, that was a little high. What do you think, Makua?
Yeah, that was definitely a little high. I was thinking more of like that 5-5 range, but hey, that's why I'm in here broadcasting and not up there as a judge. I don't envy those guys' job at all.
No, yeah, it's been a tall order here. Let's break this down.
I mean, beautiful wave, beautiful positioning, timing, and I think really just finishing the wave off strong has been a big challenge for people today, actually finishing their waves.
Yeah, I mean, especially right there. That was committed. That wave could have really hurt him on the inside. And then you're also getting put in, you're not going to be able to paddle back out from there. So, I mean, he committed everything to that wave and getting that score. It paid off for him. I think he was getting into that top 4 regardless. But, yeah, look, he's stoked.
Yeah, I definitely think that was the score, just with the barrel or whatever, without the turn. But he's back out there. He's smiling. Look at Kaulana Apo, got a 22 point, let's see, Kaulana Apo, 22.7. And our leaderboard right now, our current standings up on your screen. In first, Griffin Colapinto. Second, Balaram Stack. Third, Joao Chianca. And in fourth, Ivan Florence, just edging out Billy Kemper, who is in 5th.
Okay, you know what I'm seeing right now? What did you say at the start of this day?
You're going to need 40 points to make it in the top 4.
Dude, nailed it. Makua and his crystal ball called it out. Yeah, all these guys for over 40 points. And outside of that, everyone's under 40. So, yeah, it's definitely, that's a really tall order to get 40 points out here today. Even yesterday, yesterday wasn't perfect either. What do you think? Do you think yesterday was better, or did you like today? If you were going to surf a heat, what would you have chose if it was just one day?
I mean, you can't never choose, right, in surfing. And I think that, you just got to surf the day. You got to show up. You got to see what the conditions are on, whatever conditions are on hand. Choose your board. Get your equipment dialed. Make sure you're ready mentally. Get out there and put on a show for the fans.
Right. I mean, that's what the best do time and time again. I mean, Kelly Slater's done it his whole career. He always shows up. He paddles out. I think, his mentality, coming from the East Coast is something fierce. He's not afraid to grovel it out in small waves. And then he'll also, he's done really well to master big waves.
and really nail it.
I mean, you see Crosby Colapinto's name up there on that list. I wonder if Griffin wants to one-up him and actually take this thing out, you know, this year. I mean, I'm sure there's some kind of motivation behind that brotherly competitive angle. You know, I have a brother that surfs as well, and had a few heats with him, and, you know, nothing more than losing to a brother of yours. You know, when you get home, it's always like a thing. So,
yeah.
But it's a healthy thing because they push each other to strive to be the best versions of themselves at that time, especially in an event like this.
Yeah, indeed. They're definitely pushing each other. And I know, you know, yeah, so Crosby is the pipe master of last year, 2021, through the VANS Triple Crown digital format. You know, I know it's been pretty controversial, and a lot of people, you know, I think, you know, have taken it the wrong way now that, you know, COVID has sort of subsided, and, you know, that was sort of Vance's reaction to, you know, not having competition, you know, normal competition. But what's your take on last year with the digital format? What do you think?
I mean, the whole world, you know, has changed over the last few years, and I really think that, you know, Vans gave an opportunity when there probably wasn't going to be one, and to be able to win anything, you know, any type of competitive. I'm just a really competitive guy, so if it's me, whether it's digital, you know, live and direct, whether we're tossing coins against the wall, whatever it is, I want to win. So I really think, no, because these guys are competitors, and if there's no opportunity to compete live, at least they have an avenue to showcase their skills and have something to call a competition.
Well, moving forward, also, the Vans Triple Crown digital format is going to be a way to get recognized as, you know, a competitor possibly for this event. So it's going to be a way for, you know, anyone to sign up, and if they want to get in the Vans Pipe Masters, they can do it through the Vans Triple Crown and get your 2 waves at Piper Backdoor, and you could potentially be considered for this contest next year.
So they're having a Vans digital Triple Crown still. And they're going to crown a pipeline digital champ and a physical champ?
Yep.
So that's pretty much the qualifier to get into this event. If you want to, outside of competing, you can digitally submit your clips, win that, and potentially have a seat at this table.
And it's coming up. The waiting period for that opens, I think, the 3rd of January to the end of January, 23rd, I think. So yeah, the inscriptions are open right now on I think vanssurfevents.com, or I'll need some info there from the aliens above. But
the voice in your ear.
There we go, vanspipemasters.com. If you haven't signed up for the Vans Triple Crown, do it. There's spots available. If you want to see your name on this list next year, prove it. Step it up.
You got to get some bombs. There's going to be a lot of guys.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Triple Crown of Surf.com.
I got it wrong.
There we go.
Standard.
Come on, Dylan. Vans Triple Crown of Surfing.com. Let's go. Get online, get your entry in, submit your clips, and you could be here at the Vans Pipe Masters potentially.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's rad. Like, if I was an up-and-coming surfer, if this happened, you know, 15 years ago when I was a Grom, I'd be losing it. I'd be all over it, like submit my clips, definitely surfing all these spots as much as possible. You're already doing it anyways. You're going to be out there trying to practice, trying to make a name for yourself. Why not submit your clips?
And we know that there hasn't been very many pipe swells, so don't try and stack your clips from, you know, November and then enter it. January 3rd to the 23rd, you have to catch your waves between those dates, and we'll see what the public has to offer. This is a 22.3 ride, Kaulana Apo, arms wide open, down the line. Hawaiian is wrapping it, and right there it seems like something happened with his fin, huh?
It looked like he swapped his board, but yeah, he went full creeds with arms wide open right there. That was insane.
You got to get on stage and play a concert or something.
I'm just taking notes. I'll let you do that.
I mean, look at that. 7.4, 8.0, and a 7.3. The total, 22.7. Round 2, Heat 10 in the water. Griffin Colapinto, Kaulana Apo, Seth Moniz, and Crosby Colapinto. We have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, these guys are definitely, you know, making it happen out here. Griffin definitely manufactured that score and got himself into the top spot. He's got to be feeling great. 2 minutes left. You know, tomorrow's another day, and yeah, I don't know. We'll see. There's still time for. I mean,
2 minutes to go.
Kaulana Apo still needs a 18.3. So yeah,
that's doable.
Yeah, it sounds like we're on for tomorrow.
It's just up to Pipeline.
Yeah,
she's going to deliver that 18.3 to the lineup. It's going to be interesting to see without priority as well who kind of jockeys for position or who doesn't, or you know what happens.
Yeah, definitely. It's coming down to the wire here, and this is their last opportunity. I think all these guys want to prove. You definitely just want a good one. You want to end the day. You know, you want to earn your fat tire at the end of the day. You know, like, let's get real.
There we go. Just like Harry Bryant earned his fat tire early in the day.
Yeah.
He's riding his bike down the bike path right now.
Feeling great.
Kaulana Apo, looking at this wave, looks like Seth Moniz, no takers. 1 minute to go in regulation in the VANS Pipe Masters 2022.
What an awesome day. So many good rides. Here we go. Kaulana Apo. Go, buddy.
Oh! Come on.
Wow, dude, no way.
The buzzer beater. Let's see it. Kaulana Apo. He's an 18.3. Gets a sick ride.
Dude.
Maybe better than his first one.
I think that was better than his first one. And yeah, that was, you know, right at the 45-second mark.
Yeah.
Like, everyone loves a buzzer beater. This is incredible.
I mean, just style. Look at that. He was not intimidated at all. Thread the needle. We'll see what the judges have to say.
Yeah, well, him and Zhao really, I don't know what is going on there. Like, they definitely have tapped into something. You know, I think his waves were both in a matter of like 6 minutes or something. When was his last score? That I feel like that
He
just
got
happened.
it.
Yeah. So, I mean, as you saw, John, yes, there we go.
What did he get?
Stoked.
Oh, still waiting for scores.
Yeah, waiting for scores. But, I mean...
Come on, judges. Not that hard. Nah. Grada had a beautiful wave. Look at the smile on his face.
I think he got it. I think if his first one was a 22, that one was better.
Yeah, that one was way better. He was deeper.
Yeah, that was insane. Well
he
done.
might even take the lead here.
He could. Yeah,
Shaded
so
Pacaro, all his boys over there.
He's got a 22.7. If that comes in better, he's going to take the lead. Well done. Wait. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there he is. Celebrating on the beach with all his friends. Loving life. That's got to feel great.
Kaulana Apo goes to first. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, you. My goodness.
Legend.
Wow. I love it. Talk about somebody that.
Wow. The ancestors have spoken.
Kaulana Apo.
Yeah.
Kaulana Apo. Remember the name, ladies and gentlemen. He is in the lead.
Wow. Well done, 44.5. Went straight to the lead in the matter of
Have I mentioned how much I love this format? I mean,
yes.
There's a reason Pops came up with it. It's for performance.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Hell yeah. Back it.
Kaulana
You sing why.
Apo. Wow.
What is this
Look at the
moment
smile
like?
on his face.
He's got to be so stoked.
Wow.
Yeah.
You called it earlier, Cliff. You said absolutely he could come through and get two.
I thought they underscored him on his first one, and I was.
Look at this.
What a beautiful.
Yeah, that was epic.
Love that after that first wave, he came in and got a smaller board.
I love we got a Hawaiian in the finals.
Bruh, Kaulana, so proud of you, bro. So stoked. I'm losing my voice. So sick. Wow.
Let's go,
Cliff, you guys have gone hard. Love the celebrations. Love the mojo.
There you go.
Yeah, that was epic.
Just for the fun, just to be that, to come from the last heat, putting it forward, bitter ends, buzzer beater, all of that drama.
If only this guy had a fitness regime.
I mean, this brother's been through a lot too, you know, to come back right now in a event like this on the world stage, make it not only to the finals, but at the top of the leaderboard, the highest seed.
Just took out a potential world champion, you know, from that top spot, Ian Griffin, to seal his way in the final in the last heat.
Oh yeah, well, it's pipeline, you know, and these boys put in their time out here, and that's why they're on this invite list, and it just shows Brother Kaulana is here, and he's here to stay.
Wow, good job, good job. Yeah, thank you.
Shake it
to
in.
You can see the emotion.
Look at his ali'i, those tattoos on his arm. That is our last queen and our last king, Queen Lili'uokalani and King Kalakaua. He's holding the ali'i on his arm, pushing him through. Wow.
He needed all of that and more just now, and he got it.
He asked for that, and they came through for him.
I said the ancestors have spoken.
Hell yeah.
We'll be back up to wrap up this incredible round 2 and all of today's action when we return. Welcome back. We are just catching our breath from the immense amount of emotion that just went down as you see Kaulana Apo for the Hawaiian people, the ancestors coming through and saying, "You shall get pushed through."
Yeah, that was incredible. Such a rad way to end the day on a high energy note like that. And him celebrating with all his friends and family, everyone congratulating him. He definitely has done everyone proud.
That is amazing to see a Kanaka get into the finals right now. I mean, we have USA, Brazil, and Kaulana Apo, the Hawaiian Superman, coming in the clutch with that last wave. And like you said, Sal, the ancestors have spoken.
And you know, for local people, you know, I have a phrase when it comes to like being marginalized in spaces that you play in. If you can see it, you can be it. And so what this represents for kids to be able to see, that's me.
Yeah, it's like it's bigger than just the person. When someone like Kaulana, that was on a track to be a pro surfer and having to divert from that track because of his own personal life reasons, to come back and reintroduce himself and celebrate it as a Hawaiian person without all the drama of sponsorships and money. It's so special, and it's such a great way to end.
You said the word earlier, performance. This is what your dad built with this format just allows for none of that to have to performance.
I mean, he needed 30+ points to get into the top 4.
He
got that in his last, the last 2 waves in his last heat, and I really think it's an extension of our Hawaiian surfing heritage. Kaulana Apo being a Kanaka, not just a Hawaiian, but a Kanaka, getting to the finals and really being the representative of Hawaii to the world in the VANS Pipe Masters.
Great representative.
Yeah, what do you think, Mahina? What was
I mean,
that?
of course, it's a little bittersweet for me because, of course, I wanted to see Ivan Florence, one of my family members, make it through. But there's no one else I would rather have inch him out than Kaulana Apo, like you're saying, of Kanaka. So, I mean, that brought tears to my eyes.
Leading.
Yeah.
Just
That's
knowing
beautiful.
he had a moment, and now he's back, and he deserves it.
In the conversation to be a pipe master, followed by Griffin Colapinto, Balaram Stock surviving all of the leaderboard change, and Joao Shanka, another great second round performance, able to step up with 2 big waves. Congratulations to the rest of the field. So many other surfers that we saw weren't able to get those 2 waves, but were able to perform and make a statement. Harry Bryant, that backdoor wave this morning.
Oh, he celebrated right away, man. He was so happy. He achieved his goal of being out there and one choosing him, like he said.
Yeah, Makana Pang at the end, Eitan, I mean, on. And of course, the other side of the coin with a truly historic day for women's surfing that changes the direction of the sport.
The game has changed forever with these
Big
women.
time. With that wave, girls are going to have to, the bar set, I mean, unbelievably
New
high.
level. A ceiling was broken today at the Pipe Masters. We'll start off with the men. This was the first wave, I believe, of Kaulana Apo.
You know, he threw the arms out inside, and that's that creative expression that I think the judges want to see in this type of format. You know, how wide that thing is.
He knew he was making that. He was like, come on, boys, let's go.
Deep in the moment.
Yeah, he cracked open a can of mojo right there, that's for sure. And
that was a beautiful stall right there by Griffin to maximize his tube time and maximize his scoring potential on that wave.
That was yesterday. Look at this thing, that angle. I mean, just using it like a switchblade.
Yeah, some fun fact. I think Griffin's the only one in the final that has a wave from yesterday and today. Yeah, and then Ball got both his waves yesterday.
Ball was just balling yesterday.
Yeah, he was balling. Yes. Yeah, this was a highlight.
Most technical drop.
Yeah.
Although, you know, Carissa definitely threw her name in the hat.
Well, until
Carissa.
Critical until Carissa's.
I mean, Carissa got a higher score.
Yeah.
Highest single wave scorer of the event, I believe.
This thing was a big spit.
Yeah, so
That's more like a barf.
Yeah.
He caught fire here. He got both his scores in a matter of minutes as well.
Wow.
So Pipeline choosing both Kaulana Apo and Jiao Chanka.
I mean, beautiful surfing by both of them.
Yeah.
Especially in the clutch at the end.
Yeah.
That's the way to show
End
up
of the
and
day,
blow up.
when people are like, the not so great, they're probably thinking my heats are going to be terrible, and then it turns on for them.
I just love that every heat counts to the point where, you know, if you're even as a competitor, you're not thinking like, I've got last heat, no one's going to care, no one's paying attention, energy's all gone. The energy was arguably at its highest point, sitting into what was possible, and then the surfers were able to capitalize on that and take it into the water. Both 9 and 10 just shaking things up immensely, which leads us, of course, as we said before, to the women. And Carissa Moore, when the women went in the water, you came in when we came out of break, and you said flat out, it's terrible out there.
Yeah, it was really bad.
I mean, it was really bad. We had watched a few heats that were literally
I wasn't joking either.
Yeah, it was hard for us even like to figure out how to.
It was a 4 out of 10 for Pipeline.
Right.
That was what he said for today.
Let's be real.
Yeah.
Pipeline's usually firing. I mean, there's multiple 9s, multiple 8s, and today we've seen. I mean, it turned on for the women.
Yeah, and that pressure that they had, knowing that those were the conditions that they were going into, they didn't complain. They said, no, we're going to put us out there. And then when the opportunities came, I mean, look at Carissa Moore's 2-wave total, 47.50. Katie Simmers showing that she is young and grown at the same time. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson following, and Moana Jones Wong right behind. Great performances throughout the day. And then you could see just in the rest of the field how tough those conditions really, really were in those other heats for the women. But that top 4 able to find opportunities and fully maximize their opportunities. And here's the event's
top score, the highest wave. I mean, the wave that just made us lose our minds.
That was beautiful. I mean, that drop, when she got under that lip, I was like, yeah, girl, go. I was yelling from the beach like she could hear me. Go, Carissa!
It was
and,
just, dude,
everybody, the whole beach erupted.
This is going to change everything.
It already has.
Surfing, I think.
Yeah, it's a game changer. I was really impressed with Katie, the way she approached today. I even saw her at the start of the day, like, get completely pounded, and she went back out, and I feel like it kind of gave her a little bit of confidence and was like, well, that was the worst that can happen. Now I want to get barreled, and she did.
Sakura up and riding
Yeah, she found that doggy door, got some money for finding that doggy door. She came in here and spent some time with us, talked about how proud she was of the day. And then Moana Zwang doing what Moana Jones does, just throwing herself over the ledge. Look at this thing.
Yeah, that was so critical.
I know she got a little injured on this one.
Oh, really?
She did say that usually, I believe it's this wave, usually she'll jump off, and she didn't, and she said she got totally compressed and was a little bit shook.
Yeah,
So
she was up with the medical for a quite good while.
And even before she paddled back out, she sort of she stood there. She was in the lineup in the channel just with her surfboard. You saw her shaking her head, and right when the lifeguards came up, she was just like, "No, I'm going back out."
That's the warrior in her, but she
is
definitely
a
had a hard
warrior,
time breathing when
for
she
sure.
came to have to go with me. So happy to hear she's fine. We'll see her again tomorrow, but
Awesome. So what is the plan for tomorrow? They're going to finish the second round of women's?
yeah, so for
The star of the show?
for tomorrow, for tomorrow we are going to finish the women, and then we're going to go into our finals. It's going to be 1 hour final for the men and an hour finals for the women.
What time is the call?
The call is 8 a.m. for a potential run. So please stay updated and tuned through all of VANS channels.
Nice.
Epic.
All right, so
a
not definitely,
a likely finals day, excuse me.
Likely.
Yes.
8 a.m. we will make that call. We'll be crossing all of the fingers.
In the meantime, did we earn ourselves
It has been,
tires?
I got to say, I've been doing this for a long time. Is it Fat Tire time? Is that what you said? Fat Tire time. Fat Tire time. I've been doing
Feels
this for
like
a long time. This crew, being able to work alongside all of you, this has been truly, truly special. To sit here and tell these stories with all of you, especially since you guys have never even done this before, and you just stepped in Mahina like nothing.
Mahina blew me away.
Yeah,
she's a star. She's a star in the
pro.
making.
We look forward
100%.
to rounding it all out tomorrow. Fingers crossed for our finals here at the 2022.
Here we go.
Fat Tire time.
Boom.
Crack the
Catch
fat.
We are done.
Crack the fat.
Thank you guys for tuning in.
Let's go.
Thank you, Salema, for your guidance. Bakua, what? Here, you take
No,
this.
I'm good. Thank you.